private sectors to share ideas, inspire new thinking, and galvanize the right to help save Britain. Thank you for being part of this important gathering and the first ever CPAC Great Britain. Before we begin our event, if you could please join me in welcoming Judd Saul, founder of Persecuted.com, for our daily morning prayer.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here. You know, when we look across the United Kingdom today, it's easy to become discouraged. We see division, loneliness, violence, moral confusion, and declining church attendance. And in a generation growing up with little knowledge of God's word, many people ask, what has happened to Britain? What has happened to the West? Some say the answer is politics. Others say it's the economy, immigration, education, or culture. But God gives us a different answer. The West, Britain, and even America has turned away from God. Before God speaks about healing the land, he speaks to his church. Revival and restoration in Western civilization will not begin with politics. It won't begin in Westminster, won't begin in Washington or Buckingham Palace. It will begin when God's people repent and turn from their sins and humble themselves before God and ask him for his direction. The Bible says in 2 Chronicles 7:14, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land." Restoration and healing starts by turning back to God. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, Lord, we gather here today asking for healing over this wonderful country, this wonderful land, the United Kingdom. We ask for your guidance. We ask for your divine intervention. Lord, it is not too late. We ask that you wake up the remnant of believers here to rise up, stand for righteousness, stand for truth. We repent and we ask forgiveness for turning our back on you. We ask you to heal this land. We ask you for restoration, Lord. And we dedicate our lives to you. Oh, Lord, we are so gracious for everything that you have given us, for without you we would have nothing. And that we acknowledge. We are turning our eyes back to you, Lord. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you.
And now, to start officially the world's first ever CPAC GB, please join me in welcoming on stage former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Liz Truss, and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first ever CPAC GB, our inaugural event. I'm delighted that we're joined by friends and allies from across Britain and across the world. What we all have in common is a belief in liberty and sovereignty. We're patriots. We believe in Western civilization. But for too long, we've been fighting an uphill battle against the radical left, who are determined to destroy everything that we have built. They presided over managed decline, economic stagnation and deindustrialization, cultural and spiritual nihilism, open borders and rising unrest. This week, we will have yet another Prime Minister installed in Downing Street, Andy Burnham, the 7th within 10 years. What do you all think of Andy Burnham?
Boo.
I've been there. I know that nothing will change, and he will end up just as unpopular as his predecessors, because the system remains the same unelected bureaucrats and judges, the same legacy media, the same infiltrated institutions, what we in Britain call the blob and the Americans call the deep state. CPAC GB is all about bringing together the people who want to fight the blob, who want to galvanize the right and take on the system. The free speech warriors, the Bitcoiners, the people fighting illegal migration, CBDCs, regulation, and the overmighty state. And we are joined in this fight by allies from around the world. And I'd like to introduce Matt Schlapp, who's come all the way from the United States of America, the CPAC chairman, to say a few words about our global movement. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Liz. This is a big deal. I've been chairman of CPAC for over a decade, a little bit longer tenure than some of these PMs you just referenced. And one of my biggest hopes was one day we would reconnect with this very special relationship between our two countries and have a CPAC here in London. So this is a big dream that's beginning right at this moment. Now, it's at the Andrew Cooper, thank you for coming all the way from Australia. Andrew is he's our partner, I guess you'd say down under, thanks for being here. But you know what a big deal this is. And it's happening at just the right moment. I mean, the preacher is here starting us off in prayer, which is appropriate, to address this moment, this amazing moment that's happening in your country, and reconnecting it with what is a historical moment in America, where the American people have been told that what they believe is evil, racist, intolerant, old-fashioned, judgmental, right? And they woke up and they said, we're tired of being lectured to by these Marxists who have infiltrated every one of our institutions. What's in my heart that God knit is not evil, it's good. Why do they call what's good bad, what's good evil, right? What's right wrong? They do that to us, they do that to our kids, they do that to our grandkids. And one of the things we're doing here in London right now is saying, no more. Stop propagandizing our children and our families and stop taking over our institutions. Now, you will believe that what you're fighting with the blob, Liz, you believe that this blob is a uniquely British problem, that you have a problem within your government and your society. What people like Andrew and myself, and I see Declan Ganley back there, Declan knows this in his country, is the reason we're coming together is not because we're globalists. We're kind of the opposite. The reason we're coming together is that we must share and realize this most important fact. What they are doing in your country to destroy it, they are doing in my country to destroy it. It's all the same tactics, maybe different names and different people. And so we invite you for the next 3 days to meet all these wonderful people that are assembled here. You're not going to agree on everything. Everyone has different tactics and different ideas of how we're going to save our countries. And in the end, as Liz said in her great book, actually save civilization. And I invite you to join this CPAC enterprise, which is going all over the world. And it's so many countries, and I'm getting too old to remember things. I'm just going to whip through them. I've told you Andrew Cooper's here from Australia, but we'll be in Japan. We'll be back in Argentina. We'll be back in Poland. I already saw Michael, who's here as our partner in Poland. We're going to be in Germany, in Italy. Obviously, Great Britain, we haven't given up on Western Europe at all. We're going to be in the Balkans, and we're going to be in Guatemala. Those are just some of the countries we're in. And in the end, the theme that's going on in America is the theme that's going on in all these countries. In my country, it's America versus socialism. It's that simple. It might go on forever, but this is the fight of our lives. And I ask you today to recommit yourself to that fight. Do it for the beauty and the history of these great countries, our two great countries. But more importantly than that, do it for your kids. Do it for your grandkids, and do it because that's what God wants you to do. Thank you for letting me be with you today.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. Over the next 3 days, you can expect to hear from some of our most foremost activists, journalists, and campaigners, and also leading politicians from across Britain, Europe, and the world. Maybe you're going to see a future Australian Prime Minister, maybe a future British Prime Minister, maybe a future President of the United States of America. But what we're going to be talking about at CPAC are the issues the media ignore but the public want dealt with. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped put this first ever British CPAC together, the organizing committee, the volunteers, the CPAC US team and Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, the hotel and the police and the security teams. Before we start on this conference, I'd like to take time to pay our respects to the late Anne Widdecombe, who was brutally murdered in her home last week. I've known Anne for over 20 years. She was a deeply principled politician who stood for the very values we are fighting for at CPAC: free speech, patriotism, and the family. She was courageous and fearless in standing up to the leftist drift we have seen in Britain. She was a kind and generous human being, and we are all so devastated that she has been taken from us. Now let's reflect on Anne's remarkable life. We're now going to have a minute's silence in tribute to Anne Widdecombe. Well, thank you everyone for your fantastic support. We're looking forward to a great 2.5 days here at CPAC. Let the conference commence. Here we go.
Please join me in welcoming on stage Lord Young of Acton, President of the Free Speech Union.
Toby Young, Secretary. I call myself not the President, the General Secretary of the Free Speech Union. Great to see so many members here. Seen a few of you with your badges, but those who aren't yet members, we have a stand in the exhibition area. Please swing by and sign up. I thought I'd begin with a warning. At the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, the ARC conference last month, which coincided with the beginning of the current heatwave, a Guardian journalist was prowling around hoping to buttonhole delegates that he'd identified as climate deniers. That same journalist may be here today, so I thought I'd tell you what happened when he confronted me at that conference. Incidentally, it didn't help that it was approaching 40 degrees centigrade in the main auditorium as he approached me. "I see you're sweating profusely," he began, shoving a microphone in my face. "Still think climate change is a hoax?" I tried to patiently explain that few people on my side of that particular debate deny that climate change is real. We don't even maintain that man-made carbon emissions aren't a contributory factor. The disagreement is about how much of the 1.5 degree rise in average global temperatures since the 1850 to 1900 period is due to man-made emissions and how much to other factors, such as solar variability, natural ocean cycles, and land use changes. Yes, we're fond of pointing out that the 1850 to 1900 period may have been unusually cold, coming as it did at the end of the Little Ice Age, so may not be a reliable baseline, and the rise in temperatures since then may have been exaggerated by recordings being made in built-up areas or near airports. But that isn't to deny that climate change has actually happened in the last 125 to 175 years. This matters, I told the journalist, because if the climate emergency lobby is wrong about the extent of global warming and its causes, it may not be necessary to immiserate ourselves to achieve net zero by 2050. Even if we allow that there could be some benefits in the unlikely event of China, America, India, and Russia committing to the same 2050 target, which they haven't, and China emits more carbon every 10 days than the UK does in a year, even if we allow that there would be some benefits, they would be outweighed by the costs, which, as we know from estimates of how many billions we need to spend to decarbonise the UK's power grid, are eye-watering. Needless to say, the journalist's eyes had glazed over long before I hit my stride. The article hasn't appeared yet because he's probably here trying to gather more material, but when it does, I don't expect any of my remarks to make it into print. One of the hallmarks of the climate Jeremiahs is a complete lack of interest in what their opponents have to say. It's no good quoting J.S. Mill at them. He who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that. They are as deaf to arguments about why they should listen to the other side as they are to detailed rebuttals of their points. And in this, I'm afraid, they are typical of the progressive left. Why such a profound absence of curiosity? It's not as if that's always been true of their tribe. My father, a lifelong socialist, enjoyed disagreeing with conservatives far more than he did agreeing with fellow travellers. Arguing with his opponents was meat and drink to him. The drift towards intellectual isolationism is a relatively recent phenomenon. So why the withdrawal from public debate? For one, the pronouns in your email signature brigade are on top and success leads to complacency. Insurgents like us have to study the enemy in order to win. Defenders of the status quo think they don't need to because they can't imagine losing. For another, they rarely stray outside their metropolitan bubble, which means they're used to being surrounded by people who agree with them. That, in turn, has led to the atrophying of the muscles you need to defend a political position. So it's easier to sidestep an argument than enter a debate with a match-fit antagonist. Refusing to engage is also a tactic. Stonewall, the LGBTQ lobby group, literally had a policy of no debate for several years. The idea is that if you share a platform with your opponents or sit across from them in a television studio, you're legitimizing their views. Refuse to do so, and you're conveying just how abhorrent and beyond the pale they are. The no debate policy is usually accompanied by painting your opponents as far more extreme than they really are, far right rather than right of centre. Thus, the National Union of Students has had a policy of no platform for racists and fascists dating back to 1973, by which they mean anyone to the right of Zach Polanski. But the main reason for the progressive left's refusal to engage with people like us, to listen to people like us, is that they're convinced of their moral superiority. They believe their values have led inexorably to their views on issues like climate change, immigration, trans rights, and therefore any challenge to those views is ipso facto a challenge to those principles. Since they regard their core beliefs as unassailable, they think there's no point in engaging in any discussion about the positions they've led to. Anyone who doesn't share them is either morally blind, been led astray by bad actors such as Elon Musk, hence their obsession with misinformation, as if the only possible explanation for why you don't agree with them, why you don't think, say, women can have penises, is because you've been misinformed. Or you're in the pay of an evil corporation, i.e. in league with the devil. In this respect, they're not so different to pre-modern Christians, except they're less willing to debate their quasi-religious beliefs because they have no tradition of biblical scholarship to draw on. In the absence of God or revelation, how can they defend their values? This, ultimately, I think, is why they're so unwilling to enter into any kind of dialogue, because deep down, they know their convictions are resting on air. It is them who are in denial about how paper-thin their values are, how hollow their faith, not us. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming on stage Andrew Griffith, MP, Shadow Secretary of State for Business and Trade.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I started work, Britain was a rich country, 9th in the world on a GDP per capita basis, living standards and wages similar to those in the United States. And if you went to university, you could get a good job, you could buy a home, get married, start a family. They weren't luxuries, but today they may as well be. Because today, Britain is not in the top 10. It's not even in the top 20. And at the current rate, in a few years, it may not even be in the top 30 most prosperous countries in the world. And today, that British dream of a good job, a home, and a family is for too many just that, a dream. It should be no surprise how we got here. Friedrich Hayek predicted 80 years ago when he said the more the state plans, the more difficult planning becomes for the individual. With the size of the state at record levels, to accomplish so much today is too hard, too slow, too expensive, and we are all paying the price. If we want to make Britain rich again, we need an enterprise revolution. We need to unburden those that create wealth, and we have to reverse the mistakes our country has made in the past. Now, I left business for politics just 5 years ago because I recognised the party I joined, the party of Margaret Thatcher, of free markets and of common sense, was failing badly. Under Kemi's leadership, we are changing that. Our first mistake was to abandon free enterprise. President Reagan called Britain the birthplace of economic freedom. But instead of economic freedom, we have price caps and cross-subsidies that outnumber the number of trillion-dollar companies. A government that tries to regulate the car you can buy, restricts adverts for fruit yogurt, and all but bans air conditioning. A country where young people are heavily taxed to provide free social housing in postcodes where the same young people cannot afford themselves to live. The truth is that Britain today is not a free market economy. We're closer to a command economy, and that command economy is making us poorer. Meanwhile, other countries are pulling ahead. A recent poll asked the public where they think Britain would rank amongst all 50 US states. The public thought we would be 7th richest. The reality, we would be 51st, dead last. We are losing the economic race, and that is why we need an economic revolution. Revolutions need a plan. So let me tell you that plan. Kemi's plan, our plan, the plan that the next Conservative government will implement. There are 5 elements. First, lower and simpler taxes, funded by real choices we will make and sticking to our golden rule. We will spend less on welfare so that working people and businesses can keep more of what they earn. We will slash foreign aid so we can cut taxes for British families rather than funding shrimp farms in Bangladesh or gender lectures in Kenya. Whitehall, Quangos, the lanyard classes will be smaller, much smaller. And these choices show whose side that we are on. Those who work hard, the strivers, those who try to get on. As a result, we have already been able to promise to cut some taxes. The family business death tax will be scrapped. The family farm death tax will be scrapped. Stamp duty on prime residences will be scrapped. Yes, and business rates will be cut or scrapped for 250,000 pubs, shops, and high street businesses, and more to come. Second, cheaper energy. We've gone from the country that invented the Industrial Revolution to being one of the first to shut down our factories. High energy costs have made it impossible for great British companies to compete. Even now, the left is trying to salt the earth by locking us into contracts for wind farms and solar that are less reliable and even more expensive. We will stop this madness and reindustrialise Britain. So the Climate Change Act 2008, repealed. Nonsense net zero targets scrapped. The carbon tax abolished. The zero emissions vehicle mandate ended. Mad levies on energy, which tax our own factories for making things in Britain rather than abroad. Gone. And we will get Britain drilling again, exploiting the billions of barrels of oil and gas in our own North Sea. Third, we will slash red tape. Now, let me be really honest with you. In business, I was fed up with politicians of all stripes promising to cut red tape only to see the thicket grow. That is not going to happen on our watch. We will set out in advance, word for word, line by line, the red and green tape regulations that we will take a chainsaw to. All of the nonsense ESG mandatory reporting scrapped. ethnic pay gap reporting gone, pettifoggy planning and licensing rules reformed, regulators meddling in diversity abolished. We will take on the countless quangos, cutting many of them entirely and restoring direct ministerial control for others. And we'll pare back the one true growth industry in the UK, the lawfare and judicial review that stops us building or doing so much. Fourth, we'll get Britain working again with a more flexible employment market. It is a tragedy that British young people who've worked hard, done the right thing, cannot get their foot on the career ladder because this government has smashed the lower rungs with their hikes in taxes and above inflation increases in the minimum wage. So we will repeal all of the job-killing parts of Labour's unemployment rights bill. And we'll tackle something that previous governments should have done decades ago. We will scrap the scandal of mandatory union facility time. In the public sector, we will ban any facility time entirely because it is morally wrong to extract money from taxpayers for public services only for that money to be channeled into funding trade union activity. Conservative heroes like Norman Tebbit and David Young fought these battles before, and to give young people a fair shot at life, we will do so again. Finally, we'll back the risk takers, the builders, the wealth creators. Too many times, past Conservative governments were shy in defending those who create jobs, businesses, and grow the economy. Or worse, they went along with the left and attacked private landlords, investors, and the self-employed. That was wrong. And as with net zero, Kemi was one of the few who questioned those at the time. And it's not just those who are already wealthy being driven away. The next generation are leaving our wonderful country too, with 130,000 young Brits leaving Britain last year alone. So alongside our promises for lower and simpler taxes, we will stop the attacks on non-doms and risk takers with a new offer for wealth creators. When Labour bang on about billionaires and wealth taxes, they are putting all of our prosperity at risk. We will back the wealth creators, the risk takers, the founders, the builders, because their success is Britain's success. So lower, simpler taxes, cheaper energy, cutting red tape, flexible employment laws to get Britain working, and backing risk takers. That is a programme to warm the hearts of anybody here today at CPAC. Revolutions are not easy, they are not always popular. So all of this will take tough choices. For too long, the political class have pretended there are no trade-offs, that you can have your cake and eat it too. You can spend today and spend tomorrow. Well, we Change Conservatives are in the business of telling honest truths. We're also deadly serious about making these changes happen. Britain needs serious people to steer us through these serious times. So as Kemi has said about our future MPs and candidates, if someone still believes in net zero targets that make energy more expensive and are destroying industry, they are not coming back. If someone thinks that the ECHR can be wished away rather than being dealt with properly, they are not serious and they're not coming back. And if they want to jump on every passing fad that makes us look more like the Liberal Democrats than true Conservatives, there is no place for them in this party. So I say to all of you, but especially those with a background in business and enterprise, that if you want to be one of those candidates, please join us. Please get in touch. Finally, let's be optimistic. Britain can once again be the best, the most respected, the richest country in the world. This country's been a beacon of free enterprise, which harness the power in our coal to deliver the greatest increase in wealth and prosperity the world has ever seen, the home of the steam engine, the jet engine, the internet, the first civil nuclear reactor, where art, science, and our shared Christian values combined to create the most powerful country on earth, which used its power not to oppress, but to end the Atlantic slave trade and bring education and civilization and values to our world. As Ronald Reagan said, yours has been an empire of ideas, nourishing freedom and creating wealth around the globe. The history and heritage, which President Trump rightly described recently as the richest inheritance which any nation has ever given another, and the ancient British English liberties, which Pierre Poilievre called the core of our conservative philosophy when he came to Britain last year. We may now be a smaller and at times a slower country, but this is still Britain. This is still the country that has shaped this planet perhaps more than any other. And if we can succeed in rebooting our economy, reindustrializing our country, and rejecting the broken consensus of the past 30 years, we will succeed in rebuilding Britain's place in the world. That is what the Conservative Party under Kemi Badenoch will do. Thank you.
And now, please join me in welcoming on stage the celebrated author, academic, and veteran of the Gorton and Denton by-election, Matt Goodwin.
Well, good morning, CPAC GB. Good morning. Good morning, London. It's wonderful to be with you today, and it's wonderful to see so many of our American friends in town. It's wonderful to see so many of our American allies in town. You know, I was recently in Washington, and one of President Trump's advisors turned to me, and he said something profound. He said, you know, I just visited London for the first time in 20 years. And he said, I was completely shocked, not just because of the mass immigration, not just because of the open borders, not just because of the record taxes and the insane energy policy, but because of the extent to which your leaders seem to hate your own people. And he has a point. Our political class in Westminster has been hijacked by politicians who are completely addicted to suicidal empathy. Politicians who are now so obsessed with showing empathy to illegal immigrants, to refugees, to Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs, to criminals, to people on welfare, that they are destroying our country from within. They are committing national suicide. And that is why I want to begin my speech by thanking President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and the U.S. State Department. I want to thank them for calling out what is really happening in this country, and indeed much of Europe. What did they call it? Civilizational erasure. Civilizational erasure caused by mass uncontrolled immigration, open borders, a truly disastrous energy policy, record high taxes, and draconian authoritarian cuts to our free speech and free expression so that the British people cannot even challenge what is being imposed on them from above. Take immigration. You know, I got in trouble recently on a very popular radio show in this country because I dared to point out that things are now so bad in Britain that many British people are leaving. They're leaving these islands and they are being replaced by millions of people who are not just coming from outside of Britain, but are coming from outside of Western civilization. Last year, 250,000 British people, about half of them young British people, left these islands for good, and they were replaced by around 800,000 migrants from radically different cultures and countries around the world, from Eritrea and Sudan to Afghanistan. In fact, 90% of all migration into Britain today comes from outside of European nations. Now, what we're doing, I said on this radio show, is we are replacing our best and our brightest with goat herders. Ooh, the radio host said, who happened to be the sister of Boris Johnson. Ooh, I'm not sure you can say that, Matthew. You're right. I said, I'm sorry, I apologize. Because what I should have said is drug-dealing goat herders. Now think about this. You can go home tonight, you can Google it. Our politicians now care so little about the British people that they're not only importing millions of low-skill, low-wage workers from outside of Europe who have been shown to be a net fiscal cost by every major study, but they are also importing illiterate goat herders from Iraq who went on to terrorize a small town in Wales by dealing heroin and cocaine. And let me tell you, conference, there is nothing I hate more than drug dealers. There is nothing I hate more than drug dealers. Only a political class that hates its own people would allow that to happen. Only a political class that hates its own people would allow hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants to stream across our borders on the small boats, despite knowing that they have included ISIS sympathizers, rapists, murderers, and then forcing their own people to pay £15 billion for a policy that they never even voted for in the first place, while also calling them racist and far-right and extremist if they dare complain about it. Do you know what far-right means today? In a world where the left has expanded these terms to such a degree that they are now completely meaningless. It means paying your taxes, respecting the rule of law, looking after your family, and loving your country. Now, all of this chaos that we see in Britain today is why I decided to leave my job as a well-paid, tenured university professor to enter politics and try and help save our country before it's too late. Because I don't know about everybody else in this room and everybody who's watching online, but I've come to the view that we only have 1 or 2 general elections left to save this country. Time is running out. Just look at what will happen on these islands if we do not win. Over the next 74 years, that's one lifetime. One lifetime. As I point out in my book, these islands will be completely, permanently, irreversibly transformed. If you've got small children today, they will see it. The share of the UK's population that is white British on current trends will fall from 74% today to just 33% by the end of the current century, as it already is in our capital city here in London. The share of people in the UK who were born overseas or who are the immediate children of the foreign-born will soar from 19% to more than 60%, meaning that soon a majority of people in this country will only have a very weak link to our culture, our history, and our way of life. And the share of people following Islam, it will fall from 1 in every 17 people today, about 6%, to just 1 in every 4. Possibly 1 in every 3 if we maintain mass, uncontrolled migration from outside European nations. Nobody voted for this. Nobody asked for it. And only very few people want to see it. And yet it is still being imposed on us, which raises the obvious question, what do we do about it? Well, I'll say it as it is. We need to replace the political class in Westminster before they replace us. Now, the reason I went into politics is not just because I wanted to fight for the same freedoms that my grandfather fought for in the jungles of Burma in the Second World War, and it's not just so that I can honor my mother, who worked round the clock to raise 2 boys, and make it possible for me to become the first person in my family to go to university. No, I gave up my career and jumped into politics so I could try and speak up for the decent majority. The decent majority of millions of hard-working, tax-paying, law-abiding, patriotic British people on these islands whose ancestors built this country, who love this country, who play by the rules, but who are still treated as second-class citizens in their own country by the very people who are supposed to protect them and preserve our country. You know, I just finished a national book tour of more than 60 cities, towns, and villages across this country. And wherever I went, people from that decent majority told me exactly the same thing. I want my country back. Well, so do I. But if we want our country back, then we're going to have to fight like hell, because there is a war going on in this country, and it's a war between those of us who love Britain and want to bring it back, and a radicalized fringe minority who dominate the institutions, who feel ashamed of Britain and our history, who are obsessed with victimhood and grievance, and who hate this country so much they want to replace it with something else entirely. If we want to win this war, we're going to need to re-establish two things that are glaringly absent in Westminster. The first is national preference. The belief stretching back to ancient Greece that if you do not put your own people first, your nation will not survive, or what Americans call America First conservatism. That means slashing all foreign aid until we have public services that work for the British people. Don't you find it utterly outrageous, like I do, that we are currently treating the British people in hospital car parks and corridors, that we have doctors in the National Health Service in this country who specialize in something called corridor care, while every year we send £13 billion overseas to fund cycling lanes in Mexico, eco farms in Nepal, and obesity programs in China. You know what I say? Fix Britain first before helping the rest of the world. National preference means no more foreign aid and visas for nations that refuse to take back Pakistani Muslim grooming gang members. We are in such an absurd position in this country that we just gave Pakistan £111 million to buy condoms, and yet they refuse to take back their own grooming gang predators. We need leaders in this country who will play hardball. And by the way, that also means deporting every dual national groomer in this country and giving the rest mandatory life sentences without the possibility of parole. Suicidal empathy is allowing these gangs to rape your own children and do next to nothing about it because you don't want to offend certain communities. National preference means ending the £10.1 billion that we are currently spending on welfare payouts for people who are not even British. And we should spend that money on building new schools, hospitals, homes, and on the national defense of our own people. A serious country does not refuse requests from our oldest and closest ally, the United States of America, to strengthen our national defense while at the same time wasting £25 billion on welfare and foreign aid for people who are not even British at all. That is insane. That is completely and utterly insane. National preference means reversing the Boris wave of migration, which after 2021 saw Boris Johnson and the Tories betray this country by flooding it with millions of low-skilled, low-wage migrants who are now set to cost the British taxpayer, because they take more out of the system than they put in, £600 billion. £600 billion. Now, left-wing politicians say it's not fair to reverse the Boris wave. But I ask them this: how is it fair, during the worst cost of living crisis since the Second World War, to force your own people to pay £600 billion for a policy they never even asked for in the first place? That is not fair at all. That is how you destroy the social contract in a country. National preference means not allowing anybody to stay in Great Britain unless they can speak English to a very high standard, unless they are shown to be a net contributor to our national economy, and unless they have a clean criminal record. These things are not hard. Anybody else should simply not have their visas renewed. National preference also means not giving social housing paid for by British taxpayers to foreign nationals, like the First Lady of Sierra Leone, who was just found, when she's not in a presidential mansion in Freetown with tennis courts and helipads, was found to be renting out the council flat that the government had given her, paid for by taxpayers, or giving social housing to the family of the new leader of ISIS in Somalia. A serious nation would not give homes to people who hate us. It would give them instead to the 1.3 million British people who are currently sitting on the housing register, to the 3,000 British military veterans who are currently waiting for a home, to the many young British people who are now leaving these islands because they've rightly concluded that the British state is never going to put its own people first. National preference means not asset stripping low-income countries by stealing their doctors and their nurses just to make London Liberals feel good about themselves, while every year the British state rejects 10,000 British kids who want to become doctors, who want to work in the NHS, because they think, because the British state think, because our politicians think it's too expensive to invest in our own people. Looking after your own means standing up firmly to those who want to destroy our country from within. I don't know about you, but I'm frankly embarrassed about the fact that the UK only just this week decided to ban the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. But don't stop there. Don't stop there. Let's go further. Let's ban the Muslim Brotherhood in this country. Let's ban the more than 80 Sharia courts in this country. Let's ban cousin marriage in this country. Let's ban foreign funding for mosques in this country. Let's ban Islamist preachers in this country. Let's ban the British state from giving taxpayer-funded homes to senior members of Hamas and Al-Qaeda. Let's actually put the British people first, because do you know what our enemies call this? They call it welfare jihad. They call it welfare jihad. They are literally laughing at us because we are funding the very people who want to destroy our civilization from within. And you know, I saw the threat that's rapidly coming down the track in this country up close when I ran for election to Parliament in Manchester with the Reform Party in a seat that has a 30% Muslim vote. Now, we defeated Labour in Greater Manchester, and I'm very, very proud of that. We finished second. But we watched the Islamo-Green Party use Muslim clan networks to rig and win that by-election. They campaigned in different languages. They downplayed Islamist extremism. They intimidated voters at the polling stations. They mainstreamed anti-Semitism. One independent report found that illegal family voting, which is what happens when a father or a husband tells their family how to vote, took place in 68% of all polling stations. Think about this, that was just one district. But if we don't change course, if we don't win this political battle, then that will soon be an entire part of our political system. A large swathe of British democracy will be captured by sectarianism. And the truth is this, we will not save our country unless we fix our democracy. We will not save our country unless we fix our democracy. That means ending the mainstreaming of postal voting in this country. That means withdrawing. It means withdrawing the right of 2.5 million people in Britain who are not British but can vote in British elections. It means stamping out illegal family voting. It means taking back control of our democracy. And the second thing we need to do if we're going to win this fight, the second thing we're going to need to re-establish in British politics is popular sovereignty. We need to get back to the idea in this country that politicians are there to serve the people, not the other way around. Yes, we need to win the next general election, but that is just the start. Americans know that that is just the start, because what we will also need to do is go to war with the deep state, with the civil service, with the blob, with the establishment, with the institutions that one recent study in this country found that 75% of all bureaucrats in the institutions in this country are on the political left. 75%. That means we need to strengthen executive power. It means we need to slash the size of the civil service. It means we need to appoint more people from outside of the state bureaucracy. It means we need to dismantle the undemocratic quangos, quasi-non-governmental organizations. We need to root out all diversity, equity, and inclusion policies from government departments that, as we saw with the tragic murder of Henry Novak, what we saw is that DEI is now a code word for anti-white racism. Let's call it what it is. And it means giving democratically elected politicians in this country the power to sack civil servants who refuse to implement the policies that the people voted for at democratic elections. If you threaten to go on strike under a reform government, you will be fired. You will be removed from the state bureaucracy. Re-establishing popular sovereignty means leaving the European Convention on Human Rights, the ECHR. It means repealing Tony Blair's Human Rights Act, both of which are now used by an army of unelected, unaccountable lawyers to prevent the British people from taking back control of their own borders, of their own country, of their own laws, and prevents them from deporting illegal migrants and foreign criminals. Tony Blair once said he only cares about 3 words: education, education, education. Well, here are 3 words I care about: deport, deport, deport. I want the estimated 1.5 million illegal migrants in Britain removed from this country, and I want to see anybody who arrives in this country illegally immediately detained, ideally in Green Party or Labour Party areas, and then immediately deported. And it means taking back control, and I say this as a former recovering university professor who spent 20 years in higher education. It means taking back control of our schools and our universities that have been completely hijacked by radical ideologues. A nation that teaches its children to hate their own country is like a bouquet of flowers that is sitting in a vase. The nation looks beautiful for a while, but if you look closer, it's cut off from its roots and it is slowly dying, slowly withering away. We need an accurate, a balanced curriculum in this country that teaches our children to feel pride in who we are, that teaches them about the Industrial Revolution, about Magna Carta, about Winston Churchill, about the English language, about parliamentary democracy, about common law, about how we help to end slavery, and which rejects divisive, un-British theories like critical race theory or CRT, which are themselves racist against white people. Schools and universities should be politically neutral, but they have been hijacked by left-wing extremists. And it means transferring power back to the people. It means letting them speak freely by overturning the constant attack on free speech in this country. Did you know 30 people every day in this country are arrested for what they write on social media, like my good friend Lucy Connolly, who was held into prison for what she wrote on social media. We need to abolish all non-crime hate incidents in this country. We need to ensure we oppose digital ID in this country. We need to root out unnecessary hate laws in this country. We need to allow people to pray silently outside abortion clinics if they want in this country. And we need to scrap a dangerous new definition of anti-Muslim hostility that is about to be imposed on our schools and our universities and our civil service, and which will be used. It will be used to control what we can say about Islam. It will be used to control what we can ask, what we can debate, and what we can challenge when it comes to one of the most significant developments in this country for many, many years. The history of England, it used to be said, is a history of liberty. But that history is now being forgotten by our political class in Westminster that is now far more interested in trying to control what we say and what we think than allowing that liberty to thrive and prosper. If conservatives, if small c conservatives are serious about saving Britain, then this is what it will take: a full frontal campaign to reassert national preference in this country and reassert popular sovereignty in this country. And that means making a strong case for what we stand for, not simply what we are against. I stand for meritocracy, not divisive identity politics. I stand for the rule of law, not two-tier injustice. I stand for equality before the law, not treating minorities more favorably than the decent majority. I stand for true diversity of thought, not a stifling diversity that is not interested in people who happen to hold conservative or gender-critical beliefs. And I stand for free speech, for truth, for science, and for reason, for the English language, for controlled borders, for manageable change, for a home, a nation that looks and feels like something we know and like something our ancestors built. For all of the things that make a nation state possible to begin with and make it possible to endure. I want to fight for the hard-working majority of people in this country, for the people who are not going to be won over by the old language about left and right, but who are going to be much more receptive if you ask them a different question. Do you want to bring Britain back? Do you want to see this country rise again? Because what a truly compelling, positive, and inspiring story that would be. You know, it was once said that the British lose every battle except the last. It might not have felt like that last night. Well, the last battle is rapidly approaching. And it is up to us to ensure that the British people are now brought together behind one movement so that we can actually win this battle and turn this country that we all love around before it really is too late. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our first panel discussion of the day, Defending Europe's Borders. Please welcome on stage our chair, Matt Schlapp, with MEP Carlo Fidanza of Fratelli d'Italia. They are joined by our distinguished panelists, Thibault de Montbrial of the CRSI, Declan Ganley, Irish entrepreneur and activist, and Georgiana Teodorescu, MEP of the Alliance for the Union of Romanians.
Okay, you guys know the title for this panel. Basically, immigration, migration, illegal immigration, whatever your term is. I feel like this panel should be the entire CPAC because it seems like immigration is the issue. By the way, it's not just the issue in Europe, it's the issue in America, it's the issue everywhere. Declan, take a minute and talk about what needs to be done now to stop this migration crisis in Europe.
We need to choose who gets to enter Europe and who doesn't. And we need to do it before they get here. In Ireland, in our case, we have found statistically that more than 90% of asylum applications are fraudulent. They fail. They call Ireland Treasure Island because obviously if you're coming from a country that sees where asylum seekers originate from, Ireland is not going to be your first port of call. We see it with the boats coming across the channel. Now, if anybody with common sense thinks that you really cannot stop those boats crossing the channel, they don't understand physics and they don't understand how you make and implement laws. This can be stopped, and somebody proved that when there is a political will, it can be done. During the Biden administration, we all heard that the southern border of the United States could not be closed. It wasn't possible. Donald Trump's administration, maybe in the greatest triumph of his administration so far, closed that border. We have to do the same in Europe, because if we don't, we will not have a Europe worth living in for much longer.
So there's two parts of this that I see. Countries like Ireland, where you have rather hopeless governments, where people like yourself, Declan, want to change that dynamic so you can have the power to take these steps. Then we have Italy, which is led by a wonderful prime minister who has been wonderfully graced us with her presence at 2 CPACs in America. And she is really a leader in this, but now she has power. What is the power that you have in Italy to do the types of things Declan's talking about?
Thank you, Matt. Good morning, everybody. We are working on two different levels. The first one is the national level. When we got in power, when we came to the power, we changed our national laws. We changed the paradigm of the migration management, for sure. No more open borders ideology, but control of stop of illegal migration, fight against the smugglers, fight against ideological and political NGOs that are helping the smugglers within the Mediterranean seas to exchange these people from the boats of the smugglers to the boats of the NGOs, to bring them to our shores, and many other things at the national level. But we realized that it was not sufficient for two reasons. The first one was the court appeal power from these people or the organizations supporting these people, and the court, in many cases, they recognized asylum titles to these people or blocked repatriation procedures, return procedures, and so on. This is a political problem because we have ideological judges from the left that are in favor of this open border ideology. And the second problem was the juridical framework of the European Union laws. And we worked a lot, and our Prime Minister reached very important success. One of these was very recent. We voted 2 weeks ago in the European Parliament, new return regulation. It is very different from the past. And this is a great success from the conservative side. For the first time, with a majority on the center right, with the EPP that once in their life they voted with us in the right direction in order to have a more effective return policies, a common and joint return order. So once that you are found as illegal in one of the 27 European countries, this order of repatriation is valid also in the other 26. So if the police catch you in another country, they can repatriate you directly.
Okay, so
the important thing, just the last thing, is that, then this can be decisive for doing what Declan said, is the possibility to open the return hubs in third countries outside EU, as we did, for example, in Albania. This means that the boats that are coming, that can be diverted to these countries, and there the asylum procedures can be done instead of one of our 27 member states. So the people can't enter anymore in Europe, and we decide if they can enter or not outside the EU borders. And this is fundamental in order to fight the smugglers, to stop the traffic, and to decide who is entitled to come in and who is not entitled to come in. This can be decisive. So this is a chance that is new, and this is due to our common work and our effort led by Giorgia Meloni in the European Council.
Carlo, you're a member of you're an MEP Georgiana, you are too from Romania. What was the vote on this measure? I mean, I'm not giving you a pop quiz, but like, did it pass overwhelmingly or was it a close vote?
It was quite a close vote, unfortunately.
Why did the EU, everything I read is the EU never does the right thing. Why did they finally do the right thing on this?
I'm going to tell you something. I'm a rapporteur in a file concerning the Schengen regulation. And whenever we meet with the other rapporteurs to discuss on the provisions and amendments on strengthening the border controls of the Schengen areas, there are colleagues, MEPs, especially from the left side of the parliament, who keep on debating and saying that Europe was built due to migration. We have to open borders, receive everybody, stop all the controls, stop enforcing the police, the Europol, the Frontex, because the idea itself of strengthening Europol and Frontex is a disgrace for them, because it means we do not believe that everybody is honest and innocent, so we step on the presumption of innocence. This is what they tell us on every meeting we have. And I have to ask you something, and now I'm talking to the audience. Have you ever received a stranger, a complete stranger, to live with you in your home, with your family? Anybody? Okay, so I'm not the only bad Christian here. Okay, if you invite a guest, if you invite maybe a relative, a friend, and he moves in with you, and after a couple of days he starts destroying your furniture or harassing your children, are you entitled or not to kick him out of your home? Is this a hate speech? Is this extremism to tell somebody who comes to live with you that they have to comply with your rules and with the rules of your house? So what's the difference between analyzing your own house, 100 square meters maybe or less, or your country, or Europe, or the free world? We were built, the European Union, UK, United States, we were built on very important principles like democracy, like the respect for dignity, for human rights. How are we still respecting dignity when we are supposed to tell our citizens who voted for us that if a 9-year-old girl is raped on the streets, that is okay and fair, because we are talking about traditions and we have to respect other people's traditions. And we are the ones who are considered extremists. We are the ones delivering hate speech here and in the parliaments and in the European Parliament, only because we have the strength and the courage to say that we must prioritize the safety of our own citizens.
Okay, but let me go back to the question, because I really don't get it. Why did the forces that want immigration control
because
finally
they
succeed?
vote. The newcomers will get soon the right to vote, like they do in Spain now. The Sanchez government allowed 1 million people to receive the residence right. This means 1 million citizens that will start voting on the local elections tomorrow. And in a couple of years, they will receive also the citizenship, and they will vote also for the parliamentary and presidential elections.
This has spooked members of the European Parliament to start taking immigration seriously?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, so I just came back from a couple days of holiday in Paris with my wife and 4 of my daughters. They're going to be joining us here at CPAC in the next hour or so. Can I give you my really bad novice view of French politics?
You may.
Nothing will change until you actually win a nationwide election and get a president. Is that right?
Bonjour.
That's my only French word, too. I do know that word.
I'll teach you a couple of others which can be very helpful. Before I answer a question, I would like to emphasize what's at stake. The question of immigration is not a question of good or bad. It's a question of national sovereignty. And it has to be dealt with a cold head and with common sense. There are 3 government indicators that we have to look at in order to decide what our policies should be. The first one is the immigration politics in Europe good or bad regarding our social finances? The answer is very bad. We have estimations in France that it costs several dozen billions euros a year. Second issue is in terms of security. Do we have a link between security, insecurity, crime, and immigration? The answer is yes, and it's an objective answer because all our official figures from the French Homeland Security shows that when it comes to physical crime, the people from overseas in the south, Northern Africa or Central Africa, Sahel, is overrepresented in proportions of 1:3 to 1:12, especially for sexual assaults. And the third question is it a good or a bad thing regarding our cultural environment? And of course, since the immigration of the last 30 years is mostly an Islamist immigration, it's a huge issue, because how crazy were we to think that people who would come from a completely different culture would just melt into ours? It just doesn't exist. It never existed. The example of Lebanon, the example of former Yugoslavia, even the example of Algeria in its civil war in the 90s shows us that when you have a big minority of people of Islam religion, no matter how good faith they are, some of them become Islamist.
Thibault,
so
I'm not
this
being
is the
rude, but
terms. This is the terms of the speech we have.
You make a point. This is controversial because people look at it and say, in America, they go right to the shortened version. They say, well, most of these people are dark-skinned, most of these people are Muslim, whatever they do, and they say, therefore, it equates to hatred, racism, blah, blah, blah. Declan, does the data in Ireland show the same relationship to crime with this immigration crisis that we have?
The statistics in Ireland are deliberately obscured to hide it, which tells us everything that we need to know. This week, after yet another abhorrent attack in Ireland, the murder of a young woman by an asylum seeker who, after he murdered the woman, made his way to Dublin airport and flew back to the Middle East, went to Turkey and is now probably in Syria or Jordan. This quote-unquote Jordanian refugee murdered a young woman in her house in Ireland and fled. He had lived in accommodation provided by the Irish taxpayer, and this is just last week. And yet the Irish government are out lecturing us on misogyny and male violence against women, as if that's the problem and the only cause of the problem. It is cultural. Of course it's cultural. It shouldn't be controversial to say that Europe is founded on a Christian foundation. That's just true. It's common sense. It's not a lie. It should not be controversial anywhere that if you bring in large numbers of radicalized Islamic immigrants who don't respect your culture, who don't believe in the things that you believe in, that there is going to be a cultural clash and that there's going to end up being blood, which is what we are seeing happening. And ordinary people can see this, and when they are seeing it not being addressed, they get very frustrated.
Or they're being lied to. Same in Italy with the crime statistics?
Yes, there is one data that is very clear, because it's true that the data are a bit obscured, and so, and now you have these second and third generation young migrants. So some of them now they are nationals because they are no more foreigners. So
this is a big thing, right?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but for example, there was a guy convicted in Scotland the other day, and the headline was, Irishman convicted of raping, I think, a 12-year-old in Scotland.
Exactly,
Irishman.
Exactly. So this is another.
Where was he from?
His name wasn't O'Malley. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
So he's Scottish or Italian, but he is not.
But he's an Irish passport.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But there is a data that is very clear. That is about the population in the national prisons. We have more than 30, maybe between 30 and 40% of our prison population that is from foreign countries. And we have an official percentage of foreigners in our society that is 9% of regular migrants. You can count more or less, plus 2% of irregular migrants, more or less, yes? So it's completely disproportionate, the proportion with the crimes committed by the foreigners, and most of them are from Maghreb or from Central Africa. And there are countries that are more affected from this kind of problem. And there are typical crimes for typical different national origin, we can say. For example, the traffic of drug is specific for the Central African migrants. Other kind of crimes are for other ethnicities, we can say. So it's very clear, and I think it's clear also for the common people, and it's clear for the data and for the authorities. So now the problem is that we need to empty our prisons from these
Send them
people.
back.
Yeah, in order to send them back, in order to
It doesn't do any good to
have
send
their
them back.
penalties. Their penalties in their country of origin, but this needs agreements with these countries.
Right, because if you send them back and they can just come back again, that doesn't accomplish
no, they shouldn't.
anything either.
They shouldn't. But the problem is that in many cases we don't have agreements. So the problem is that we had bilateral agreements. For example, Italy has bilateral agreements with other countries. Now we need European agreements, because this is needed right now in order to enforce our power towards the
We have to stop the free
third
stuff.
countries.
Free, you can't have free stuff.
So let me quote. You're from a think tank, Thibault. You'll tell me which economist said this, whether it's, I think it was Milton Friedman or Hayek. You might want open borders, but you can't have them with the welfare state. If you have free immigration and people can choose the country that has the more free bennies, you will be bankrupt.
You know that France...
Well, you didn't correct me on The Economist.
No, I didn't. Actually, I didn't. But France is welcoming, in a way, 1/4 of the people who come in Europe. Why? Because we have the more incentive social state. So we have, we have to...
It's like a magnet. It
Yes,
attracts people that want free.
Of course. So we have to do two things. The first one is to turn off the knob. That's the absolute emergency. And then we have to deal with the stock. And there are two issues that are not very often talked about that we should put on. The first one is we have to make the reach of a nationality, to be granted the nationality of a European country, much, much, much tougher than it is now, especially in France. And second of all, we have to put in the law that people who don't behave nicely and commit crimes and and big offenses can have their nationality withdrawn when it's in the 10 or 15
denationalized.
Denationalized.
Yes. Yeah,
This is a very efficient way to do things, but of course we need, and that's a problem in France, I know it's the same in Italy, to have judges who would actually use those tools in justice. And if I may,
we should have a whole other panel on judges and how they're the biggest threat to all of us.
And one sentence about what was said here and there about the crimes committed by foreigners with different culture. Now in French courts, you can hear lawyers using the fact that the criminal is from another culture as an excuse, especially in sexual offenses. Oh, my lord, I'm sorry. This guy didn't know that in France, so you don't behave like that with women. And the most crazy is that some judge follow that defense line.
So this idea that you can't covet your neighbor's goods or covet your neighbor's wife sounds actually pretty good in the modern context if people would follow these ideas. Georgiana, you can't really participate in this conversation.
Why?
Because Romania hasn't adopted this craziness, right? You have borders. You have more of a law-based immigration process. Can these countries go back to what's going on in Romania? Is it too late?
No, it's not too late.
Or is Romania slipping and getting worse?
It might, because, 2.5 years ago, the European Parliament adopted the Pact for Migration and Asylum. And starting this July, the total quota of migrants in Europe, of illegal migrants, should be divided among the European member states, meaning that Romania should also get its fair share of migrants, unless it's willing to pay in order not to receive them, just like President Nawrocki from Poland declared that Poland will not receive any migrant coming from the Pact of Migration and Asylum. Indeed, Romania does not have such a big problem on illegal migration, especially because we don't give social incentives. In Romania, migrants who come have to work in order to live. For example, in Belgium, if you are an illegal migrant and you come, you receive a free house and you get social incentives for every child you have, meaning that you don't feel encouraged to work or to study, because in the end you make more money than another citizen who goes to job every day and who pays taxes and tries to live in a fair way towards the society. So yes, we don't give social rights. But I wanted to ask something to one of the colleagues said, you know,
you want to be the moderator now? It's all yours.
No,
Go.
no.
Go.
Sorry,
you got it.
Just one thing. We had a very big study we made with the ECR group on the no-go zones at European level. And I have to tell you something. There are around 800 no-go zones in Europe, meaning neighborhoods or areas where people do not dare to enter, not even police does not dare to enter. And I have to tell you something, not even one of these no-go zones is a Christian one. And are we still sovereign when we accept to apply other laws in our country than our national laws? Meaning, if we accept Sharia law, are we still sovereign? I'm only asking.
You know, the great author Oriana Fallaci, she died maybe 10, 15 years ago now. She said something very profound with regard to Europe. She said, the future belongs to those who show up for it. We have a demographic implosion going on in Europe right now. So this is deeply cultural for us too, because all of us here, if we live to a ripe old age, are going to need somebody to take care of us. We need people to take care of our parents and everything like that. And the way the so-called welfare state in Europe, the way that the Europe of high energy prices, of low innovation, of crippling taxes, of anti-family policies, the way it is orientated against the family, the way that Europe has become chronically risk-averse, where nobody wants to take a risk, you end up with the worst outcomes where you have to have somebody to come and take care of you and clean you up if you make it to 90 years old. And this is my Irish and European passport. This is not a right. It is a privilege.
Of course.
You pay your taxes, you work for years, it should be at least 15 years of working and paying taxes as a country and being part of society and being integrated before you get to enjoy this privilege. And that should be the case in every country in Europe.
And Declan, how many kids do you have?
I have 4 kids.
Thibaut?
Case of what?
How many kids do you have?
Oh, 5.
I don't want to put you 2 on the spot. 2?
Only 1 so far.
Okay, so I have 5. This is not a contest, but it is math. Is part of this, we're talking about a lot about enforcement and borders and walls. We're almost done with our wall in America, by the way, almost done.
Big, beautiful wall.
Big, beautiful wall.
So beautiful. Very big. Nobody's getting across it.
Declan's risking an international crisis right now.
International incident right here. Hey, but the big, beautiful wall, it works.
The wall.
We have beautiful walls in Europe and the Baltic.
Just one sentence. The wall is not the issue. The issue is the political strength.
That's correct. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
it's also an issue because we can put a wall in the Mediterranean, unfortunately. So we would need
the Baltics are building walls.
You can put a navy in the Mediterranean.
We need some different
you can put. We have
drones.
Navy. We have naval capability. The technology exists. I do this. I'm building the global outer net. You'll be able to communicate securely with any point of the planet to anywhere else. It's not about technology. To your point, it's about political will. That's what it's about.
And the Australian, we have the Australian example. The Australian policy, maybe you can remember it. Some years ago, they made advertisings on TV, and it was message sent to people in Indonesia saying, don't come, don't go to Australia because you won't make it. We will have, and we have, a pushback policy. It means that the Australian ships, they reach the migrant ship, they give water and milk for the children, so they take care of the people, but then they bring the ship back from where they go. It's just a matter of political stance.
So you said pragmatism to begin the conversation. Am I right that the other side of this equation is, yes, we have to have enforcement. Declan, you're CEO of Rivada, which is what you were talking about. We have to use technology to protect our countries, but we also have to kind of engender in our children and in our grandchildren that they should love their history, they should love their country, the good and the bad, try to repair the bad, you know, and hold on to what's good. But this idea of we're all, I assume, would consider ourselves conservatives. Doesn't it all come down to the family structure and encouraging that and fostering that in all of our countries? Didn't we lose that along the way? Didn't we stop talking about the importance
the state right across Europe has tried to entirely displace the family by promising it can take care of you from cradle to grave. Now it's telling you, well, maybe not the grave by the time you get there, we'll off you before you actually get too expensive on the state. And the culture of life and family is replaced by the culture of death and the big state. And that creates chronic risk aversion. It creates an demographic implosion. It creates the falsity and lie of net zero, which is the greatest policy mistake that Europe has ever implemented in 2,000 years. And this is the price that we pay. The family pays the most.
Also the fact that the families are left alone when all the other institutions of the society have just given up. The family is alone. So when you can say whatever you want to your children, maybe not in our families because it's easier, but in average families, once the children step out from the house, they go to school, they go to sport, they go with their friends, and they meet with another completely different speech. So this is a matter of of teaching in schools. This is a cultural matter. As I say, if you want to love France, first you have to know what France is. Nobody teaches you anymore about French history, what our roots are, and it's the same everywhere in Europe. We have to make our children proud of our flag, of our elders who fought for it, and to know our history, to know that we are Christians. But most of them, they just don't know it.
Let me applaud all of your countries. Well, not yours recently. You ripped down some statues that needed to be ripped down. But when we visit your countries, your history is on display in your beautiful art and in your statues, whereas in America, we've adopted in too many places this Maoist idea that you erase the parts of history you don't want, always determined by these leftist Marxists. But Europe seems to understand this concept of history. America doesn't. America wants to erase parts of her history, I guess, that some people don't like.
Europe wants year zero as well, a certain element in Europe. A certain element in Europe, the left in Europe want European values to mean that a woman can be a man, and that's what European values mean. We all know that's a lie. We know it's biologically and scientifically bullshit. But yet, this concept of European values has been hijacked by the left. These are not European values. The European values are represented in groups in the European Parliament like the ECR. That's the true crucible of European values. It is not what the left are telling us are European values.
Well,
they are alien to us.
How can we defeat...
That's why they don't care about radical Islam. The radical Islamicists are their allies in destroying the Europe that is worth preserving.
Point. How can you defeat radical Islamists,
for example,
as mostly Christians, if we spend all of our time having an internal fight about whether France is a worthy country or not, or whether American values are worth fighting for? We spend all of our time fighting that, and in the meantime, they know exactly what they're doing.
For example, by making religion mandatory again in the school curricula. Because
have you done that in Romania?
No, it's not mandatory yet in Romania. It used to be in the past. Now children can choose whether they want to study religion or not, which is a mistake in my opinion.
What percentage of your population is Christian?
80-90%.
And mostly Orthodox?
Orthodox mostly, yes. But also, we also have Catholics, we also have Protestants, but around 90%.
I don't want to hog this,
Christian.
but I just want to give you a very exact example of what you're talking about, of the healing that can happen in Europe. My mother's family, about half of the West Mayo Brigade of the old IRA in the 1920s was made up of members of my mother's family. And sitting right there is Ian Paisley Jr., whose father was Ian Paisley Sr., a great unionist political family from Northern Ireland. Ian Paisley Jr. and I would agree on 98% of things with regard to family, values, Christian values, and Europe. Isn't that right, Ian? We are united. There is a divide, a war that existed between two different cultures on the island of Ireland where we can come together in the way that you're talking about and expunge the ills, the conflicts of the past on shared common goals, which is defending family values, defending freedom of religion, defending freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and the freedom to take risk and fail or succeed.
Yes, but it's very difficult because in European countries, and especially in France, when you stand up for that, you feel very alone. I've been living for 9 years with police protections. I've never set foot in a French street for the last 9 years alone. I have always from 2 to 6 cops with me. I have a fatwa from Pakistan. So when I was identified 15 years ago as someone who understood what the Islamic project was, and I started to speak about it in the French medias, I had a lot of problems. So people knew I had problems. So they all tell me, oh, Thibault, you are very brave. Keep going. And I said, but if we are 10,000 like me, it's not an issue anymore. I don't need policemen anymore because 10,000 people will go like me. But the fact is that, you know, they said, oh, you're very brave, but no, let's not meet in a public restaurant because just, you know, one never knows. So they just stand up. And our ancestors, they just stepped out of the trenches to fight. So now, intellectuals or lawyers like me, people like, some of them step out of the trenches, but when we turn behind us, we're alone. So we have to stop being alone when we go out of the trench.
Well, I want to get Carlo involved. I just want to say one thing from an American context. We love the fact that President Trump is bringing up all of our heroes, from, no offense to our wonderful kin in England, but the American Revolution. And it's said by historians that something like 8% of the colonists were willing to do what it took for their independence. And so what you're saying, Thibault, is that one of the jobs of CPAC is to give people of influence and people who are just common people the courage to take that next step forward. And you've done that in Italy. I mean, you've been successful. You've elected a dynamic prime minister.
Yeah.
You're winning these arguments.
Yeah, I would like to raise one point that is from our experience about family policies. Because we, in the last 4 years of our government, we invested a lot in order to change the mind and change the amount of the investments on these policies that were completely failed in our country before us. And our experience after 4 years of investments on this is that, unfortunately, money is not enough. It's not enough. It's a cultural matter, because now putting more money on these, doubling the subsidies and giving more possibilities for the women who work and that have more conciliation policies and many of these important measures, then the situation is that the birth rate is exactly the same of 4 years ago. And most of these subsidies are going to foreigners because they are more used to have sons more than us, the regular ones. So the problem is that we have to invest more and more on this for sure, because it's in our mind, it's our cultural approach. But we have to be more effective in our cultural war in order to push more and more for family values, for family policies, because it's not sufficient to put more money. And this is a challenge for the conservatives, because otherwise you can say, okay, let's stop it. If it doesn't function, let's stop it. Let's stop to support family policies, and we don't want to do it. We want to go on supporting family policies, but we have to win the cultural challenge towards our people, and it's not so easy. It's a big challenge for conservatives, supporting demography without losing our people.
All right, so the clock is dominating things, but I'm going to take my prerogative. I want to close with one very quick answer, okay? Declan, we've described what's happening with this emergency on migration. In the next 5 years, will Ireland have a conservative government to stop it?
Yes.
France, will we win? Will you win next year?
Difficult to say, but one word. The thing that we are facing in France is that the far left is gathering with Islamists, and it's a very, very worrying thing because minority make history, and they are getting ready, and they say it in their speech, they are getting ready either to win in the polls or for insurrection. So the 2027 presidential election is a crucial one.
Everything. In Italy, are the forces of conservatism getting stronger? Or now that they have power, are they waning?
The others.
They're getting stronger.
Yeah, we hope so, and I think we are getting very good results. For example, about migration, we are cutting the arrivals of illegal migrants by more than 60%, doubling the returns. So we are getting more and more outcomes on this. But now with this new EU regulatory framework, we can do more and more. And this is very important for Europe because we are the border, the southern border of Europe. So once that we are in the conditions to manage better, to better manage the migration from the Mediterranean, this is something safeguarding all the continent.
I think the question for Romania is, will Romania be Romania, or will Romania have to, over time, listen more to Brussels to become more like these Western European countries?
No, Romania will stick to remaining and to continue being Romania. And the AUR party with George Simeon will win the next elections in Romania. We are now at over 43% in the polls in Romania. So we will walk on the same path like Giorgia Meloni, like Law and Justice from Poland with President Nawrocki. That is the conservative way, and it's the best way for every European country.
Thank you all very much. This is the theme of each of your countries and really the theme of the world, and we've got a big job to fix it. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage a fearless campaigner for freedom and democracy, the co-founder of #Together, Alan Miller.
Thank you very much. Great to be here this morning at this exciting project and initiative, both in Britain and internationally. And I've just come back from Greece, and I was minded there to be thinking at the Acropolis and of the words demos klesia, and at the same time, the terrible, awful, ghastly thing that's happened to Anne Widdecombe. And to think about her belief in the public, that the public is serious, that they can cope with ideas, that we can be robust. And what's so exceptional about Britain and America has been freedom of conscience and speech. And even if one disagrees vehemently with one another's ideas and citizens, it's our duty and responsibility to uphold that. So I really, in the last few days, the way that it's being presented in some of the press, I think reflects a contempt for the public that we've seen for quite a long time. So I wanted to start today with a recognition of Anne Widdecombe and her bravery and courage and commitment, because together we ask everyone to be brave and to step up and become a leader. So I want to thank you for being here today, and I want to talk to you a bit about Together and the background to it. In many ways, we're often told to be quiet and sit down, to comply, hand over information privacy, not have free speech, have our livelihoods not under our own control and our freedoms, So I want to thank everyone for being here, because that's taking a stand. But together we encourage people across the country to take a stand every single day, locally, regionally and nationally. And because people do that, we have a chance, and we've actually changed the temperature in Britain. We've managed to change a range of different things, from getting rid of the Department of Transport's Liverpool Streets financing for low traffic neighbourhoods, to having a U-turn with farmers when we set up Farmers Take Action, and an initiative for 12 months to transform with thousands of farmers the government's position on that and get the public involved. And everything we do, because policy is very important, but everything that we do it together is about having the public engaged and active, putting pressure on local councillors, MPs, institutions, because we believe in the end, the only way to keep everyone honest is to have a strong public, the demos kratia. Boris Johnson could quote Pericles and Cicero, and he'd say, you know, if I ever had an ID card, I'd eat it. But there he was on Freedom Day, announcing to everyone that we're going to have Freedom Day and vaccine passports. And so the thing is, it's great if people say things, but what we want to do is hold everyone accountable, and that's what we aim to do at Together, to make sure that we have a robust public that are taken seriously with free speech. And the free speech is the cornerstone of our politics, because without free speech, we have no freedom. And we campaign on a number of different areas, which many of you may well have been involved with and would have seen. But I think the key thing is that we're not prepared to allow our future to be dictated by global bureaucrats and digital overlords, and that we're going to build a future with our own hands, with our voices and our unbreakable will. So the Together Association, one of our key campaigns is No to Digital ID. We say no to the slow motion strangulation of our farmers and our food security as well. We say no to debanking and one login, 8 million directors being forced into one login. We did a big campaign against debanking. Toby Young spoke earlier. We worked with Free Speech Union, brilliant organisation, and many others to do that, with hundreds of thousands of our supporters and members. But more broadly, we want to stop the creeping authoritarianism that wants to turn every British citizen into a node on a centralised control grid, a kind of digital surveillance state. We're the descendants in Britain and in America, of course, of people who tamed this island, who built cathedrals and railways and infrastructure, who crossed oceans and stood alone against tyranny. We're the heirs of William Tyndale, who defied kings and others to put the Bible into the hands of common people, conscience, and paid with his life so that truth could be out there. Here I stand, I can do no other. Like Anne Widdecombe, you must be able to have free speech. Martin Luther, here I stand, I can do no other. We stand on the shoulders of these incredible champions and try and encourage the public to take the same position, to have courage, to stand up, to speak. We're not going to surrender our birthright for false promise of convenience and safety when we live in a world where censorship, surveillance, limits, debanking, controls are being pushed all the time. If we look around us, every week farms are being squeezed, hospitality is being shut down, we've got a crisis in the economy, and all the time we're being told by the media and our new elite, be quiet, don't ask questions, and by the way, if you do ask questions and if you're too critical, you might actually go to prison if you post something about it. And so our goal is to make sure all MPs, all councillors, all leaders in Britain hear from us, locally, regionally and nationally. We get people involved to do letter writing, emails, go to their surgery, calls to action, protests, events, and to make so much noise with our 360-degree campaign with press and lobbying that we can actually change things in Britain. And I think that's really important for the next 3 days as we talk about the different issues we're facing. The public has to be front and centre. The public has to be involved and engaged. It's terrible that we only have 50% generally of people who vote. we've got people who are now so cynical and distrustful, not just of politicians, but of institutions and one another sometimes, that the belief that we can change and curate our world is being diminished. And we have a really big challenge, and that's to bring our fellow neighbours and work associates and colleagues to get involved in that process and to say we can curate the kind of country we want to live in. We can shape that. I mean, food security is not just an abstract policy issue. It's whether our children and grandchildren can actually have food grown on our lands in the same way that we've seen what's happened with energy and the net zero mania, making us poorer and weaker and at a very disproportionate position internationally. So when farmers fail, we all fail. But our goal that we work with farmers and we got the public involved, like we do with hospitality and across the board, with care workers, frontline NHS staff, with our campaigns that we took to Downing Street and around the country, we consistently do that. And I want to invite everyone that's here today to be involved with Together and to share that message, but also the spirit that we can actually shape things in Britain. So it can be locally and it can be nationally, but that spirit of what we're about, that spirit, that sense of us being curators and artists who shape the world with the great principles, not just of demos gratia, people power, but also of our provenance and our heritage from the Renaissance to the Reformation and the Enlightenment and beyond. Core values that are being attacked and undermined that we need to resuscitate and revitalise across the board in different areas. Now, we've seen all sorts of things, banks closing accounts, as I said, debanking. But what we're seeing now is a concerted effort to create a digital surveillance state with biometrics, everything from one login with 8 million directors being forced with no consultation. It's never been in any manifesto. And alongside that, a social media ban, which by de facto means, even though it's being outsourced to big tech, a bit like the Online Safety Act, which was meant to be about protecting children, ended up not doing that and becoming a census charter. And now we have the same prospect with that. And not only that, the only real credible way that people will be able to identify themselves will be, of course, with digital ID. And so people will be forced de facto into a digital ID environment. And we're saying to people that even if the majority of the British people wanted to do that, even if they think that, well, that might be a bit conspiratorial, the idea you're creating a social credit system or a deep surveillance state, and we know there's loads of data breaches, but even if everyone really wanted to do that, we need to have proper scrutiny and debate and discussion. We need to be able to thrash these issues out and debate them and discuss them and not just shut it down and censor it, not just 12,000 people that every year for the last few years have been arrested for non-crime hate incidents and posting, but across the board, when we're questioning and challenging, the British public is being smeared, gaslit, and our goal at Together is consistently to put a fresh voice and make sure that our voices are heard. So we reject that future, and we're fighting across the country to make that change. And we've done all sorts of things like making sure banks keep open with the Bank of England and access to cash and the FCA. And not just because also in the consideration of digital arena, it's not just that 3.5 million people are older, but the idea of privacy, the idea that we have autonomy and should not be continually in a position where a state is supervising and intervening. And we've seen all sorts of situations where that can go very wrong, like during lockdowns, where we had the Rapid Response Unit and the Counter-Disinformation Unit spying on citizens and journalists and shadow banning people and censoring them and shutting them down. So I'd like to invite everyone today, in the spirit of William Tyndale, in the spirit of Martin Luther, and Here I Stand and Can Do No Other, in the spirit of Anne Widdecombe, to actually become a champion in Britain and, of course, in America, to work together to say that we've got these common foundational principles, and we may disagree about different issues. I didn't agree with Anne on everything, but the point is that we have some core issues that we must fight together with to uphold and defend, because if they get even watered down or worse and attacked, we won't have a free society. So the spirit in which I'm speaking to you today in the next 3 days of this conference is to say, let's go out there, let's win over the British public to the idea of working together. Let's make sure we hold everyone accountable, whoever says whatever they're going to do, and that we've always got a strong public that have got strong muscles that can make sure we curate the future, and that we can also hold everyone's feet to the fire and make sure our voices are heard to shape the kind of Britain we want to see in the economy, in education, in health, in future innovation, but with democracy, privacy, sovereignty and autonomy together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mark Littlewood, Director of Popular Conservatism, in conversation with one of the nation's leading historians and expert on the British Constitution, the author Dr. David Starkey.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Good? The fight back starts here, right? Isn't that the idea? So let's talk about what that fight back might look like. My name's Mark Littlewood. I'm the Director of Popular Conservatism. Our aim is to make conservatism popular again and the Conservative Party conservative again. I've spent a good amount of my time over the last year or so touring the country, speaking to anyone who will listen to us, from the Conservatives, from Reform, independent groups as well, with this great man on my left, who I consider to be the greatest and most influential Conservative public intellectual in the UK today. And I think his ideas can change the way our country is governed. And he certainly really sharpened and helped my thinking. So, David, it's fantastic to be with you. And I'm going to fire some questions at you to try and tease out some analysis and some prescription. Because I would imagine everybody in this room today and in the wider conservative small c movement realizes that things have gone badly wrong in Britain. You can see it, you can smell it, the day-to-day consequences of it are completely obvious. So there's a sense that things have gone wrong, but perhaps not a great clarity about why, even though you can see the effects of it. You know, that the economy's sluggish, that the state grows ever stronger, that it's harder and harder to make a living, that justice doesn't seem to be being done. So people see a whole array of problems and realize there's some aggregate problem behind it. And I buy into your theory, the Starkey thesis, about what it is. So could you begin, David, by telling us what the underlying cause of our country's present woes is, in your view?
I think the important thing is to realize that it's not, as you've said just now, a series of discrete, separate problems in the economy, in justice, in immigration. It's not the result of the fact that we have now 6 going on 7 prime ministers in 10 years, though actually that is a fundamental symptom of what's gone wrong. The big argument that I want to make, and it makes it both harder and easier for that third stage when we come to solutions, is that something has gone wrong fundamentally and systemically. And I want to use a word that's an awkward word, and we all think it's got too many syllables, a bit like homosexual, constitution. And we need to get back the idea that the constitution of a country is like the constitution of an individual. Once it goes wrong, you go wrong, and you go wrong fundamentally. In other words, a constitution isn't a bit of written paper. Well, it might be, but it's something fundamental. It's a kind of DNA. And what happened from 1997 onwards, under Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, was a fundamental change in the way we were governed. And that change was incomplete because it represented the overlaying of a new set of values on an old way of doing things. So we have a government at war with itself that is fighting itself. The foundation, why we're here, why we're British, why we are conservative, why until very recently Britain had this reputation, and it's a shameful thing to admit, of not merely a great empire, but the best governed country in the world. We pioneer the idea of representative government, the idea of parliament itself. And this was the core, going right back to Magna Carta in the 13th century. That fundamental idea is not democracy. Democracy is the final stage of it. But it's that idea that the governors, those up there, answer to the governed, us down here. And that, in its last form, it's the principle of parliamentary sovereignty, which doesn't just mean a collection of MPs prancing around like John Bercow and Dominic Grieve. Parliamentary sovereignty is your sovereignty. It's the sovereignty of the British people. Blair hated that. Brown hated that even more. And instead, they remodel us as a kind of strange parody of America on the one hand and Germany after the new German constitution following the Second World War on the other. And the fundamental principle stands democracy on its head. Democracy becomes liberal democracy, which means the exact opposite of what democracy does. Democracy is the rule of the majority. Liberal democracy, in this extraordinary parody that Blair and Brown believed in and the European Union believes in, is the protection of minorities against the majority. It's the turning of the whole thing upside down. And you do it by means of two extraordinary shifts of power. You first of all remove power from anybody who's answerable to the electorate. That's ministers, the Prime Minister, the MPs, towards experts. These extraordinary bodies of experts known as quangos, quasi-autonomous, non-governmental organizations. I think you did the arithmetic. It's something like 440...
well, according to Liz Truss, who is always right about everything, of course.
Especially when numbers are involved.
Especially when numbers are involved. It's 444 quangos, expert bodies, in charge of a third of all government expenditure. 444's easy to remember, isn't it? So it's about that number. I wish it was 666. That would be even easier to remember, but 444 is a roundabout guess.
And the point is, all astonishingly fundamental choices about public policy are handed over to people who are deliberately not answerable to you. This is the whole point about them. So the setting of interest rates and so on, well, you could sort of make a case for that. But you see, the fundamental problem is you should not give direct power to experts. You want advice from experts, but they should not take the decisions. The politician should take the decisions, those who are answerable to you. We saw it most clearly with COVID. There you have a group of people. Remember, this sort of echoes Plato, the idea of the philosopher kings. And you remember, we were ruled by a committee called SAGE, the Scientific Advisory Committee, which, okay, it had a purpose, to make sure nobody dies of COVID. It didn't care if you died of a heart attack. You're positively welcome if you died of cancer. You remember the entire NHS was closed down and turned into a national COVID service. They didn't care if they destroyed the education of 3 generations of school children. They didn't care if they bankrupted the country by incurring costs of furlough, which were those of a moderately large war. From which, this is the problem with the rule of the expert. And Churchill and Theodore Roosevelt, 2 of the greatest 20th century politicians, have this perfect phrase: you want your scientists, your experts on tap, but not on top. We have them on top, and we have them everywhere. The other thing is we send power to judges. And again, judges are extremely good at arbitrating between individuals, but not between the individual and the common interest. That is, nor in cases that involve the expenditure of public money.
Right.
But by bizarre means, we've given power over the public purse to judges. We've actually given judges, thanks to the Equality Act, and the clauses in the Equality Act which relate to wage payments to groups that are primarily women, as opposed to other groups of workers who are primarily men. We give judges the power to set wages irrespective of the market rate, thanks to the idiot decision of Theresa May to go for legislate or quasi-legislate net zero by 2050. Judges determine fuel policy, they determine energy policy, they determine whether you can frack.
So, David,
Right.
I want to see if I've got this right, and these are the examples are always very useful. That you're saying what essentially happened, perhaps by stealth, or if not by stealth, that we were unaware of, was that from the rise of Blair, but then perpetuated under the Conservative...
And doubled down.
And doubled down on by the Conservative...
Deeply doubled down on.
That what we did was to take power away from the democratically elected parliament in large chunks and hand this over to 444 quangos who will decide, you know, whether you need to have a bat tunnel on HS2 or a fish disco by a nuclear power station.
And you must spend 100 million on the bat tunnel. And as I point out, you could have built 3 bat Ritzes and given each bat a butler for that kind of price, and 600 million on the fish disco to stop fish feeling mildly uncomfortable outside Sizewell C nuclear power station. This is insane.
Yeah. So these guys get a whole load of chunk of power, which is now, you know, organised by the Fish Quango or the Environment Agency, the Bat Preservation Agency, English Nature, all of the rest of it, to add even greater costs to the absolute obscenity of whatever public infrastructure projects being built. I'm always fond of comparing infrastructure projects. I think the Indian government spent £100 million getting an unmanned flight to Mars, and we're spending £100 billion not getting to Mars, but getting to Birmingham. So it was already a pretty expensive project, but it's rendered even more expensive when these quangos have their way. And then the other part that we've given away is to the judges, who are now determining, because of the Human Rights Act, because of the Equality Act, because of net zero legislation, are essentially making political decisions, drill or not drill. Should this person be allowed to stay in the country or not?
Expenditure of money.
Expenditure of money, what benefits you're entitled to. So, although to the, you know, at first blush, it looks like Parliament hasn't changed very much. We've still got 650 MPs. We still go along and vote, you know, often much more than every 5 years. But you're saying it's sort of become a Potemkin Parliament. The power isn't there in the way that it was 30 or so years ago. It's been given away to the judges and the experts. That is what's gone wrong. Am I right?
That is exactly what's happened. But the whole point of this, ladies and gentlemen, is government now fights itself. So you have English Nature on the one hand, you have got a railway authority that's trying to build HS2. They're fighting each other. The state fights itself. Nothing happens, which is why nothing happens. But it also means nobody is responsible.
Responsibility is spread so thinly that nobody carries it.
It is so thinly that again, you can't hold a judge to account. you can't hold an expert quango to account quite deliberately. So we've got this, we've replaced a system of government which had a very high degree of accountability, thanks to elections and whatever, with a system of government that has got no degree, fundamentally, of accountability, which means, of course, ministers take the rap but can't actually do anything. Which is why I think fundamentally we've seen the astonishing development of the last week or two, in which a government which is returned with an overwhelming majority within 2 years collapses, having been able really to do anything at all. And we're seeing this pattern repeat itself and repeat itself and repeat itself. And interestingly, I predicted this with Starmer. You can actually go online and you can on my YouTube channel and you can see exactly my prediction on the day that he was elected. And the other peculiar thing about Starmer, and we haven't talked about this, there's also another very ugly side of all of this, which is as the state stops working, the control of public opinion becomes more and more important. And Starmer presented himself, what was the phrase he used? Chief prosecutor. A sort of phrase that should send shivers up your spine, imposing a kind of public view, a publicly accepted set of opinions on climate change, on race relations, on immigration, and all the rest of it. Something completely alien to what we've been. So we've a form of government that doesn't work, but is also sort of, it's not even passive-aggressive, it's highly aggressive against the majority. And there's another final thing, which is what I think many of us find most distressing of all. Not simply government doesn't work, it's actually lost any sense that there's a thing called the national interest, that there really is a nation state, that we've got frontiers worth defending. And again, we need to be clear where the blame lies. It lies centrally in something that sounds wonderful and cuddly, universal human rights. If you believe in universal human rights, you cannot be a conservative. A conservative is fundamentally a nationalist. You believe in your nation. If you believe in universal human rights, you believe in a universal human being. You don't believe in history. You don't believe in culture. You believe that an Afghani refugee, once you've taken his AK-47 away and swabbed him down a bit, will be down at the pub and the old, knocking back a half pint and playing whist in the evenings. And we know this is not true, but this is the myth of universal human rights.
Okay, now, so I think that's a brilliant summary of what the problem is, David, that we have given away powers to expert committees and judges. The politicians aren't really in control. They're there to take the rap, so we can expect to be burning through prime ministers at the sort of rate that Italy was back in the 1970s and 1980s, and have become almost as dysfunctional as Italy in the 1970s and 80s, where the famous line was, if the motherland called in to the ambassador in Rome, whether it was the American ambassador, the British ambassador, the capital city calls and always asks for an explanation on what's the situation like in Italy. The answer always came, the situation is disastrous, but not serious. And it seems to me that we're in a position where our politics has become disastrous.
Giggling as we go beneath the waves.
Yeah.
With Count Binface.
Now exactly. So here's the thing, right? I think a lot of people who buy into that, even if they don't understand all of the details of it, but basically buy into the system is broken, are calling for a revolution of some sort. Burn it all down. We've got to start again, raise everything to the ground, everything's broken. Let's get some gigantic skips and put all of this stuff in it and sort of take to the streets. I'm not necessarily suggesting they want a violent revolution, but a complete restart for the United Kingdom. You have cautioned very strongly against such an approach. So my question to you is, how do we fix this without that sort of big bang revolution and storming the gates of the palaces of Westminster?
Well, I think we do need an element of big bang, but I want to distinguish it from, as it were, the concentration of events. If we have, which we desperately hope we will have, an incoming conservative government that really is conservative. And before we come off this platform, I want to offer you a serious working definition of what that would mean. They will have to have a seriously prepared legislative program ready to go on day one, the moment they go into Downing Street, and unless they do, they will fail. Even Trump, with all of those executive orders already there, failed because he had not worked out a legislative program for Congress to actually embed it.
In his first term or his second?
His second term. Even they were just executive orders. They are temporary instruments. He had not worked out a program with Congress. And indeed, the last president who actually carried a serious program in Congress, you've got to go back to the 1960s and Lyndon B. Johnson is the last president capable of doing that. But we are very fortunate in Britain. If Parliament recovers its confidence, it is sovereign and it can pass the necessary legislation. And what I'm suggesting we do is not have a revolution, but do what we did in 1660 or 1689. We have a restoration. We undo this alien legislation. We repeal the lot. I call it the Great Repeal Act. The Human Rights Act would go. The Constitutional Reform Act would go. The Constitutional Reform and Governance Act. The abolition of the Lord Chancellor. The Supreme Court. The lot. Because it's a self-reinforcing machinery. And if you tried, for example, as some people propose, the Conservative Party at the moment, for instance, you just repeal the Human Rights Act, the Supreme Court would strike it down. Yep. It's as simple as that. So you've got to have a great repeal, a restoration, and undoing, a going back to that fundamental principle. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a solution. And it's really important to understand I am not offering a solution. What I am doing is saying, unless you do that, no incoming Conservative government will be allowed to do anything at all.
And just to be clear, you're using Conservative in the broadest possible
I'm using it.
Could be a reform government, could be a coalition.
I'm using it as a small c, but with a serious meaning, Conservative government, absolutely. A government of the right, let's put it like that. But if you don't undo the Blairite structure, the deep machinery of the state, and you sound like a conspiracy theorist. I'm not. This is a serious, carefully considered understanding of what's happened now. And until it's undone, you can do nothing. What is striking is, even at moments, Starmer, when he talked about the warm bath of complacency in the civil service, understood this. Rishi Sunak, his columns in the Sunday Times business section are really interesting. He actually reflected on Rwanda, and he said the mistake we made was not to change the law. Or, remember, woke is embedded in law. That's why it sticks. And until you change the law, you can't do anything. But the enormous advantage of our Constitution and the still lingering element of sovereignty in Parliament, if you've got a program, if you've got a Prime Minister, if you've got who is able enough, if you've got a majority which is big enough, if you've argued your case clearly before you're elected, if your manifesto is clear, you can do this. Yeah. You must do this. Otherwise, there will be no point. It will be the final disaster of Britain.
This is so interesting. So I think we've got it now. I think we've... This will be an oversimplified way to look at it, David. And I know Ronald Reagan was saying there may be no easy solutions, but there are simple solutions. We're sort of saying if the UK's constitution was a computer, was a PC, that we go into the settings and we reset it all to something like March 1997, whilst making sure that the EU app remains off the computer. But we
removed.
And not just, yes, completely deleted from the computer. So we reset our constitutional settings to roughly where they were in the mid-1990s, there
when
or
government
thereabouts.
worked.
When
You see, one of the things that's really striking is if you look at the great resets we've had, when Thatcher comes in 79, when Blair comes in 1997, government proved capable of reversing direction. You know, the civil service and whatever proved capable of reversing direction dramatically, and took pride in it. Now we see government that simply can't, you know, from 2010 onwards, that's just revolved in circles. I mean, it's just, you know, it's like an idling motor.
Yes, it just can't get anything done.
It can't get anything done.
So I mentioned at the top of the show that you and I have been going around talking to large numbers of conservative associations, reform branches, going to party conferences, speaking to independent groups like the New Culture Forum and so on and so forth. Is this message getting through? Because we can't wish this into existence. At some point, we are going to need, let's presume 2029, a party or a combination of parties to explicitly run on this manifesto, not as an afterthought, not buried into Appendix 12, but to be very clear that they're going to do it and to win a mandate for that, whether that's reform, conservative, some amalgam, whatever. We're not particularly partisan about these matters, just want it done. How do you think it's going there? Has the penny dropped with the leadership of either party, with the grassroots of either party? Is this going to be, you know, are you a lighthouse in a desert? Or do you think that the penny is...
Lighthouse in a desert is a funny idea. I thought it was in the sea, but never mind.
Well, quite a lighthouse in the sea would be, a lighthouse in the sea would be useful and direct the traffic. If you're a lighthouse in a desert, you would be, you know, you would still be shining light, but to no apparent value.
To no purpose.
So, are you shining light to no apparent purpose, or do you think we're beginning to make a change in the thinking of the parties of the right?
I think we are beginning. I mean, there are very clear signs. The fact that the Conservative Party commissioned the report by Lord Wolfson, the Shadow Attorney General, on the Human Rights Act, and came to the conclusion it had to be reversed. You could not bring immigration, you couldn't bring our frontiers, a whole series of other things would be absolutely impossible if it remained on the statute book. And what's even more striking is, you haven't, Kemi Badenoch simply hasn't had this as a policy that is nice. She has required all existing MPs to sign up to it, and very strikingly, even Tom Bingham's son-in-law, Jesse Norman, and Tom Bingham is one of the former law lord, one of the key figures in this extraordinary, I think, elephantiasis of law, has signed up to it, and she's now enforcing it. Mm-hmm. You saw Theresa May's former chief of staff, Gavin Barwell, drummed out of the Conservative Party. We will know it's true when the whip is withdrawn from Theresa May. That until... And I would withdraw it from David Cameron as well. The absolute perversion of conservatism, the infusion of the party with liberal ideas, and worst of all, under Theresa May, the denunciation of the party. Can you imagine a party leader calling their own party the nasty party? The sheer folly. So there are signs of things changing.
And on the reform side
just
of the
one second, not on a broad enough front.
Right.
So they've with the Equality Act, they've decided to repeal the one section which is the public sector equality duty, but the entire machinery would remain in place.
Right.
So the nonsense of judges setting wages, the extraordinary war between gender and women, but this is the problem with human rights law, when you come up with separate group rights rather than the traditional universal negative rights of life, liberty and property, which we as conservatives believe in. You set up group after group that fight each other. So the conservatives are getting there. Reform, in the person of Danny Kruger, who is responsible for this area, is there completely, and has spoken eloquently and forcefully on this, and has started to consider the actual detail of implementation. And if we want to go on and look at the wilder shores of Restore, Restore is called Restore because the founder of it, Rupert Lowe, was so impressed by my idea of a restoration that he borrowed it for the name of his party. So there we are. Now, whether...
Should have just called it the Starkey Party. It's a catchier name, right?
Yeah. That would save of, how could I put this, a cult of personality, which is entirely remote from me. Yes, right.
So that sounds like some sort of good progress, but as you say, they haven't necessarily bought into the whole tapestry. They're still looking at, let's go through the Equality Act line by line and the Human Rights Act line by line and the Net Zero commitment line by line, rather than batching it all together. But you think there's a seismic, we could get a seismic shift if we learned a bit more from an important historical conservative figure. Tell us a little bit about that. You think if we look back to the thinking, and perhaps even the actions, but the thinking and the speeches of Benjamin Disraeli, he might actually be shining the light and explaining the way to get there, how to distinguish between folly and common sense. Is that right? Because that sounds a little quirky to look back to a Victorian-era politician as our potential saviour, but why is Disraeli worthy of study in addressing our present ills?
I think the important thing is that we've to remember, fundamentally, conservatism begins in defeat. This is a very difficult thing to admit, but the outstanding original conservative thinker, who is Edmund Burke, his reflections on the revolution in France, it's that revolution. And that revolution in France is, in a dramatic way, everything that Blair tried to do in Britain. It's the attempt at the replacing of a historic way of governing by a series of abstract, systematic, apparently reasonable devices, in the same way, the revolution decided the French equivalent of feet and inches all had to be reduced to tens, which sounds fine with measuring, but unfortunately, they also wanted to do it with the calendar. They wanted to do it with the time of day. Yeah. In other words, nature had to be forced to submit to 10, even if it didn't divide very readily into 10. Disraeli learns from that, and Disraeli is a symbol. All of you will know the idea of the Tory wets, that Disraeli, his great novel Sybil, The Two Nations, is the foundation of one nation conservatism, which is, well, it's as kind of wet as we all are now in this hyper-sweaty weather that's going on. This is a complete misreading of Disraeli.
This is important. He's not what we would mean today as a one-nation Tory.
He is not absolutely. Disraeli is passionately opposed to that kind of thinking. And it's really important we get him right, because he doesn't just write novels on this stuff. He writes and delivers carefully reflective speeches, and the speeches define. He is the person who is the first great conservative thinker in British political history, and he's the first great conservative leader. He's not our greatest prime minister. And what he does, he distinguishes, and this is why it's so useful, why it addresses directly the debate we're having now, why it justifies what Kemi Badenoch did with Gavin Barwell. He actually says conservatism and liberalism are eternal enemies. And that's what we need to understand. And he puts it like this. And he does it again in a very, very interesting and subtle way. In his great 1867 speech, after he's given the vote to my ancestors, because I, ladies and gentlemen, am also the son of a toolmaker. He did a much, much better job, but that's an entirely different matter. The skilled working class were given the vote in 1867. Disraeli justifies it as follows. And it's, again, it's a great paradox of being British, English, whatever. We are both the most progressive country in the world. We invent modernity. The modern world is invented here in London, quite simply. And even nearer to here in Greenwich, actually, if you go and look in the Great Hall just down the road, as opposed to these monstrous buildings here, you have some of the greatest buildings in England, and the Painted Hall, the English Sistine Chapel, shows you all these ideas at work. But what Disraeli begins by saying, in a progressive country, Britain, change is inevitable. And what's interesting, the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations stops the quotation there. In other words, it makes Disraeli David Cameron. So even the dictionaries...
It makes him look pro-change.
It makes him just look indiscriminately pro-change. But what he says is something completely different. The question is not whether you change, it's what sort of change. Do you change in accordance with the traditions, the customs, and the practices of the country? Because Disraeli is absolutely clear that the Conservative Party is a national party or it's nothing. We have to have this idea of the nation as the centre. And that, of course, rules out liberalism. Because he then says, do you do this, change in accordance with the tradition, customs, and whatever of the country, or in accordance with universal, abstract, cosmopolitan, liberal principles? And that's exactly what we've had forced on us, what the Conservative Party itself adopted since the 1940s. And we've got to learn it has been disastrous at home and abroad. And we have to have the intellectual confidence to undo it. And until we do, we will be lost and our country will be lost.
Yeah, David, thank you. David, I find that so fascinating, and under your tutelage, I've started reading around Disraeli as well, that it perfectly encapsulates actually the division in modern politics.
It is totally.
The cosmopolitan liberals and the conservatives.
This is written in the 1860s.
Yeah.
And again, one of the striking things about great political thinkers is they have the edge of prophecy. In the same way, Churchill, with the Fulton, Missouri speech, saw what was going to happen with the Iron Curtain coming down over Europe. By the way, he'd had a considerable responsibility for the fact that the Iron Curtain was going to come down, but he still foresaw the consequences. And similarly, Disraeli, similarly Edmund Burke, all of them, Jeremy Bentham, when he's talking about universal human rights, they have this gift of prophecy. And it's something that we have... That we should draw on. We should also, again, if you look at what was so wrong with Blair, it was the contempt for Britain. It was the idea that history was fuddy-duddy. Yeah. That I call it the Ratnerization of our politics. Yeah, we replaced these magnificent, remember, history is not dead. It's a fertile soil. What Blair did, he tore things up by the roots and said, oh, isn't it pretty? You washed them and sort of put them on a specimen page. And then you're astonished when they withered and died.
Now, David, we're right on the clock. We're right on the clock. But I
shall shut up.
I want to finish with, we're going to run over just by a few seconds. What should people in this room do? You and I have gone around propounding this case to anyone who will listen. You run a great YouTube channel, David Starkey Talks. I will put in an ad for my outfit, Popular Conservatism. It's non-partisan, or at least ecumenical. Please join us. We run online events. We have a regular bulletin promoting these ideas and encourage people to spread them. But what needs to be done by people in this room, other than agreeing with you and applauding, what actively can they do to make sure this change happens in 2029?
I think the essential thing is that people read up about it, look on program. There's a huge amount of it now online. There'll be more online when my Substack gets up and running, which we will be doing very shortly, and talk to people about it. One of the things we have conservatives, and again, it's conservative with a big, small c, we've been terrible. We've let the left control public discourse. We've got to reclaim the public sphere. And thanks to Elon Musk, thanks to the taking down of the left-wing monopoly on Twitter, we have the media. We have the new media. Use it. Persuade your neighbors. Because I get, and Mark and I think would agree, we've been traveling around enormously. There is a real appetite for political discussion. People are aware, everybody virtually is aware something has gone wrong, that it needs putting right. And I think that there is a willingness now to talk about it. You've got the job. You're the cadres. You're the leaders. Go away. We use religious language, that this is evangelism. Go out and convert, and then we might stand a chance.
There's a challenge for you, ladies and gentlemen. Go out and convert. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Dr. David Starkey. Thank you. I'll take that from you. I'll take the microphone. Or do you need to... No idea what I do. David, thank you so much. The bad news is we lose David from the stage now. The even worse news is that I stay on the stage for the next section. Let me help. There's a lady coming to help you now, David, I think. You got it?
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel addresses one of the biggest challenges facing any future right-wing government, taking on the British deep state. Please welcome on the stage, joining our chair, Mark Littlewood, our distinguished panelists, Michael Gross, founder of Sydney and London Properties, and the barrister Stephen Barrett.
Michael, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Well, good to see you, gentlemen. Taking on the British deep state. We've heard from David about the constitutional restoration that's needed, fixing it all from a kind of 30,000-foot view of what needs to be done. But I'm joined by a couple of gentlemen who I think have seen the British deep state at the coalface. So I want to use this session to spell out some examples of how we know organs, institutions, the government machinery, the judicial machinery, the infrastructure of our governance has gone badly wrong. And Stephen, I'm going to start with you. Tell us about the legal profession and the judiciary. So we've just heard from David that we've sort of politicised the judiciary. To that extent, you can't blame them. I mean, if you're going to insist that they make decisions about equal pay or what constitutes a private and family life to stay in the country, or whether drilling in the North Sea might breach some environmental principle, we've deliberately politicised them, and unsurprisingly, they will make political decisions. But what is your experience from your background as a barrister? What is the legal profession and the judiciary now like in tooth and claw, and what needs to be done to fix it if there is a problem?
So the real problem is that we've had, I mean, yes, they have been thrust into politics. Two ways that has happened, David articulated well. We have asked them to answer political questions, and that fundamentally politicizes the judges. So if you want to depoliticize the judges, you stop asking them political questions, and that's human rights, and that's a lot of planning and environmental laws. But alongside that, we have also actively politicized the way in which they are recruited. So I will always be the barrister Stephen Barrett. I've not got sod's hope in hell of becoming Stephen Barrett KC, because to become a KC, I'd have to demonstrate as part of the form to fill in. It's a massive bloody form. They all spend thousands of pounds on consultants to guide them through this ridiculous form. But at part of the form, one of the 6 core competencies is showing your commitment to DEI. Now, I could do that because I ran a charity for 14 years, and my kids were as diverse as they come. But I'm not doing that because that's politics. Why the hell? What has that got to do with whether or not I'm any good as a barrister? What has it got to do with whether or not I'm any good as a lawyer? And you know what? If you want to become a judge, Yup, same criteria applies. So for 20 years, all those KCs, all those judges at every level have to demonstrate their commitment. And then, do you know what? Some of them want to be promoted, which I have no problem with this. Consider this, I feel a lot of them are probably desperately angry at me already for already I've damned myself. But I have no problem with their ambition. Some of them want to be promoted. Good. People should be ambitious. I'm pro-ambition in life. That's a great thing. But in order to get promoted, they also then have to demonstrate their commitment to DEI. And from my point of view, Mark, that's where a lot of the perverse decisions are coming from, particularly in immigration.
I'll bring in Michael in just a minute, but just to follow up on that point, do you think the underlying problem here is that we are pretending that certain things are settled when they're not? So that DEI issues are actually controversial political issues, but the powers that be would like us to think, no, it's finalised, we've worked out exactly what equality is. Net zero, similarly. No, there's no, the debate's settled here. You would be crazy if you thought anything else. So we're trying to sort of take the politics out of politics. We're pretending these matters are settled and then embedding them into the law. Sort of, what reasonable person wouldn't sign up to an entire DEI code, Stephen? Are you some kind of Nazi? Is that where we've got to?
It is where we've got to, and when I started out in public life, speaking a bit more openly and honestly, about 6 years ago, I really tried to get that message across, that the word that they have broken, because lawyers are fundamentally about defining words, that's what we do, and the definition that they have broken is the word political. Okay, 9 times out of 10, if something is called political in this country, in public, it almost always means now something controversial. And by something controversial, it means something that isn't explicitly left-wing. That is, just as a lawyer, that irritates me. Not as a right-wing person, not with my own politics, just as a lawyer. That irritates me because that is broken. That is not the definition of what political is. And so instead what they've done is they've broken that definition and they've used it, they've turned it into a smear word to insult and demean any politics that isn't expressly left-wing.
Yep. Now, Michael, let me come to you. You've been hugely successful in the property sector as the founder of Sydney and London Properties. Most people would probably assume that the state doesn't really impinge upon people like you, that it doesn't cause you any difficulties at all. Look how successful you've been, how entrepreneurial you've been. I think you're going to tell us that your life and business experience is a bit difficult, a bit different to that. Tell us how the state has cramped your style in your sector.
My involvement with the deep state was when I was the largest compulsory purchase claimant in history over the properties that I owned in front of Euston Station, which brought me into contact with the whole High Speed 2 affair. And really my contribution to this session on taking on the deep state, which is what I've done for about 10 years, is not relevant to my own position, which I was able to settle, but more to the fact that this scheme was known to be unviable and uneconomic as far back as 2014, 12 years ago, when Sir David Higgins, the chairman of HSD, published a fraudulent report in which he gave the assurance of costs for the national network of 33 billion as being at 95.5% certainty. Where we are today is we have a branch line from Old Oak Common to Curzon Street, which the government, having improperly written off a lot and under sunk costs, is well over 100 billion. And the point is that what we're faced with is a deep state, which is costing the taxpayer untold billions, which we don't have for education, health, and most of all defense, is going into this scheme. And I think it's very important to understand the depth of criminality that the deep state is guilty of. Is that who suffered? The taxpayer in general, of course, but 20,000 people had their homes and business premises taken away from them at a gross undervalue, as part of the crooked CPO process for a scheme that isn't worth doing, was never worth doing, and people knew worth doing. Now, who were guilty? The ministers? Yes. Successive Tory administrations, starting with Greensil's inside man, David Cameron, Boris protecting the constituencies in the north, and now the Labour Party, who both in opposition and under Heidi Alexander and her predecessor, the lady who couldn't find her phones, have been pursuing this hopeless thing. And now we come to Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham, whose CV shows that he was nothing more than a Soviet party apparatchik and couldn't get an interview for a middle management job. His first policy announcement, can you imagine, the first policy announcement was not to stop this long-running fraud, but to continue it to Manchester. Now this train, which was supposed to be running from Euston today, won't run probably for another quarter of a century, and to Manchester, the best part of half a century. We are talking, if it's to be finished, about £1 trillion. Where is this money coming from? Who do these people think that they can keep on blindsiding? Why can't the public wake up? So the deep state is broken, the deep state is criminal, and we have to do something to stop it. It is primarily left-wing, but it isn't entirely left-wing. The right has to take responsibility for what happened under the successive Tory administrations. But the fact is, the country already broke, is facing economic disaster, Agamemnon, and this train, the gravy train to nowhere, is a prime example.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I mean, Michael, I find the HS2 scandal so interesting because it is on the very high end of preposterous spending. I mean, you can look across almost any government department and find ludicrous waste that, you know, we've spent 50 quid buying a light bulb or something, or sourcing paper clips at 10 times market price. But you are looking at eye-watering amounts of money for HS2 in order to get to Birmingham 12 minutes faster than we otherwise would have done. You're right about the budgeting of it. I can remember at the Institute of Economic Affairs when the initial costings came out, we piled in and said, well, it's not going to cost 33 billion, it's going to cost a lot more than that, and we put a number on it. And a couple of years later, we issued an apology because the number that we had put on it was a gross underestimate of what even the government was then saying it would cost. Why, Michael, do you think this madness gets off the ground? I genuinely don't think, having said to Stephen that I want us to accept things are contestable and that we argue about them in politics and decide them democratically. But I cannot now imagine any remotely sane person on planet Earth arguing that HS2 is a value for money project. So how on earth do you think we got here?
We got there by, well, the way you know how we got there is look who benefited. The supply chain. The major companies like Balfour Beatty, Deloitte's, nearly $1 billion in fees. And look at what they did to keep this thing going. And look at who they probably paid off. The decision makers in government and the civil service. All who lied to Parliament. Nusrat Ghani went into Parliament in 2019 and said it's going to cost 53 billion. I mean, within months, Alan Cook, the new chairman of HS2, said 80. Within another 3 months, Oakervey, the non-independent chairman, said 106. It is the deep state. It's Meg Hillier, it's Clifton Brown, the committee members who wouldn't take the truthful evidence. It's everybody in the deep state.
Stephen, this is fascinating. I always tend to lean into cock-up theory over conspiracy theory. I think those of us on the right-hand side of the political ledger also tend to assume that our political opponents are misguided but not necessarily malign. Our political opponents think we're all wicked and evil, not merely misguided. So my general approach to the state state screw-ups and overspending and the rest of it, and wokery, is I sort of roll my eyes and sort of think, oh God, not that again, you know, it's all incompetent. Some of it may even be well-intentioned. But from what Michael said, I'm wrong, aren't I? The deep state isn't just frivolous and wasteful. Is it actually corrupt?
Well, it does look that way, yes. I mean, you know, we have to start calling spades spades. I'm a great forgiver of human nature, so I mean, I tend to think that if I took a punnet of strawberries and left it in my garden today, when I got home it wouldn't be there. And that's because of how nature is. You know, the birds, whatever, they would take advantage of the free food. I wouldn't be defending it. I wouldn't be protecting it. It wouldn't be behind locks and keys. It wouldn't be safe. It wouldn't be in my fridge, you know? And that's all that happens with humans. We really are no different. And I also like to pretend that I might not be completely thick. So I obsess about words and ideas, and I convinced myself that what we needed to fix in Britain was the word impartiality. And then I met somebody who's actually extremely bright, who's called Liz Truss, and she convinced me that I'm wrong. And the word we need to fix, the primary, most important word, and she's right and I am wrong, is accountability. We need to have an accountability system back. We have almost no accountability in our country, so that's... Thank you. That is the equivalent of leaving a punnet of strawberries in your garden and expecting them to be there when you get back. They're not going to be. When you have an unaccountable state, when the state is deliberately structured to deny accountability, don't be surprised that you're getting ripped off. That's just what humans are gonna do. And it doesn't matter whether they're left wing or right wing. That's just what humans do. We all have front doors with locks on for a reason. You know, the state has not got that structure. We have a completely unaccountable state. Take the example of our friend Graham Linehan, who was arrested by the Metropolitan Police wrongly over a stupid tweet. He gets paid 25K. Who paid for that? Did the Metropolitan Commissioner pay for that? Did the idiot sergeant who signed off on the arrest pay for that? No, we paid for that. We have an unaccountable state. We must get accountability back.
Michael, I wholly agree with what Stephen has said there. And it is extraordinary. And I think this is almost a peculiarly British problem, isn't it? How many heads have rolled at HS2? I mean, even if one put aside your views about how dodgy the whole thing is, simply by overrunning a budget by that amount, you would be fired in the private sector. You would be struck off. And you would find it difficult to get another job in anything like that sector. Why do you think it is heads don't roll when things go wrong? Because I'm with Stephen and Liz Truss that that's an absolutely necessary feedback loop and incentive system.
Because they are all part of a Ponzi scheme, and the essential part of a Ponzi scheme is it can't stop because the people who started it then get exposed, like Madoff, like Enron, like Watergate. It's the cover-up syndrome. So when people like Mark Thurston, who appeared on the same Panorama program as me in 2018 and denied the true figures which me and some of the whistleblowers were given, when he left, he got a job with one of the water companies, can you believe? Which is an equally hopeless situation, which is ruining our country. Over 1,000 NDAs have been signed by people who have been taken out of HS2 as a quid pro quo for getting compensation and a job somewhere else. A lady called Karen Campbell, who was a director of HS2, made the mistake of telling me that the bid for Euston, of which, wearing a different hat, I was one of the 3 bidders, had been fixed by a civil servant called Tom Venner with Lend-Lease, in order that he should get a job, which he subsequently got involved in it with Euston. There is an aftercare service for these people. No heads will roll. There is no accountability. Now, the British Constitution has one method and one method alone where members of the public can get a debate in the House of Commons, and that is the petition Westminster Hall system. So we got a petition of well over 100,000 people, and we got a debate. Both political parties, Conservatives under Boris, Labour under Keir Starmer, opposed the debate, which called for a full hearing in the House of Commons in the chamber. By some miracle, we won the debate. There's never been that debate in the House of Commons. So you can see that the whole thing is a fix from beginning to end. The police, Lisa Ostrovsky and the current commissioner of the police refused to investigate a fraud of over 100 billion because it was political, because their political masters wouldn't do it. So they, Lisa Ostrovsky and the commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, should face investigation and potential charges of perverting the course of justice and accessory to fraud and breach of their public duty. But it won't happen. It doesn't happen.
Stephen, what is to be done then to bring back accountability? Because I'm fascinated by Michael's analysis, but I share his rather grim diagnosis that this will just keep going. We will all continually be fleeced. These people won't be held to account. What's the overarching solution to all of this? How do we reset it? Does there need to be a grand day of reckoning? Are you willing to be the witch-finder general to round up all the people who need to be answerable for their crimes? What do we do that actually resets the way the governance of our country functions, such that you've got accountability, democracy, not punishment beatings? There's a danger we could go for that, but justice.
So we live in the Gordian knot, right? I need everybody to be familiar with that tale. It's what happens when a human society becomes unnecessarily complicated, excessively complex, far too many laws. I mean, the Romans knew about this. You know, the greater the number of laws, the more the tyranny. That's what we live in, this massive rat's nest of laws. You actually have to be really quite gifted as a lawyer just to grasp most of it. I mean, a great deal of the lawyers who go along with this are only doing it because they're actually terrified of how complicated the system is, and they don't want to admit how terrible it is. But that's just the Gordian knot, all right? Human societies solve the Gordian knot one of two ways. They either reform themselves, delete their law, and fix their legal system through a democratic process, or Alexander the Great comes along and he cuts your Gordian knot in half. That's what Hitler did in the Weimar Republic. We will solve this the same way humans always solve this, either through concentrated, complex, well thought out, and well-guided reform, or a dictator will come. And if I'd said that 10 years ago, you would have all said that I was being hysterical and ridiculous. But I think now I can say this in public because I think you know it will come. And I don't want a dictator in this country, so we're going to have to fix ourselves the complicated way. We're going to actually have to reform our society on a fundamental basis in order to get an accountable state back. And yeah, I do think there are going to be trials. I really do. And I look at the people who are in the elite right now, and I sort of almost pity them sometimes. We don't even need new offences. We've got misconduct in public office. That carries life imprisonment. We've got contempt of Parliament, which is an offence I think we will see resurrected in due time. That has an almost limitless punishment because it's whatever Parliament says the punishment should be. I think we will use these things. I think they will be deployed against people who are currently see themselves as elite, because there is a lot of corruption and a lot of wrongdoing going on, and human society, we cannot tolerate that forever. And the real kicker, I had a young historian do some demographic research on who voted for Hitler. The real do you want to know the median voter for Hitler in the Weimar Republic? It was a young Protestant mum, and she did it because she was terrified for her kids. Okay, we're just a socialized ape. We too will become terrified of the safety of our kids, and that's what will spur a revolution in this country. That's what will spur us to take dramatic steps. I would rather we did it through concentrated, well-thought-out legal reform.
Very interesting. And Michael, do you fear that as well, that we seem incapable of fixing anything? And are you worried that our politics is still revolving around not even moving the deck chairs on the Titanic, just moving who's sitting in the deck chairs on the Titanic? So certainly the Labour party's pitch at the last election was, if you just kick out the people with the blue rosettes who are terrible and put in the people with red rosettes who are very nice, everything will start working again. And there's a danger that that tactic will now be used with those in blue or teal rosettes, just to say, well, Starmer was terrible, Andy Burnham's going to be even worse, get rid of that bunch of personnel and put us in. But the system will continue to dysfunction unless there is some sort of grand reset of everything and a radical agenda by the next incoming government. We'll just be playing pass the parcel while everything gets worse, and the personnel changes, as I say, with the sort of rapidity of Italian governments in the 70s and 80s.
Well, I agree with everything that Stephen said. The only issue, I think, is that the party system doesn't seem to deliver the solution as you've just referred to. I mean, we are facing a communist government, a government that is adopting exactly the same principles which are theoretically Marxist but are actually a Soviet, which means that the rich will either be fleeced or have left, and the poor, which according to someone will always be with us, will be taking more and more, and there'll be less and less for them to take. So I don't know what happens, whether it's revolution or dictatorship. Essentially, I think the only solution I can see is that the electorate, before it is Islamically dominated by the uncontrolled immigration that we're facing, actually pays attention to who's standing as an MP and doesn't want to have people who've never had a wealth-producing job like the Chancellor or Angela Rayner or those sort of people, but find someone who can create wealth and elects them. We need pragmatic people. We need people who know how to create wealth for the rest of the world, who are genuinely publicly minded. And that they've got to elect those people almost irrespective of party, but it would seem that they're more likely to be towards the right than they are towards to be the left. But as we stand here, indebted beyond measure, we are doing what we're doing on borrowed money from abroad. Our credit is at its limit. The pound is set for a collapse. And Andy Burnham, such policies as he's ventured, but he hasn't ventured many, and he's not been elected by anybody except the people of Macclesfield, and he wasn't elected to number 10, he was elected for Macclesfield. We are in an undemocratic system, and if we survive to a next election, or we cause a snap election, then the electorate have to take their responsibility both to vote and to vote for people, to hope that people will be standing who are worth electing.
Stephen, how do you see this challenge that, ultimately, to fix this, ultimately, you need a political party or an alliance of political parties that will win a general election on a manifesto that they intend to carry out, ultimately. But is it therefore the task, because the purpose of this conference is not just for us to get together and have some interesting discussions and a good time, but to begin to create a conservative movement that can help bring this about? Do you think we need to hitch ourselves to one particular political party at the moment and try and bend it in this direction? Or do you think there's intellectual groundwork that needs to be done on sort of drafting what the laws might be, or more storytelling that needs to be done, exposing these sort of things in the media or on social media? What are the next steps? And again, I asked David Starkey, what should people in this room do to attempt to bring that about? Because I think the default position in the past has been pick the political party that's most aligned to you, join it, deliver loads of leaflets, knock on loads of doors, and hope that's enough. But I'm not sure we're in that world anymore.
No, we're definitely not. I think we are in the last chance saloon, I'm afraid to say. What I think people should do is cry out for this, call for major substantive reform, call for people who have drafted legislation, who know what they're doing from day one. Call for it, and the politicians will move over to you. They do here. They're not, politicians are an odd lot. And you know, I'm not here to defend them, but they will adapt. And if more of the public are calling for it, that's why what you did with David Starkey, going around the country, getting people to call for it, talk about it, mention it to them, write to them, get it in front of their minds that this is what you want because you want to save your country from a future dictator, then call for it. The other thing I would say, just as a closing message, is I want to warn people to beware the tinkerers. We are not getting out of this by tinkering. One of the major problems we have right now is that there's an entire field of profession, an entire job category called policy people. Right, policy people are tinkerers. They have a vested interest in the state remaining exactly how it is and them changing it maybe 1% this way and 1% that way and ooh, look, I've tweaked that knob there. They have no interest in getting rid of this entire complex machine, and that's what we have to do. So just as my closing message to you all, please, beware tinkerers. They will not help us.
And Michael, your closing message, what needs to be done? Stephen says, beware the tinkerers, you know, we need a much fuller surgery than that, and it would be a deceit, really, to believe that we could, it would be a deceit to believe that we could fix things just by fine-tuning something here or turning a little dial there. What's your message to these people at this inaugural CPAC GB conference? What can they do to move the dial?
I think Stephen is entirely right, and I agree with him. But it is the responsibility of every citizen in this country to recognize how bad things are, the corruption of their leaders. Why is everything staying the way it is? Because they have a vested interest in it. And therefore, it is really, really important for the electorate to be aware, and for some people within our society, I'm an old man, so I can't do it anymore, but for younger people, it's not a question of left and right, it's a question of pragmatism, it's a question of success. You know, we hear a lot about the phrase working class. I don't know what they define working class as. I started life off as a £6 a week articled clerk. That's all I had apart from my parents, apart from a very good education. And everything I achieved because I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, I've got human nature like everybody else. I'm quite prepared to pay my price in society, but I'm not prepared, under the abolition of the 2-cap rule, to pay for an unmarried woman who has 7 children from 5 different men, 3 of whose names she can't remember. That is not going to produce a solution. We must take moral family responsibility, and we've got to pick our leaders differently.
Stephen, Michael, thanks so much. Some really interesting insights into the deep state. I think a sobering view of the scale of challenge that we have got. And I hope for you in the audience, some inspiration that our call to arms can fix it. Michael Gross, Stephen Barrett, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage former Cabinet Minister and leading Brexiteer, Sir Ian Duncan Smith, MP.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? been there a little while in the back room. Can I also say I was once leader of the opposition? All I would say to you is it's certainly not all that it's cracked up to be, as I said to Starmer the other day as he departed. He's better off out. I'm here today to talk. I was originally, I think, meant to be having a fireside chat with Shankar Singham, but he's not here. So instead of which, I'm afraid you've got me making a speech rather than chatting. And the principle about all of this is regulation and the nature of what we could, should, and yet haven't done under leaving Brexit and leaving the European Union, which is critical. I want to say something, though, first and foremost, that Norman Tebbit taught me a significant lesson, which is always be clear about what you believe in and don't really care what everybody else did. And sadly, Norman died last year, and his funeral, etc., has been made. And I'll tell you this one little story about him. We were on the street in my constituency doing the classic sort of flag-waving balloons and chatting to people who didn't really want to talk to us at all and shaking hands with people. And as we were going down the road, he was being heavily mobbed by a group of his constituents, as they were still at that point, thanking him and chatting to him. And I was obscure, standing behind him. As I was watching all of this, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and I turned around, complete with my rosette, to think that I can now impress him with my ability as a politician. And I looked down, and there was a woman about 5 foot tall. We've got nothing against people being 5 foot tall, but she was short. And the first words that she said to me after I said, "Can I help you?" were, and I'm going to do it as fast as she did, "I don't know nothing about this. I don't want to say hello to you, say goodbye to you. I want to say good riddance to you, because, you know, if you like, I want to know one thing and one thing only. Are you against hunting? Because if you're not against hunting, I'll hound you and chase you like the dog that you are and make sure you never get elected or re-elected again. Oh, what is your position on hunting?" Well, it occurred to me that she wasn't particularly in favor of hunting, and but you know, we don't have a hunt in Chingford. It's difficult because of the fences and that sort of thing, and the houses. As I approached it, I thought, well, I'm not in favor particularly personally of hunting, but then again, I'm not in favor of being against necessarily, or more perhaps against than being in favor. That is to say, being in favor of being against can also be at the same time as being against of being in favor of being against. So as I was just about to explain this incredibly direct opinion to her, Norman Tebbit tapped me on the shoulder. He said, "Wait a minute, Ian." He said to this woman, "Watch this," he said. He said to me, "Open your mouth." So I'm standing on the street in Chingford, like that, which is not a good position to be for re-election, let me tell you. Norman taps my teeth, which I thought was going a bit far, and he says to this, "Madam, look at these teeth. These are the teeth of a killer." That's always a good start. He said, "This man must eat meat or he will die." He then told me to shut my mouth and said to her, "Madam," he said, "not only are you wrong, you are thoroughly misguided. Be off with you." Which again was not really exactly what I'd understood to be free expression, but, you know, well done, Norman. Anyway, I sort of hid behind him as the street went on, and then I felt this other tap on my shoulder. I thought, she's back. I'm going to apologize to her because, you know, it's always good to be on the side of people who are not necessarily on your side. And I looked round, and at 5 foot, there was this great big stomach and a huge chest, and about 6'5", I reached the head, shaven face, unshaven head, as it were, and he looked down at me, and his first words were, "Oi, that was my wife." I was in the army. I know how to run when the moment comes. So as I prepared to do that, his finger jabbed out. He missed me completely, jabbed Norman. Norman turned around and he said, "Norman, I've been married to that woman for 30 years. She's talked bollocks for 30 years. You got my vote," and walked off. It just shows you. It shows you that free expression and freedom are really worth fighting for, particularly if you're on the street with Norman Tebbit. Today, I just want to talk to you about two principles, really. I published a report some time back. I have the top sheet. It's a very big document, called Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform. By the way, it's still available on the government website. They haven't spotted that it is still there. You may download it if you go. It's called TIGR, Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform. The point I want to make is we were asked by Boris Johnson to look and see what could we do about regulations and which regulations would we do. And I thought it should be much wider. And the first thing I wanted to do, which is critical to all of us, is to understand that we possess something so big that we've never really understood what it was, and then we almost gave it completely away. It's a thing called English common law. English common law is arguably the greatest legal system ever created by mankind. Why? Because the principles of common law that grow and build through the years, most of all, underpinned every single freedom that we have ever believed in or possessed that protects us. We have gone to war to protect those freedoms in 2 world wars. We gave it, the Americans took it when they became independent, and their whole constitution is built up around English common law. Their Bill of Rights is built up around English common law. English common law, built up over the centuries, has created individual rights that are correct rights, they're human rights, they're natural rights of common law, not acquired rights like we get with the European Convention on Human Rights. For example, in the 12th century, the Bishop of Chartres created, which is in English common law, the absolute right to own property. That is to say that you can own your property and no government can take it from you without the fact that this is clear legislated for out of public notice. That has underpinned the whole of the free market. It underpins the way that we trade today. Without it, you cannot have a marketplace, because the marketplace is only protected by that single right, English common law. Habeas corpus, the right to a free trial, not to be imprisoned for months and months and years without that people come back and announce that that is what their plan is and they can have it voted down. So habeas corpus, which by the way some countries in Europe did not have until the mid to late 70s, has been a principle of English common law. You can go on and name all of the other principles that exist. But English common law, the greatest legal system ever created by mankind, here in this country, the United Kingdom, has governed us, governed our democracy. It is how we set our democracy, and even today it underpins the global rights. We gave it to the rest of the world. So one of the great reasons why I was opposed to the European Union, not Europe, but to the European Union, was because we were handing over that legal system for a very dodgy system built up by lawyers and by government officials to constrain our official rights, our natural rights, and underscore that by over-regulation, interpreting what might go wrong in the future. So European regulation has been a bane of our existence, built up over the years that we've been a member. And by the way, it's been the bane of the existence of pretty much the European Union. It is an over-regulated, under-competitive union now, which is losing market share to the rest of the world, when the Anglo-Saxon nations that adopted English common law, essentially from America through to Australia to many other countries and in the Commonwealth, are actually forging ahead and creating growth in their markets. The greatest single problem is European law. It literally dictates why we had to leave, because we could no longer continue to have regulation that tried to anticipate every single thing that could go wrong and legislate for it. English common law has a very simple principle to it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You have to have proof that it has gone wrong. And small businesses can feel this every single day. Leave it alone unless it is demonstrable and provable that it is damaging your lives, the lives of others, and/or the life of business. And that is why so many countries that stand by that are now forging ahead, because it underpins that marketplace. So when we sat down to do this report, I actually widened its remit immediately, and the first section is wholly about why English common law must be reintroduced to the United Kingdom, must underscore all of our regulatory processes, and we need to put a proportionality principle into every single regulation that we would bring in or amend. Is it proportionate? Does it interfere where it needs not? Does it mean that there are constant checks? Does it give the right to bureaucrats to interfere in the marketplace, distort it, and destroy it? That's the proportionality principle, and we wanted to introduce that. We made 100 recommendations for change in regulation and in the specific regulations that would release the market. And let me give you one very good example why this was so necessary. We normally talk about financial service, but I'll leave that one alone because our recommendations, some of them have been adopted, but the others have not. But the big area, the big marketplace that could transform the United Kingdom after Brexit came actually from some scientists who themselves did not want to have Brexit and voted against it. During the COVID crisis, when we actually were working away in different areas on a solution to COVID, and therefore a vaccine, I met a series of these after our success with AstraZeneca to create the first vaccine that went out around the world and is usable more than any other vaccine in the third world because it doesn't require refrigeration. It's intensely practical. It was created in a phenomenal time by scientists in and around Oxford, to do with Oxford. There was a team that was led from Oxford. They came to give evidence to this inquiry that I ran, and I was pleased and astonished at the same time. They said to us, we didn't vote for Brexit. We thought it would be a terrible thing for science. We thought it would be a disaster. And then while we were doing our research on the vaccine, we realized something. We didn't have to stick to the regulations in European law on how you go about testing and trials. We suddenly realized that we could do it the way that we want to do it and speed it all up. We could do trials and testing in parallel, not in sequence, which meant we could get them done really quickly at the same time. And as a result of all of that, we were released suddenly into a land that we once forgotten that we knew before we went into the European Union and shackled ourselves to that destructive regulation. So they beat the rest of the world getting the vaccine out. They beat the rest of Europe getting the vaccine out. And they then became very clear that it was Brexit that had freed them to do this and that would allow them. And they asked me one question, quite legitimately. Now that we understand that, they said, we need this to be applied across the board in the health area. We could make Britain the hub for all medical trials and testing for the rest of the world. We have a thing called the NHS, parked over here, probably the single greatest data resource that exists on health and disease. It is very much untapped. If we were allowed to use some of the data, anonymized from that, companies would come over here to do their trials and testing, what we now call medtech. This would be a bigger market than financial services because it is very dominant now around the world that people need to get these tests and trials done, and new medicines and new vaccines need to be created at double quick time. This would be a huge market. But right now, we still haven't moved to deregulate some of that area, but that would open the door for us using, again, English common law. I use that as one example. It's an example of what we can do if we believe again in the thing that we own, which the rest of the world envies, and many of them have adopted. Our greatest export to the world is the principle of freedom. That comes from English common law. It is enshrined in everything that happens within common law. And it means you do not do too much when you do not need to do it. And that we wanted to underpin all future regulation in this country so that nobody would over-regulate and that people could deregulate when it was clear that it was damaging, whatever the regulation was damaging under that proportionality principle. And that is what the recommendation remains today. I'm not tired of it, but I think people are tired of me banging on about the fact that we now need to re-enhance post-Brexit that belief in common law and its use to deregulate so many of the areas that are over-regulated in the UK. So deregulation isn't a phrase, it isn't a whiffly concept. It is based on who we are and what we believe. The single greatest thing that we have given to the world that underpins people's freedoms is English common law. But we are the people that forgot how vital it was and took up with a legal system that literally enslaves people into super regulation and constant intervention. And I want to stay with that principle here and just say to everybody, because I'm due to come off the platform, get this paper, download it, read it, rediscover how vital that principle was to us, and remember, why was it before we joined the European Union that we ran a trade surplus with the European Union, and why was it afterwards that we no longer ran a surplus, and actually we became a country that basically bought more from the European Union than we sold them? The answer lies in the adoption of European regulations that has hamstrung our businesses, hamstrung innovation, and made life much more difficult for us. So my advice, perhaps not much taken by this government, but for the Conservative Party, for the politicians on the right, is to understand, don't rail against things, propose things. And the greatest proposition that we can make is let's get back to using legal systems that we created that underpin all of the freedoms for us and stop the overregulation, the unnecessary intrusion, and set businesses free again to be great like they were before and to innovate, produce, and outcompete our competitors. In other words, if you want to make Britain great again, get back to the basis of what made it great in the first place, the concept of freedom that percolates through everything that we do, who we are, and what this country stands for. That is English common law. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to our next panel, Building the Alternative, the launch of the Atlantic Strategy Institute. Returning to the stage is our illustrious chair, the Right Honourable Liz Truss, who's joined by Mattia Petrescu and William Donoghue. Please give them a warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here with people who are not afraid to say what they think. Unfortunately, that's becoming even rarer in Great Britain, the country I once led. We are living through a period where the West has forgotten how to defend itself. Not only militarily, though that too. We have forgotten the things that made us great. We've forgotten the things that made us free in the first place. The right to speak, the right to govern ourselves, the right to decide who we trade with, who we depend on, and who we do not. In Britain today, people are questioned by the police for what they post online. They're even arrested. They've even gone to jail. Meanwhile, our institutions, that are supposed to protect liberty look the other way. Across Europe, regulation has become a polite word for control. And whilst we tie ourselves in knots across the Western world, the powers that wish us no good have taken control of our supply chains that keep our economies and our armies running. I spent a long time deep in the institution that is the British government. And let me tell you something from experience. These institutions are not going to reform themselves. Change does not come from the people that are comfortable. It doesn't come from those who have benefited from the status quo. It comes from outsiders, people who are willing to build something new. And that's why I've become involved with the Atlantic Strategy Institute. It's not another think tank writing papers that nobody reads. It's a platform for people who want to act. And it stands for three things that should unite everybody in this room. Free speech that is genuinely universal. Economic independence from the regimes that despise us. And an Atlantic partnership built on strength, sovereignty, and resolve, not apology. And what impressed me most was the person behind it, Matea. Now, Matea did not arrive in this position from a comfortable Western upbringing, where freedom is simply assumed. She grew up in a country that was under communist rule. They understood what it cost to lose that freedom and what it took to win that freedom back within living memory. That is why they are some of our strongest allies. And I believe that perspective is desperately needed in our movement. And it's far too rare. Too many people in places like Britain and America are complacent about what we have. So I'm proud to support the Atlantic Strategy Institute, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce its founder, Matea Petrescu. Over to you, Matea.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you, CPAC Britain. I grew up in Romania in the years after the regime fell. I'm old enough to remember the grey of it, and I'm old enough to remember the morning it all began to lift. When you come from a place like that, freedom is not an argument that you debate at a conference. It's a memory of its absence. It's something that you know what it costs, and you know what it costs the people around you who paid for it. So the last decade has been a strange thing to watch. We spent almost 40 years queuing for what this side has for granted and has had for granted. And we have reached the table and the counter pretty much at the moment that you have decided you no longer want it. The system we came out of was one that was very crude. And at least it was honest about itself. There was party men, there was secret police, there were prison walls. The Securitate, the Romanian secret police, has many faults, but it was always honest about what it was. And they never told anyone it was for their own protection. So basically, we were given Orwell, and you were given Huxley. We were given 1984, you were given A Brave New World. Orwell is a boot, is a telescreen, is a neighbor who informs you for a larger flat. It is unbearable, but exactly for that, it has one advantage. You always know who is doing it to you, which is why it always fails in the end. Huxley, on the other hand, never needs the boot. And what is arriving now is way quieter and way more insidious. It comes as regulation, it comes as platform policy, as a speech code written by the people who would be genuinely offended if you call them censors. And it works better because nobody has to be arrested. People simply became more careful, institutions become cowardly, and free nations slowly forget how to govern themselves. So Orwell you can overthrow, but nobody has yet worked out how to overthrow comfort. Nobody has worked out how to overthrow protection. So here's what it does. Everything I have just described, it's keeping me awake. And it's keeping me awake because it's happening in a dozen countries all at once. And it's happening the same way in all of them because the people driving it are working together. They share the templates, they share the fundings, they share the governmental institutions and the media outlets. And they move between Brussels and Washington and foundations and London and back again. And when one of them tries something in Dublin, you can be sure is going to be in Hague by Christmas. On the other hand, we as conservatives do not do that, unfortunately. We are the most fragmented political movement in the Western world. Every conservative party in Europe is fighting the same opponent alone and losing to it in roughly the same order in the same manner. We win an election here, and they wait. And then we win one over there, and they wait. And the machinery never changes because the machinery was never national in the same place. And this brings me to why we built the Atlantic Strategy Institute. It is based in Brussels, and that is very deliberate. Brussels is where the rules get written for hundreds of millions of people in Europe who will never meet the person writing them. We get speech, we get technology, we get trade, we get borders, we get energy, everything gets regulated there. And for 30 years, almost nobody on our side has bothered to show up and do the boring part. The room was never empty, but it was just full of other people. And to be honest, it's far more enjoyable to complain about all of this from Brussels or London, and I have tried both. The Prime Minister has already named what we stand for. I'm going to take the part that's mine, and that's free speech, universally, including for people we find tiresome. A society that cannot speak cannot correct itself. And somewhere along the road, this has stopped being domestic nicety. The argument with authoritarian regime is fought through information now. If they can define reality, then they can shape the policy before anybody votes. If a bureaucracy can call censorship safety, it can silence you while claiming to protect you. And that is not a debate about manners, it's the whole contest. So this is the reason why the word Atlantic is in the name. If you look around this room, you have Britain, you have the United States, you have half of the parliaments of Europe, and almost everybody here agrees with almost everybody else. You'll meet, you'll be delighted to see one another, and then on Sunday, everybody's going to go home, and we're all going to start again from nothing. The people that we're arguing with, they all have one address book. So with the Atlantic Strategy Institute, we are building ours, and that's what the Institute is for. From London to Brussels to Washington, one address book, shared research, shared drafting, shared staff. So when a bad idea is written into law in one capital, the answer to it should already be sitting in the other two rooms or other two capitals with a name and a number attached rather than just a press release. There's no shortage of commentary, but there is a very serious shortage of competence. Institutions are not lost in an afternoon. They are lost slowly by people who were patient and organized while we were busy being right. So we're not going to win the argument on this stage and go home pleased with ourselves. We have to outbuild them. And it needs people young enough to still be doing it in 30 years. That is the half of this I care about most, and it belongs to someone else. William Branson Donoghue, just here, he founded and rebuilt the College Republicans into the fastest growing youth political organization in America, and it's now on more than 320 university campuses. His work on constitutional law, criminal justice reform, national security, and political economy has taken him across the United States and Europe, and we're bringing every bit of it to Brussels as well. So now it's my honor to present William Branson Donoghue, our Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Matea. Thank you, Prime Minister. And thank you, CPAC Great Britain. Every political age has its temptation. The temptation of ours is to believe that the decline is inevitable, that nations grow old, the institutions decay by nature, that sovereignty fades because history has moved on, that the West is being carried downward by forces too large to resist. I don't believe that. Decline is not fate. Decline is a choice made many times over. It is made when serious people leave institutions to their enemies. It is made when courage is treated as recklessness and cowardice as prudence. It is made when a civilization forgets that freedom is not self-executing. Freedom has to be defended. Power has to be claimed. Institutions have to be captured. And the future has to be built by people willing to bear the burden of command. That is why the Atlantic Strategy Institute exists. Matea eloquently laid out our mission: sovereignty, free speech, economic independence, and Atlantic strength. My task is to make sure that that mission does not remain an idea. Because ideas alone do not govern. Principles don't staff ministries. White papers don't sit on committees. And speeches don't write laws. People do. The people who captured the commanding heights of our society understood something very simple. Power belongs to those who prepare for it. They took the fellowships, the staff jobs, the committees, the agencies, the universities, the foundations, and the NGOs, the media, and corporate boards. They did not win everything in one dramatic hour. They advanced patiently, year after year, appointment after appointment, until one morning they were no longer outside the room. There is no mystery in that. That's just discipline. And if discipline built the world that we are now living in, discipline can build a better one. That is why we are pleased to announce the formation of Young Global Statesmen, a new initiative of the Atlantic Strategy Institute dedicated to forming the next generation of political leaders. It is not an accessory to our mission. It is not the youth section we mention at the end so that students feel included. It is central to the whole project, because the West will not be renewed by people who merely understand what went wrong. It will be renewed by people capable of taking responsibility for what comes next. Young Global Statesmen is not a club. It is not a conference circuit. It is not a resume line. It is a formation ground for young people who intend to govern. We do not train spectators, we train operators. We need young men and women who can write memos, brief ministers, run campaigns, read treaties, understand how supply chains work, expose censorship regimes, build coalitions, and defend our institutions and stay standing when the pressure comes, where so many of our politicians today fold. That is the difference between a movement and a class of commentators. Commentators ask, who will save the country? Operators become the people a country can call upon. That is what we are building. Not outrage, formation. Not another generation trained to complain about institutions from the outside, but a generation trained to enter them, master them, reform them, and where necessary, build better ones. Because courage without competence burns out, and competence without courage sells out. The West needs both. It needs young people with enough courage to tell the truth and enough discipline to make the truth effective. It needs people who understand that politics is not merely expression. It is responsibility, command. the work of ordering power toward the common good of the nation and the civilization that formed us. So to the young people in the room and watching online, hear this clearly. Nobody is going to hand you your future. There is no Calvary coming. The generation that managed the decline is not going to repair it for you. It falls to us. And that is not a curse. It's an inheritance. To live at a moment when institutions are weak, when old orthodoxies are failing, when the managers are tired, and when serious young people can still build, that is not a burden. That is the great opportunity of our lives. Be excited. So do not clap and leave. Do not complain and wait. Join us. Come into the pipeline, accept the discipline, take the training, do the work. And together, we will form the generation that restores to the West the power to speak, to build, to defend, and to govern itself again. Thank you.
Good stuff. Right, we go off this way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is titled Youth Ambassadors. Please welcome to the stage our chair, Councillor Annie May O'Neill, Reform UK Essex Councillor, together with influencers Baston Bougie and Jaden Palmer. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello and welcome to the youth panel here at CPAC GB. I'm your chair for today and my name is Councillor Annie May O'Neill. I'm a county, district and town councillor for Reform UK, a law student aspiring to be a barrister and with hopes to maybe one day become a member of parliament. I'm joined by the fantastic Baston Bougie, a political commentator and Christian activist, and the wonderful Jaden Palmer, a 19-year-old business owner and political candidate. I entered politics in my early 20s because I no longer felt represented by government officials, career politicians, and the mainstream media who proclaim that the youth have little interest in politics. And if they do have any interest at that, they're more likely to be left-leaning. Well, I can sit before you all today, and I'm sure we all can, and say that statement couldn't be further from the truth. It pains my heart to say, but Britain is broken. But that's because we've fallen into, and Matt Goodwin says this greatly, suicidal empathy, where our kindness, our care, and our compassion and Christian morality have been taken advantage of by too many for too long, and something needs to change. From the Magna Carta in 1215 to common law and the creation of Parliament, to the invention of the steam engine, to even English breakfast tea, British culture and our values are credited around the world, and Britain is a historical pedigree. But unfortunately, the one place we're taught to downgrade our history, the one place we're taught to dampen our pride in our values and our heritage is here, our heart, Great Britain. As a young person watching governments crumble by politicians who represent us with no passion for this country, no passion for their residents, it really shames me to say, but the next generation of politicians need to change the wheel and tackle what we've got, which is a far left establishment running our country to the ground, who hates Western civilization, who hates the idea of Christian morality, and doesn't want British people to remain our historical pedigree. I could go on about this despair of this country and what we've really led to, but I'm proud to be British. I'm proud to fly my flag, and most certainly I'm proud to be a Christian. With Jesus Christ in my heart, in everything I do. And no, it doesn't make you racist to say that, nor does it make you fascist or far right. It makes you patriotic and proud for the country that has given you the most amazing opportunities. Sadly, we've seen Britain in a decay where we've got illegal immigration, with foreign men imported into our country day after day from cultures and values that believe women are second-class citizens, to two-tier policing and freedom of speech, with Lucy Connolly as a representation of that, being stripped from the exact society that created democracy and the right to debate. Then you can even go into the indoctrination, the horrific indoctrination at that, of young children's minds with left-wing ideology being pumped into their vulnerable brains in schools to believe that there's more than two genders? What? But something that affected me most was the abolition of a meritocracy. When I left A-levels, I achieved AAA stars in law, politics, government, and English, and I loved education. I applied to the most prestigious university in the country, many of whom politicians have attended, with my personal statement and my incredible grades that I fought hardly for, with my even teachers encouraging me to apply to such university. I got declined, not for my grades, because I had more than enough to be there, not for my background or my experience, because again, I had a lot of it, but for my personal statement. Was I too white British enough for the prestige Russell Group universities to allow me to get in to these universities when they're following these DEI regulations and protocols? How wrong is that? Just think about that. Young talent leaves Britain day by day by day, and we've heard some insane statistics from incredible speakers today about that. But it's because America, Australia, Europe, and even the Middle East provides more opportunities for those with British heritage than our own country. Something is wrong, but it's being seen now by the youth. And I hope and I pray that the next generation of politicians, like myself and these incredible people today on today's panel, can tackle this left-wing establishment and to walk into the footsteps of historic politicians, and I like to call them guardians, like Winston Churchill, Margaret Thatcher, and sadly now, the wonderful heroine Anne Widdecombe. So on that note, I'm going to take it to our panel and follow what the great Charlie Kirk said. We were once a great country, and we will fight until we make Britain great again. So let's go to our first panelist. Based, you are known to be a Christian activist and go into what I would like to call the lion's den of these leftist, Marxist, socialist protests. Why do you do what you do, and what inspired you?
It actually started off with my previous line of work, so I can't say too much about where I was working, but it basically required me to work with a lot of migrants. And prior to this job, I used to have a very liberal view of migration for two reasons. The first reason is that obviously my parents migrated here, and they're the perfect example of people who migrate, integrate, love the country, work extremely hard. And not only that, when you go into the school camps, that's what I call them, it's basically indoctrination camps, you're basically taught that migration is good, diversity is our strength, look around you, we're all multicultural, is all a good thing. It wasn't until I started to work at this job that there were so many red flags. I would say the first pink flag was the fact that a lot of these people weren't coming from war-torn countries. For example, most of them were coming from places like Eritrea and Somalia, and a lot of them were Kurdish. There's no war in these areas. And for the people who were actually coming from war-torn countries, they kept going on holiday to the countries they were actually seeking asylum from. So for instance, there was a Ukrainian refugee, I'll never forget this. She traveled all the way to Ukraine, even though she had a job interview, because she had a doctor's appointment in Ukraine. Make that make sense. She's seeking asylum, but she traveled to the country that she was seeking asylum from for a doctor's appointment. It was absurd to me. Then the amber flag for me was where these people were coming from and why the neighboring countries didn't want to house them. Now, this is not me saying people don't have a right to migrate. However, the neighboring countries, whether it's the UAE, whether it's Egypt, whether it's Turkey, they're very thriving nations. And I started to notice, hold on, migration is a good thing, but how come European countries are the only countries that are forced and force-fed this multiculturalism nonsense? It was very odd to me. And the last thing as well was the red flag, I would say, was the resistance that they had towards British culture. You know, the genesis of British culture and the British Empire has always been centered around working hard and building, build. And a lot of these people weren't willing to build. They were sitting on benefits for 20 years. They hadn't learned English for 10 years. They weren't willing to work. And when they were working illegally, working cash in hand. And I just thought to myself, this is not how we create function in society. Something is wrong here. And I would say the white flag where I completely had to surrender my curiosity and finally start to act was when I realized that all the people who were pointing out these things online and actually stating the truth about what I was seeing in real life, they were called far-right neo-Nazis. I mean, imagine comparing someone's curiosity to why a Somalian hasn't learned English for 20 years to Hitler, who killed 6 million Jewish people. It made absolutely no sense. So that's when I picked up my phone, I picked up my microphone, I started to speak about these issues just so that I can say, listen, I'm a black woman and I can see this too. It doesn't make me a fascist. And I also came across a platform called London by Londoners, which you guys should all be following all on Instagram and Facebook. They helped me as well, basically improve my professionalism in the journalism field. But I think the foundation of everything that I do has always been Christianity. Christianity has not only been my foundation, but it has been the foundation of this country. I mean, just small things like queuing up and waiting your turn and saying please and thank you, to even big things like creating high-rise buildings and the tech industry and going into other countries and modernizing them the way the British Empire did. I know a lot of people like to demonize the British Empire, but I think it was a much better force for good than it was for bad. These are all Christian. These are all rooted in Christian values. Christianity has done so much good for the world because it is the most forward-thinking, innovative, progressive ideology that is out there. And it blows my mind that the ideologies that we've seen time and time again that crush societies and draw so much blood and cause so much chaos and confusion are the ones that are being promoted in the country that literally gave me an opportunity of a lifetime. I mean, my parents came from Congo. Had I been raised in Congo, my future would have looked a lot different. So, that's how I started. It was basically just my parents from a young age taught me to be very patriotic and just noticing a lot of the odd behavior that was going on and how the image of migration that was being painted in the news was completely different to what I was seeing in real life.
Oh, Base, you are absolute inspiration.
Thank you
so many
much.
girls out there. You really are.
Thank you so much. So are you.
So now let's go to incredible Jaden. You were a political candidate, you're only 19. What really inspired you to put your head above the parapet and run for local elections and reform? But also, you're a business owner, and what do you believe that the government and government policies have done so far to affect your business?
Well, listen, as a young business owner, I've owned my own business for quite several years now. And it was the main reason I wanted to get into politics, really, is because the strain that at the time the Conservative government put on my local business, and then Labour even more so, with the business tax and taxes in general. And I went to go and speak to my friends about this, around the struggles I was having in running my own business financially. I mean, I was very passionate about it, but at the end of the day, you do need to make a profit. And then that's when I really started to look into politics, because it is what influences everything at the end of the day. Our daily lives, politics, and the politicians are directly, they influence everything. So I looked at every party, objectively. The Green Party even, the Conservatives, Reform. And for context, my parents aren't political. My family doesn't have a political background whatsoever. I don't believe I was influenced by my surroundings. I looked at Reform and what Reform were proposing, and quite simply, it made the most logical sense. The Conservatives, they were so passionate about protecting these long-standing institutions that they went away with their true right-wing policies. the 14 years of lies. Now, I don't want to hurt the Conservatives too much here, but to say that reform really did speak to me. Then I went back to my friends. Guys, I like Reform UK. They seem, this makes sense. They want to lower tax, lower immigration, cut the welfare bill. They're not scared to upset a few people and make the practical decisions needed for this country. What do you mean you like Reform UK? You're not white. You know, it was so ironic, the amount of people who told me I can't support Reform UK because I'm not white. I mean, this is definitively, it was racism against me. You know, I couldn't believe it. And then I was like, okay, fine, maybe I need to get a better set of friends. So then, yeah, I went about it and I was like, okay, I want to speak about this online. I want to take this to social media. I've been criticizing this privately for a couple of months now. I should be the one to actually take this and take, you know, put my money where my mouth is, essentially. I did so, and I had a very positive response of lots of young people who feel exactly the same way as I do, but are too scared to say it out loud, are too scared by the public perception of how being right-wing sounds, how being, you know, supporting Reform UK sounds. And I was like, okay, that's what I want to focus on. I want to make sure young people feel comfortable expressing their views, online, in person, left or right. You should have the freedom of speech to express your opinion. So I carried on social media for a couple months, speaking about the British Empire, how I feel it was one of the best empires in the world. The Italians are proud of the Romans. We should be able to be proud of our own empire. We did a lot of good. I talked about British culture, how deep it runs, not in just this country, but every single country in the world. And then I kept going until I wanted to become in an elected position, to be a part of council, to make a real difference. And I have to say, the difference between online politics and going and knocking on door after door is massive. And I have great respect for anyone who does it, regardless of your political standing. I mean, especially with me, with Reform, I had a lot of fun. But you knock on door after door, you get called a Nazi, you know, a little here and there, but it was great. I think ultimately the main thing that inspired me was I wanted young people to speak out, and I wanted young people to feel free to express their own opinions online. And you know, even at my university, universities are quite a left-wing place generally. I founded and I am the president of the Reform Society at Exeter. And again, the same thing. Thank you. And again, I saw the same thing. It was just so many young people scared to speak out, scared to say, I support reform, scared to say, I'm right-wing. And I'm very proud to give people a platform at Exeter University and online to say, I support Reform UK or I'm right-wing. Because I think that is absolutely essential to our political landscape, and it's what I want to continue to do in the future as well.
Oh, well, Jaden, that's fantastic. Wow. I believe you've accumulated between both of you millions and millions of views. And I mean, obviously, fantastic speakers. You know, I think something we've lost, and like Jaden's just been saying, is the passion to speak out for what you believe in. Because sadly, the left side of politics has demonized it for too long. We've seen with the horrific attacks on politicians that anybody that has a differentiating opinion, you're demonized for that. How dangerous is that to our freedom of speech? And people like Keir Starmer, people like Zach Poplinski, oh, at least I call him that anyway, Zach Poplinski, you know, they portray this image of reform and even conservatives as these far-right fucks who don't know what they're talking about. But that puts people like me in danger, that puts people like Based in danger, and that puts people like Jaden in danger, who want to stand up and actually believe in the values that they have. And I mean, obviously, something I'm really proud of is being a Christian, but seeing our Christian faith slowly decay from society really does open your eyes to a lot of things. You wonder why crime is up decade after decade after decade, and morality and humanity is down, and events are now just bypassed. It's because we've lacked our faith. And I mean, Base, you're a Christian activist. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, so I'm someone where, weirdly enough, I never really get nervous. I'm not really a shy person. I think social anxiety hates to see me coming. But for me, it's more so a thing of, like I said, Christianity has always been my foundation. And when you come to that understanding that this life is so temporary and is literally just a split second compared to the eternal life that we will have with Christ or with Satan in hell, you become less fearful of people's opinion. You become less fearful of people's judgment.
Absolutely.
And even if someone does place you into harm, I mean, it's not a good thing. We've experienced a lot of losses, whether it's Anne or whether it's Charlie Kirk. At the end of the day, what it actually does, it draws people more to the right because it makes people realize, wait, this left that's always talking about peace and unity, they're actually quite violent.
Absolutely.
I actually don't want anything to do with that. And that was my realization when I realized all of my friends who were somewhat left-leaning and were all about black pride, how quick they were to turn against me when I finally decided to become more conservative and more Christian. So I think it's just for anyone who may be fearful to tell the truth, I just want to remind you that this life is so temporary. Like, it does not even matter. What you should be looking towards is the life with Christ. And I think, like in the Greek word, the term Christian actually means Christ eon, which means to be Christ-like. Christ was a truth teller. He didn't treat the truth like it was an option. He treated it like it was a duty. You have to tell the truth. So yeah, I'm sorry to waffle.
No, amen to that. Absolutely. And Jaden, really same thing for you. You spoke about getting hate comments and whatnot. How do you combat that as a young influencer? And really, you know, why do you continue on? And are you not stopped by these comments?
I like them. I always have a good laugh with my friends and family reading through the hateful comments. All these people who have taken their time out of their lives to express such hate towards a 19-year-old.
I know.
You know, I find it really funny. And, you know, in this industry, you do have to have a bit of a thick skin. And, you know, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, almost.
Absolutely, yeah.
But, you know, like I said, it very much for me, I'm very passionate about the broader picture.
Yeah.
Around the broader mission. We need more young people in politics. Because at the end of the day, even with my business, all these decisions affecting my business and young people getting into business were politicians 3 or 4 times my age dictating the future that ultimately we're all going to inherit. It made no sense whatsoever. I want to encourage all young people across the left or the right, speak up for your beliefs, speak up for your experiences, say your experiences, go on social media. If I never waited for anyone to say I was experienced enough or old enough to own a business or to be an elected candidate either. You need to take the jump, and I think all young people should have their 2 cents in the political standing of today's world.
Absolutely, Jaden. And how incredible. How absolutely incredible. Well, unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. So thank you so much to my amazing panellists, Based in Beauty, Jaden Palmer. Thank you to the incredible audience today. And from me, Councillor Annie May, God bless. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jack Basobiak, Senior Editor at Human Events.
Ladies and gentlemen, God save Britain, God save America, and God save the West. And God save me and my microphone. There we go, we do have God. We have God, and of course we have our crosses right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today to talk about the media. But in a deeper sense, we're going to talk about what the media isn't doing. We're going to talk about the fact that the media's single greatest power is the power of selective bias in terms of story selection. What do I mean by story selection? What do I mean by this? This is one of the biggest problems facing the West right now. And these are not merely academic problems. These are not merely problems of a philosophical nature. I've just come from Provo, Utah, which is a little town out in the West, just south of Salt Lake City. And I spent 1 week in a courtroom with the accused murderer of my friend Charlie Kirk, and with Charlie's family, and in fact, with the accused's family sitting right there. It's a very small room. These actions and inactions by our media have real-life consequences. And I wanted to say, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the United States, that our prayers are with all of you and the family of Ann Whitcomb, who we know just lost her life in a horrific act of violence, one of the most savage and brutal acts of violence that I have seen. And we now know, of course, that it is under investigation for a political motive. And so we ask ourselves, what is going on? Charlie Kirk assassinated. Ann Whitcomb may have been a politically motivated murder. In the United States, President Trump has faced 3 assassination attempts. But by the grace of God, he was saved every single time. And I do believe, and I'll say it here, that God has a plan for Donald Trump. And I truly believe, by the way, and I'm not even reading, so I'm just going to put this, that plan includes the United Kingdom. In fact, I was joking with my family. My 2 boys and my wife are right here, and they're not in the front row, but they're pretty close. Hey guys, thank you for coming. And I noticed that when President Trump hosted King Charles recently at the White House, that he gave an incredible speech, and a very personal speech to him as well, talking about the shared civilization that the West has built, the shared values of the United States and the United Kingdom, and in fact, the shared heritage that Donald Trump and his children personally share because of his mother, who was born in Scotland. And of course, I also wondered, does that make him eligible to run for office in the UK? Because I understand you're in need of a prime minister. I'm just saying, I'm just thinking he'll be out, and Starmer is he still prime minister? Is he not prime minister? It's Schrodinger's Starmer, I think, at this point. I bid you well on having been rid of that disease, but unfortunately, I don't know if you're out of the frying pan and into the fire with Andy Burnham, but we'll see. The media plays a role in all of this because those of us assembled today, those of us who work in this space, those of us who have a voice, those of us who have fought for the ideals and the values that we believe gave rise to the greatest civilization on planet Earth, Western civilization, that we feel that something is wrong in our civilization. We feel that something is lost. We feel as though the elites are not listening to the people. And we can look out at London, we can look out at New York City, where we have our wonderful mayor there, Zoran Mandami. I'm sure you guys love him. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's so great, isn't he? By the way, just on a single note, you remember Zoran Mandami? He campaigned on saying the bus would be free. He said, well, free buses for everyone, free buses for everyone. There are now, and I've just come from New York because we went for the July 4th celebration. I took the kids up to see the tall ships and the sails and the flyover. And the buses in New York City now have a sign on them that says, "This bus is not free." Because people actually thought that a socialist would tell the truth for once. But as every single person in this room knows, all socialists do is lie. And this is where the media comes in, because if you have a media that is captured and controlled by the elites, then you won't hear about those lies. You won't hear about the response to it. You won't hear about the rise of left-wing violence, of political violence, of migrant violence, which of course we see here in the United Kingdom, that we see in the United States. Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungary, Laken Riley, and of course, even here in the UK, the young man by the name of Henry Novak. And Henry Novak died while the police, his own government, the basic idea of the social contract was shredded in front of his eyes as his lifeblood poured out, while he was told that because of the color of his skin, because he happened to be a young white man, that he hadn't been stabbed. He must have been the aggressor. He was the one who was put in handcuffs as he died. This cannot stand. This cannot stand in Britain. It cannot stand in America. It cannot stand anywhere in the West. We will not accept two-tier policing. We will not accept two-tier justice. We will not accept two-tier anything. No. No. And if we believe in human rights, then that means we believe in rights for all. This is the foundation of Western civilization, and we will continue to fight for that civilization and those fundamental human rights which were denied to Henry Novak, who could have lived. He was right around the corner from the station. He was right around the corner. And Charlie Kirk never heard the name Henry Novak. No. But I'll tell you what, if he had, Charlie would be right on the front lines fighting for this, just like all of you are today, because that's what he fought for, that's what he lived, that's what he died for. And when Charlie came to Oxford, he talked about that shared heritage, and he talked about the respect that he had for the United Kingdom, the respect that he had for the Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Adam Smith, and yes, Thomas Hobbes. Because as conservatives, you know, all I'm going to say is Hobbes was right. And the media exists to act as if none of this is happening, and to tell you that if you have a problem with it, well, we all know the labels that then come out affixed to your name: racist, xenophobe, conspiracies, all the rest. And then a young man like Henry Novak dies. And people are left scratching their heads, and they say, where's the CNN documentary? Where's the BBC docuseries? Where's the panorama on this? Never happens. No. Instead, we get Keir Starmer putting up, was the show Adolescence on Netflix, smearing young white men, again, as if they are the only aggressors in all of society. A society that is trained to fight itself will eventually do so. It will disintegrate, and it will pit the people against one another, rather than focusing on the shared things that we all agree with, that we all believe in. And I'll simply say something as this, that if you are a British person, if you are of British ancestry, then you are the native people of Britain. The native people of Britain are the native people of Britain. It's as simple as that. And yet these basic truths are completely expelled by the media. These basic facts of history, these basic facts of biology that anyone can see. And yet that birthright is denied. Britain is being denied its birthright, and it can no longer stand. The British people must rise up and take back their country, must rise up and take back their government, must rise up for the future of the British people. The same way the American people are fighting as much as we can in the United States, and thank God we have a man like Donald J. Trump to lead the way and lead the charge, to be able to do so for the rights of all. And while I don't know if the specific legalities of whether or not his his ancestry through his mother renders him eligible, though I would point out that your own immigration laws seem to offer this possibility to Donald Trump. Just saying. But barring that, I believe that the UK does have someone named Nigel Farage, who I think would make a phenomenal Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, to actually see that Brexit is implemented and actually see that the protection of the shores of this island is eternal, as Churchill said, down to the very beaches of England themselves. This is what the fight is about, ladies and gentlemen. The fight is about the media and the elites who don't want something like CPAC GB happening. They don't want us getting to know each other. They don't want us getting together. They don't want us organizing. Well, guess what? We're here. I'm here. And we're not going anywhere. So, folks, I'll close as I started, and I will simply say this. There was a quote from the great writer, the great dissident, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, towards the end of his life. And of course, he wrote about the Gulag Archipelago, he wrote about the rise of Bolshevism, he wrote about the excesses of the Soviet Union. And they said to him, Alexander, how could such a thing have happened? How could such a thing have happened in the modern world? How could such a thing have happened in modern society? And he said, it's very simple. We forgot God. Solzhenitsyn said, it happened because we forgot God. And so I take that and I realize that the way out of this is simple. The way out of this is absolutely simple. We must remember God and restore God to the very central core of Western civilization, where God is and always belonged, where he must be restored to his exact central core, because this is the foundation of our moral civilization. This is the foundation of what it means to be a member of the West, what it means here to be a member of Christian Europe, and it is only by turning to God that we can save the West. Ladies and gentlemen, God save Britain, God save America, and God save the West. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to our next panel event, Building a New Truthful Media. Returning to the stage is our chair, Matt Schlapp, together with journalists Dan Wootton, Mike Graham, Michał Rachon of TV Republica, and Paolo Emilio Zanini, president of Media Values Foundation. Please give them a warm welcome.
Come on, you can do better than that. There we go. You got a pole in the house. You better be careful here. He's gonna give it to you.
Great to see you guys.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with Michael. Michael is our lead, our partner in Poland for CPAC Poland, where we had a CPAC event a couple of days before your presidential election, and now you have this great new president of Poland, President Nawrocki.
That's true. That was probably one of the final speeches of now President Karol Nawrocki on a CPAC in Poland, and then Karol Nawrocki, as a president of Poland, was a guest of CPAC in Dallas couple of months ago.
So if you elect a president, it makes a big difference, huh?
Yeah, that's true, and definitely the fact that this huge conservative alliance that CPAC is in a way a part of is a fundamental thing from the perspective that we know very well. I mean, we are all under the globalist liberal left attack. And as long as we do not produce an international relation between conservatives, we are in a losing position. So the great thing that CPAC is doing, the great thing that Matt is doing, is building this kind of international connection between people who are thinking on the cases like mass migration, lack of freedom of speech, which you are all facing here in Great Britain. We are facing it in Poland as well. The oppression of the globalist governments that you are facing here, we are facing the same in Poland. And the fact that we can build those international relations and have a platform on which we can speak about those fundamental things is crucial, and it gives a perspective and opportunity to win, which is actually what we are doing on the Polish TV market, because you didn't mention it, but probably part of our viewers know it very well. We are the biggest TV station in Poland right now, being the opposition voice for the millions of people against the oppressive government of European Union-backed Donald Tusk government. And just to give you the idea of what we are facing, over the span of last 3 months, there were 13 raids on homes of our journalists.
So the government is raiding your media company to make you guys stop.
And homes of our journalists, but they cannot do anything to stop us, and we are still winning, being #1 on the Polish market, being the biggest TV station in Poland and the strongest conservative voice, which is actually a hope for the people that we are watching, and we are probably online and on broadcast on a Polish TV station right now, on Telewizja Republika, więc pozdrawiam wszystkich widzów Telewizji Republika. So I'm sending all the greetings to our viewers in Poland.
You're saying everyone should wave to Warsaw right now and to Poland from your seats. Paolo, you listen to Michael. Sir. You're a media expert. Yeah. Why are we doing this in London today?
Well, I think the UK is going under terrible distress in terms of the media sector. We have an overbearing left-wing ideology that just dominates everything that comes out of the news. And we have to change that. We have to push back. And one of the best ways that we can push that is by putting on events such as this, where we help bring together patriots, we help bring together people that are interested in doing what's right in keeping British traditions, what's right in keeping conservative values, and making sure that a debate is fair. No one is saying you can't have a left-wing idea, but a right-wing idea should also be allowed within the debate. And that's the only argument that we're going to make. It has to be fair. Everybody is entitled to their voice. We're not saying that we have to suppress any voice. Everybody has to have a seat at the table.
And when you get done with that debate, you want to win the election too, right?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to get into government.
Yeah, that's right. I think about America, and I think about America with President Kamala Harris. That just kind of, wakes me up at night, sobers me up. Dan, is there hope here in this country? I mean...
Well, not at the moment. I mean, if you say that you wake up with the nightmare of President Kamala Harris, we are living through that, and we are having to deal with.
Yeah, but you got rid of your version of Kamala Harris just a little bit ago.
Yeah, but it's not going to make any difference, trust me. So this Labour government is behind a white paper, which sounds really boring, but this white paper is going to quite literally let the British government take control of social media algorithms. So that means on YouTube, for example, where Mike and I now make our living and try and speak the truth, we are going to be pushed down the homepage by law in order for the British Bashing Corporation, Woke ITV, Sly News, Channel 4 News to have the prominence on the homepage. Not only is that authoritarian and dystopian, it's absolutely chilling for our entire business model. And they're doing this because all of the mainstream media organizations have completely tanked on YouTube. Literally a few thousand people watch them at a time. So I believe that's exactly what President Kamala Harris would have done, and we are living through it.
Did it get any better when Elon Musk bought X? I know X is big in some countries, not as big in other countries. But did you see it getting better for a period of time?
It's definitely better in terms of the truth being seen.
Yeah.
So I heard Jack speak about the case of Henry Novak. I believe
Yeah.
that if it wasn't for Elon Musk's X, no one would have ended up seeing that body cam footage.
But then the Labour government came in.
Yeah, so they want to shut it down because
Right.
they've seen what happens when people actually see the truth. It was the same with Southport, or the same with the attempted beheading of Stephen Ogilvie on the streets of Belfast. People only saw that because of free speech on X. So that's why. So obviously it's got better in terms of the truth being out there, but that's why we're fighting the censorship, because they want to shut it down. They want to shut down the truth.
So, Mike, if we're here a year from now, are you in jail?
Probably. I've been offered that before, but I think the trouble is, funnily enough, Jack was on my show earlier on this morning, and he said that he'd never seen anything like it when he put X on. He started checking through, started scrolling through, and he was stopped from watching certain pieces of footage which were apparently banned in the country, he said. And I haven't had that personally, but from the perspective of using social media in the UK, it's far more restricted already than it would be in America, you know? And so they are doing exactly as Dan says, because they can't beat us by actually being better than us and by getting bigger numbers than us, they've decided the best thing to do is just suppress it and not let anybody be able to find it. It's not so much going to affect the people that we have now, but it will affect us reaching a bigger audience who don't know who we are yet.
So I'm, as the American coming into the conversation, looking what's going on here, I don't get why there isn't more of a fuss. It seems like everyone's like, oh, it sucks, it's bad, they're doing this terrible thing, and then you kind of just move on. And you know, Bob Dole used to say, "Where's the outrage?" You know, where are corporations just buckling under?
I think obviously you and I, you know, you're American. I'm not American, but I sound like an American, even though I'm Italian, and then I was naturalized British.
I don't know what you are. I was going to ask you. I was totally confused. Okay.
But I think obviously the vast majority of the people in the audience are naturally going to be British. And I think there are some cultural differences. Outrage and fighting back and pushing back, if you allow me, comes a little bit more natural to Americans. I think the British
You were ruder or something?
I'm sorry?
We lack manners, or what is that?
Well, you know. But I think ultimately the key point is that the outrage is there. The outrage is there, and people are frustrated, people are annoyed, people do want to see change. The question is, who's going to be able to galvanize it? Who is going to be able to unite the right?
But
That's
like
really
3 million people on the streets of London for the Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom rally, that is outrage. There is absolutely a big wave of outrage. Why is Slippery Starmer gone after 2 years? Because he is the most hated Prime Minister of all time. Where there is a disconnect is you'll hear that on Mike's show, you'll hear that on my show, you won't hear it in the mainstream media. They only report on an event like Unite the Kingdom if there is a tiny amount of violence.
So I didn't mean to suggest that there's nobody who has outrage. But what I saw happen in my country was that people with power and influence and position in society were quiet. And they would come up to you. We said it earlier this morning on the panel earlier this morning. People would walk up to people like me and say, "You're doing great. Keep doing it. Think it's great." But they wouldn't join. You know, they wanted to watch you twist in the wind. And is that a dynamic of what's going on here?
The Conservative Party, who we all know failed in government, they were not a Conservative Party.
Why are they allowed
to? Safety Act.
Why do we keep calling them a Conservative Party then? I don't get
Exactly, it should be banned by the Trade
Well,
Restrictions Act.
pretty soon they won't exist, so they're gonna disappear. They are going to disappear. I think the other problem I think that people have is focusing on what it is that you're outraged at. Are you outraged at the way that life has become much more difficult, the way that freedom of speech is being attacked, the way that everything costs more money, that it's more dangerous, that there's more migrants everywhere you go, that the whole sort of face of Britain appears to be changing before our very eyes? There's so many things. The blob, the people who run the country, who work for the civil service, and who don't really allow politicians to change anything, because Tony Blair set all that up years ago. People don't really know exactly where to focus, I think, the anger.
Does it take a leader to do it in the end? I mean,
I think it takes people like Dan and I to rally people and to find political people who will follow us and to get excited about what we're talking about.
And Matt, if you allow me, I think it takes events like CPAC. I think it takes events like this that help to bring together people.
But it is also naive if we say that we don't need a leader. Of course we need a leader. How did America change? Donald Trump. One of probably the big issues in the United Kingdom at the moment, and I'm probably one of the only people on the right that actually talks about it, is that there is such a split on the right. Because we have three big leaders, I would argue, in Nigel Farage and Reform UK. He's a keynote speaker here this weekend. This is a very pro-reform event. But there is also Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain, and leading the street movement, Tommy Robinson and Unite the Kingdom. Plus then you do have Kemi Badenoch trying to sort of make the Conservatives conservative again. So there is a significant split on the right of British politics. Donald Trump was able to bring the American right together. I think there is much more of a challenge here about how that happens.
I just want to remind you that the path of Donald Trump back to the presidency faced every obstacle you could imagine. CPAC never abandoned him, endorsed him, never stepped away, endorsed him before any vote was cast, stood with him for 10 years. I believe we're pretty much the only group to have done that. But that being said, he had a primary that was brutal. And people would come to me. I had donors come to me and say, you know, he's too old. He says things that make people upset. His way isn't going to work anymore. And if you support him, we're not going to support CPAC anymore. So this is the type of kind of civil war that happened. But he made the argument. What did Margaret Thatcher say? If you win the argument, you can win the election. And he made the case that he was the right guy.
But you
maybe that's not bad. I know it's a different system, but maybe that's not bad for a movement.
Well, the problem is we don't have anything like the primary system. So what's going to happen? And this is what we're all asking. And this is why organizations like CPAC are struggling. Because what happens? Is it going to be a fight to the death between Nigel Farage, Kemi Badenoch, and Rupert Lowe, because that's what it looks like at the moment. And I know there'll be a lot of people in this room who secretly absolutely adore Rupert Lowe, loves his policy positions, respects what he says, but at the same time, their head will be telling them, but actually, we've got to get behind Nigel Farage. So it's difficult because at the moment, for example, in the Manchester mayoral election, Restore is polling at 9%. I mean, that's quite astonishing from a standing start. If that translates across the country, what's going to happen? We're going to have a horrific Labour, Green, SNP, Lib Dem government. But I'm not saying the solution is just to blindly back Reform UK. I'm just explaining why the right.
Well, this is a British event, and it is the focus. But Michael over here from Poland. Okay, we're the outsiders here. We're the foreigners looking in on what's going on here. But my view is that if you don't win an election, the rest of this is an intellectual exercise. Yeah. It's an important intellectual exercise, but England can't afford much longer to have these left-wing Marxists dictating to them. You face similar problems in your country.
Yes, that's true. I mean, the same problems that you are facing here, and actually in a way the Polish conservatives are facing right now similar difficulties because the liberal left government that is ruling right now in Poland is trying to do everything that you know very well here. There's probably Declan Gunley somewhere here in the building, and I remember talking to him a couple of months ago in London, and after having a private conversation in a secured space in the city of London, he told me that there may be a case of someone reporting on us that we are talking about the conservative values in a private conversation. Guess what? 2 hours later, police came knocking to the place when we were talking about the conservative things, and I didn't believe it. I thought that those kind of things are only like social media stories that do not happen in real life, but I saw it first-handed, that this kind of things actually happen here. And this is what the liberal and globalist left is trying to do everywhere in the world, not only in Great Britain. So our answer to that question in Poland was to build a strong movement, united movement around the conservative ideas, and that transformed with the support of CPAC and Matt. CPAC was organized in Poland 3 days ahead of the election, came to the fruition of the winning the unwinnable election and having a Polish president, Karol Nawrocki, right now, after we unite as a conservative.
Can I interrupt you on that point, which is one of the reasons why the right was united in Poland is nobody thought you were going to win. And they thought President Nawrocki, if you looked at the polls and everything else, the left was using every dirty trick, every sneaky trick, all the Soros money. They said he was the worst thing in the world. I don't even want to repeat what they said he was.
That's true.
And people said, you know, well, actually, that made people like him more, because when you're getting attacked that much, it makes people take a second look at you. But it wasn't exactly something that everyone assumed you were going to win, and that helped keep everyone together.
But we needed a platform on which we can exchange the ideas, which is the reason why I'm coming back always to the idea of having a conservative media platform, political platform.
And I agree with that, but what you guys probably don't
Poland
understand, though, and Mike and I do, because we're living this day to day, is that at the moment, the right wing, the major right-wing mainstream media platforms in this country, Mike and I both used to work for Talk TV. I used to work for GB News. There's also the Daily Mail and the Daily Telegraph. Now, you guys probably sit here and think, well, they're natural allies. And actually, we're talking about the independent media today. I would argue they're not, because they have become gatekeepers too. They have become pro-censorship too. So I'm sorry to hark on about it, but if you think of GB News, where I was for launch, GB News banned Katie Hopkins, banned Tommy Robinson, has now banned Rupert Lowe. That didn't happen in America over the process that you were talking about. Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump and all of those primary contenders all had their place on Fox News, and they fought it out.
There are things I don't understand, but there are things I do understand. And what happened in America is Donald Trump lost his Twitter handle. He lost his Facebook page. He was not on many of those networks that you just referenced. He had to build his campaign around a social media presence. When I tell you that almost everybody decided he shouldn't be the guy, almost every establishment conservative, we still use that word, probably incorrectly, was saying he's not the guy, we've got to move for him. It was, it was a true grassroots operation that did it. And the only thing I would say is, all those people who ran against him, I can't even remember, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, all these people who ran against him, they had, strong cases to make. Eventually, our system's different. But eventually, intellectually, people got to this point where, like, we couldn't afford one more loss, just one more loss. If we had had one more loss and given the Obama crew 4 more years, I don't think you'd have an America anymore.
And I think that's exactly
sorry to interrupt you. Grassroots is the key word here. And in context of the traditional media that you are talking about, our case is a different case because we are 100% funded by the people, by our viewers. So we are not, dependent on the media moguls, on the people who are paying money for the big companies, big media companies. So when you refer to the regular people, to the millions of people that fund, for example, our TV station, you can create big things and become a home of the free speech, as our station
But
is.
what I'm saying is that censorship on the right doesn't work either. This idea that, we can just pretend that Rupert Lowe doesn't exist, that Tommy Robinson doesn't exist, that Katie Hopkins doesn't exist, which is literally what GB News and Talk TV and the Mail and the Telegraph try to do, unless, of course, they're talking about them being arrested. That's it, or making a terrible mistake. My argument is that doesn't work. The only issue that is, I think, going to actually work is if all of these people are allowed to have a platform and fight it out, which is what we do on our platform.
But I will say, definitely on your own feeds, if a media company says, look, anybody can have a feed on our company and or on our platform and you can talk, and then they start cherry picking what works and doesn't work, that's outrageous.
Well, that's the thing, and I think also what we have here is a country that's just used to having a two-party system. You know, we're calling it now the uni-party because it's the Labour government, the Conservative government. There's not really any difference. When David Cameron got in after Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, he famously said there wasn't a cigarette paper between them. I mean, there was literally no difference. It wasn't really anything other than this kind of central, they used to call it blue Labour, or green conservatism. You know, it just wasn't really very different. And so people, I think, are not sure how to react. They're not sure how to build a third party. And I think that's why we're getting so much of a muddle going on, because nobody knows how to do it.
Well, let me go at this, change topic a little bit. So Ronald Reagan understood that you had to have conflict, hard conflict on ideas that matter to get the attention of the American people.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump understands that in his mocking ways, in his poking fun, that he's making a point, an important point. Why is it so many conservatives are so uncomfortable with that? And they just want to go hug up next to you and say, see, you and I don't really have any different disagreements. And it makes the population say, well, then what do I care? You agree?
Yeah, I think absolutely. We have to have healthy debate. Without debate, we're not going to get anywhere. I think what you said is absolutely right. A lot of this has to be a grassroots movement. We cannot just expect the GB Newses and the Talk TVs of this world to determine what direction we're going in. I think we all have an obligation to do our part to push for more collaboration between these different people. That's what we need to do. We need to email them, text them, get in touch with them and say, I beg you, please, you made a great point, which is in this country we have this insane situation where people get arrested for what they say and what they tweet. That is scary. We should all be extremely scared of what the future holds. And we have an obligation to find a way to put aside our differences. Because if we don't, the future is very, very dark. And that's what I would say. Do your part in begging whoever it is that you support to try to find a bridge with anybody else on the right.
Let me just point to one thing. I mean, we are here in the great city of London, in one of the bedrocks of the Western...
once great city of
the
London.
Western
It is not great under Sadiq Khan. We've got to be honest about it.
Come on.
It was once a great city. This is no longer a great city.
But think about the perspective of someone who came here from a state that was ruled by the communists for last 70 years. I was 11 years old when communists collapsed. So for me, Great Britain, London is a place where you are thinking about the fundamental things of the Western culture. You are thinking about the freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And being here in this city 30 years after the fall of communism and hearing the knocking of the police to the door of the apartment when I was having a regular conservative discussion with a friend of mine, only because I was having this discussion, is something outrageous. I mean, this is a significant problem for the Western civilization.
Well, it is. But I mean,
we are in this city, in this state, and having this kind of problems here, it means that we do have this kind of problems in the whole Western civilization. And this is a fundamental thing. And if there is no outrage right now, where there should be some outrage here in London, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, we saw it most recently with the terrible events in the West Country with Anne Widdecombe, where the police, you know, having done all sorts of terrible things with the Henry Novak case that everybody knows about, then suddenly started sort of spinning this yarn of a narrative, which was basically there was no such thing as a left-wing executioner. There could not be a left-wing terrorist. And they said there's absolutely no political motive, absolutely nothing to do with terrorism. And they started pumping this out. And we're all going, hang on a minute, this doesn't sound right. A guy's meant to have driven, you know, all this way from the north of England to come to somebody's house who's a prominent personality on the right and murdered her, allegedly. Apparently, we're supposed to believe the police, and the police are actively now engaged in anti-right-wing activity, and that's a fact, I'm afraid.
So, is it? So yet another institution being kind of undone by political correctness.
Captured,
DEI,
yeah. Captured.
Captured, better word. You're faster than me. That was good. One word, like Jeopardy. Let me ask you this question, Dan, on this question of violence and political violence. Isn't this what they always do? The hard left uses propaganda and violence to destroy and take over a society. Why are we surprised?
I'm not at all surprised, actually, but I think
what happened with Anne has been a galvanizing event. I mean, she is, and it's interesting, we're talking about the independent media here. In some ways, I said it to Mike when he was on my show, we were talking about Anne. In some ways, Anne was just the type of person who could have shunned the independent media. She was a big star in the mainstream media. She had perches consistently on GB News and Talk TV. She was a big supporter of me at Outspoken and became a regular on the Mike Graham show after its launch. And Anne, I think, is the perfect example of someone who understood what change needed to happen and what debate needed to happen. And she was absolutely the first person to have that debate. But should we be surprised that she was assassinated? Genuinely, no. That is the terrible, chilling, horrible thing. Are we surprised? I mean, I don't think so that there was a police cover-up. Mike was the first person to say it on Saturday. At that point, Mike was saying it on X. I was looking at the BBC, and they were saying it was not a politically motivated killing. But how absolutely terrifying that. I'm not shocked. I mean, are you shocked that they tried to cover it up?
Not at all, no.
I think if it wasn't for the pressure over the weekend, they would have simply said, as the Prime Minister was telling Nigel Farage, this was just a burglary gone wrong, and the guy's got mental health issues. So I think, am I surprised? No. Do we have a huge role in holding the police to account over this, the government to account over it? Yes. And I think it is one of those moments that should change politics. But I mean, has Charlie Kirk really changed politics in America? I don't know.
And I think one of the other things is just how quickly did we get information about who this person was? Had it been anyone else from a different part of the world, maybe different ethnicity, we'd still be waiting. Right? So we talk so much about two-tier policing. Really, this is two-tier reporting as well as another big thing that we need to talk about. That's a big, big issue.
And by the way, I was just speaking to a staff member of a senior Reform UK politician who said that before Anne was assassinated, they were attacked by the Muslim Brotherhood outside Parliament. This is days before Anne's assassination, and the police did nothing. Nothing.
So, when I see all this violence, of course I'm sickened by it, but I don't know what the Polish situation is, but like, I can't understand why you don't have the right to protect yourself by bearing arms in European countries. Does this make people reconsider this idea that you might want to protect yourself because, first of all, the cops
Mace is illegal here.
Wait, what is?
Pepper spray.
Pepper spray. A woman who is at threat from Pakistani Muslim rape gangs, which, let's be honest, in many cities and towns in this country is still a massive issue, including where we are today, Sadiq Khan's Islamist London. A woman would be arrested for carrying pepper spray.
You can't have pepper spray. You can't have mace. Can you have like a stun gun?
You can't even carry a butter knife.
You can't do any of that.
What if you're good with your fists? Can you use them?
No.
No. You'll get arrested.
Is Poland this kind of
Poland
backwards?
is a proud country with a great arms bill, which allows me, for example, to be a sportsman. I'm a shooting. I actually practice once a year shooting on a shooting range, and that allows me to have my own gun. And I'm also a collector of guns, according to the Polish law, which gives me right to own as many guns
like Rupert Lowe on his farm
as I
He's
want. So I can
farm.
have it. I officially cannot have it with me for my self-protection. But once I'm attacked, I can use any means to defend myself. So if I happen to be traveling or planning to go to the shooting range at this moment, I can use my gun to defend myself. But this is not a legal procedure for the regular citizen to be able to defend themselves. It's just like a kind of a overleaping idea for the people to have a possibility of carrying a gun. So there is a good bill in Poland, but not enough people own guns in Europe. This is my point, and it's not only the case of Great Britain, it's generally the case of Europe.
There was a famous case some years ago, you might remember the guy's name, it was a farmer up in East Anglia.
I like how it starts.
Right, and he was consistently being burgled by these two scumbags who lived nearby. And on one occasion, he decided he'd had enough, and he shot at them, and I think he killed one of them. He ended up going to jail. He was taken to court, put through a terrible, terrible ordeal of a trial, and he was put in prison.
So in Great Britain, UK. What should I say, by the way?
Great Britain.
Great Britain?
Well, I mean, I would always say the UK because obviously we love our friends in Northern Ireland.
I'm more UK camp.
Okay. I can't get anything right. I can't even get that right. Here in London, it seems like another massive problem we have behind all this. You get these terrible laws that get passed. You talk about a white paper. We're talking about net zero. Then you have these judges. In America, the judge is the king these days. The judge does whatever the judge wants, makes stuff up, and many years later you might be able to get it reversed after you've been destroyed, you've lost your reputation and your money. You have the same problem here.
Yeah, they're all woke here, the judges, because they've all been through the legal system, which used to be conservative with a small c, and used to be just full of perverts and guys that like dressing up as women. You know, that was in the old days.
You mean the wig thing? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is when they're in their own private space.
Oh, private spaces.
You know, in the days when the News of the World was a great news.
Talk about needing guns.
I
don't know.
I mean, seriously. But so now they've all been through, we call them the lanyard class, right? They've all been to the same universities. They end up in the civil service. They end up as politicians. They end up as judges. They end up as journalists in many ways. They all know each other, and they're all the same. They're all socially liberal. They're all left-leaning, and they all want to be part of the European Union. And so they're kind of, the Biden brigade, I suppose you might say. They're all people who think that the right is evil and nasty and must be stamped out.
And if you guys get a conservative government, can you do anything to change how judges are picked or this dynamic?
It's not like the U.S. where a lot of these are voted and we go through elections, which is, for a long time, I think most of the people have this. When you grow up as a European, you always look at the American system and you think, oh, this is such an odd system. Everybody gets elected. It's going to be subject to so much political stuff. And then you realize, oh, you guys are doing it right. It makes sense why you have this, because you need to hold these people to account. And if you just let them reign free where they get a hold of things and then they get a real good hold 10, 20, 30 years, before you know it, it's a beast on its own. It's not accountable to anybody. They're all human rights lawyers. Nobody cares. It's all woke. It's all DEI. And you let out rapists, you let out things, immigrants, and nobody cares about the actual people that are meant to be defended.
You probably guys remember the moment that Poland, when Poland had a conservative government, the whole European Union, the whole Joe Biden's administration, I mean, everyone was after Polish government. Why? Because Polish conservative government wanted to change judges. There was a great panel here 2 hours ago about experts, all of those things that we were just discussing. So if you are giving a power to unelected officials like judges, you are basically giving away your freedom. And we had this problem, again, I'm coming back to the times of communism. In Poland, judges were appointed by the communist judges for the last 50 years. So the same problem we have in Poland right now, and the reason for which European Union wanted to run a motion on the rule of law, taking away all the money of the Polish government, was because Polish Conservative Party won election on a platform of changing the liberal left communist judges, and once they started actually doing it, it ended up with the Polish prosecutor general right now being on an exile in United States because he actually did that, and he changed 1/3 of the total number of judges in Poland, and the remaining judges and the remaining conservative politicians hate the PIS Conservative Party only for changing the 1/3 of the total number of judges in Poland. So this is the case, and this is the fundamental problem, because those judges just pick themselves and pick the next judges to do exactly the same what they were doing for the last 50 years. So we have to change it.
And this is across democracies. They're all facing this idea of judges who feel like they're unaccountable, right? So whether you're elected or not elected, they're still supposed to follow the damn law. And they don't in America in a lot of cases, they don't. Okay, so do you call yourself a journalist?
I do.
Does journalism still exist in the UK/GB?
Not as well as it should, and not as much as it used to. I say to people now that the mainstream journalists who operate particularly around Westminster and the political world, they're not curious anymore. They don't actually ask the right questions. They're not interested in the right questions. We had Rachel Reeves, the outgoing Chancellor, gave her last interview to the BBC, and they went to her. It was like a show called Through the Keyhole. You know, it was like, oh, here's my garden, this is where the kids play. And it's like, you've ruined the economy, sweetheart. What are you going to do about that? They didn't ask her about the economy. They asked her about how tough it was to be a woman, what you should tell your, your successor, and so, to which she said, don't cry at work. I mean, it was like some kind of agony aunt session, you know? It wasn't about, you've ruined the economy, you've screwed Britain for years to come, what are you going to do about it? And so nobody asked the right questions anymore. They're just more about promoting themselves and getting on the presidential plane.
Well, now I'm worried to ask the next question, but you look prosperous.
I used to be a lot more prosperous.
I was going to say, can you make some money doing this, or is
Oh yeah, we're making money.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
I mean,
and that's why
we're not
they're
making
trying
as
to
much as
squash you.
Dan, but you know, we're getting.
Oh, is he more successful than you?
Well, he's been doing it for 2 years. I've only been doing it for 6 months.
Dan, you can make money doing it this way?
I mean, look, yes, but there are huge challenges in the independent media space in this country. I mean, I was there at the launch of GB News, and the advertising boycott that was created by a company called Stop Funding Hate before GB News had broadcast a single second of content still remains in place today. And it's been very effective in my view, because it's meant that GB News has to keep on pushing to the left. It's like an advertising boycott combined with the state regulation by an organization called Ofcom, I call them the Off-Communists, has been really chilling. And I think they want to bring it into our space. They're going to want to start regulating us. They're already saying, this is Lucy Powell, who's Labour's deputy leader, is already saying, they want to bring in the rules during election campaigns to social media and to independent media, which basically means you can't actually interview people during election campaigns. I mean, it sounds nuts. Someone from America wouldn't really understand it, but it's like going back to the days of hyper-regulation. I think they want to bring it online. So, I mean, there are crazy discussions taking place. I mean, Maya Tusi, a lot of you guys will know him. He's a very successful independent broadcaster here who runs Tusi TV. He is relocating to, great guy, he is relocating to Florida. And we're in a situation where I honestly worry, I mean, we want to stay here and fight, but I honestly worry that it might be like the days of pirate radio, you know, back in, the 70s or whatever, where we actually have to broadcast offshore to avoid some of the regulation and censorship that this government wants to.
Do you have space in your studio, Michael?
Yeah, we do have. Yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. This is exactly what we need to do.
We can do that.
Because the advertising boycott that GB News is facing is an international pattern.
Wait.
It is not.
Michael has to move to London, and these guys have to move to Warsaw.
You gotta move with your broadcast to our headquarters in Warsaw. We got all the capabilities. We got everything that you need to broadcast.
It doesn't sound as appealing as Miami, I have to be honest.
You know what is you know what is the reason for which it's such an important thing? Because the idea of economical boycott, of destroying the media companies with exactly the same motion that you just mentioned, we are victims of the same pattern in Poland. And guess what? The former, or actually the guy who is chief of Polish Ofcom right now, who is being traced and attacked by the Polish government, was imprisoned yesterday. And yesterday he was released of prison after 12 hours of interrogation. Why? Well, officially because of some kind of investigation from 10 years ago. But for real, because he made a brave decision, for example, to grant our station a national broadcasting license 3 years ago. That guy spent last 12 hours or 24 hours actually in prison because of this. So those kind of things actually happen worldwide.
It's going to happen here. Honestly, it is going to happen here.
So the answer is, and I'm coming back to the same thing, the answer is international platform for exchanging news and creating the media which is funded by the people. Because once the advertisers are banned, for example, from our station, we just came to the regular people and we got like hundreds of thousands of people who are sending donations to our station, and that makes us the biggest TV station on the Polish market. So no Ofcom, no advertising stuff, nothing can stop us if we have people behind us. And that's the solution. So
please subscribe to our Substack, right, Mike?
Exactly right, and that is the problem for the mainstream media and for the establishment, because they can't fight that. You know, if you have so many people that want to just send you £5 a month, and there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them, you know, they can't stop you. They can't boycott you. You don't care. You do what you do, and you just go, what the hell?
CPAC in America was funded. We got a lot of corporate contributions back when corporations wanted lower taxes, right? They wanted free trade. And they didn't want to get sued all the time. So they're like, oh, we like CPAC because they believe in all that. So you get these checks, and then they went crazy and woke, captured if I can borrow your word. And the money dried up, and I was like, what are we going to do? That's a big chunk. And then you get $25 from a grandmother, and you get $100 from a mailman, and you get all these checks start coming in. So your future is built on, these micro donations, which if one goes away, it doesn't create such havoc.
But if you have a credibility, that makes, and that situation for us, for Telewizja Republika, is such an important thing, because if we are dependent on those small donations of regular people, thousands of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, it makes our credibility the fundamental thing.
But so
because we cannot lose our credibility because we are funded by the people who trust us. So that makes us in a much better position than corporations that are dependent on the big paychecks from the big companies.
I totally agree.
Or government.
But people will be stunned to know we still have a poll tax for the BBC, right? So you have to pay £160 a year for the BBC by law if you want to watch any terrestrial television. But my advice to everyone is stop paying that. Increasingly, more and more are. If millions of us stop paying, they're not going to lock us all up, and use that money, maybe not all of that money because times are tough, but use a small proportion of that money to fund some people in the independent sector who you support to the tune of £5 a month, and actually that's a way to try and rebalance the system.
In America, you guys use this term quite a bit, which is voting with your dollar, right? Voting with your dollar. I think we have to start adopting the same mindset here, right?
Paolo, when we started CPAC Hungary, I learned the Hungarian method of media relations. Just don't let them come. And we had never done that at CPAC in America. Any media station at all times could come. And then they would spend 4 days torturing the living hell out of us, lying to their readership about what was happening and what was said and distorting everything. And we let them inside the tent to do that. Don't we have to get smarter?
I absolutely think so. Today, sorry to interrupt, but today, there are people in this room, there are enemies in this room. Today, I've already seen it, the Daily Mirror, Politics Joe, who are writing shit about this conference already. Why are they here? Seriously, who let them in? I just say, it's pathetic. No, they are. At 9 a.m. in the morning, they showed some empty seats. There's no empty seats now, are there? But at 9 a.m., they posted a picture of empty seats.
They always do that.
Completely intellectually dishonest.
By the way, can I just say, did you get creative? You do that every year at CPAC. In America, you take a picture of the empty room, and then we get started, and everyone starts having their coffee, and then
9 a.m. I was asleep.
I would send an invite to anyone. So I would just send an invite to anyone from the news who isn't aligned, who has no idea and no interest. Just come and talk to us. Stop writing without talking to any of us.
But that's
just come and set up an interview. We'll talk. We'll put our points across.
They don't want to talk about the issue.
But also,
they don't want to talk about the issue.
That's the case. Do you know what is? And again, this is an international pattern. You know why they do it? Because it clicks. Because there is a reason for which people are interested in what is going on here. They're gonna sell the copies of their online publications.
The left are smarter on this because trust me, if Mike Graham and I tried to get access to the Labour conference or the Green Party conference, you think they're going to let us in? No, they're not.
Yeah, because nobody cares.
But the problem with all of these people is they've got diminishing audiences as well. You know, I used to work for the Daily Mirror, believe it or not, years ago, and we used to sell, when I was there, about 1.5 million copies a day, something like that, and it's now down to about 300,000. So, I mean, their audience is dying off. The older people that buy the newspaper are not going to be buying it in 2 years' time, and they'll be shutting it down. So it won't even be there.
The website's impossible to view. Have you noticed
the website?
All of those, like 20 pop-up ads.
It looks like it was built by some kind of a lunatic, doesn't it? You know.
Well, there's a lot of lunatics at the Daily Mirror.
Well, I'm going to get the hook. I won't be allowed to be a moderator again because I've gone over time. But that was a great conversation. I feel like I need to give you an exit question. I want to ask at least the three of you. We're sitting here after your next national election. Are we winners or losers?
I think we're winners.
I hope we're winners. I'm nervous. I am very, very nervous. Andy Burnham is much, much more of a threat than the right want to believe at this point.
To echo what Dad was saying, let's not underestimate who we're up against, and let's stop arguing, and let's unite the right. That's what we need to do.
2027 general election in Poland, and conservatives are going to win 100%. And we are going to have a CPAC in Poland to make it sure.
I like that confidence.
All right, thanks, guys. Great way to end it. I feel optimistic. It means nothing, but I feel optimistic. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a towering figure on the right of British politics, a leading Eurosceptic, veteran parliamentarian, and erstwhile reality TV star. Please join me in welcoming to the stage former Cabinet Minister and GB News presenter, the Right Honourable Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for that lovely welcome. Thank you for finding your way here on a hot summer's day, glorious English weather, provided specially for the event. And a particular thank you to Liz Truss for arranging this, for bringing together right-thinking people. Because it is so important that whatever wing of politics you're on, you're interested in ideas. And sometimes we think that the blob is against us, the universities are against us, and therefore the intellect is against us. But we must never accept that. Because however strong the blob is, we need to be generating ideas that make conservatism fit for government in this country, and in other countries too. And I've been given a very clear title for today, which is The Blob. The Blob. It sounds like one of those 1950s films, doesn't it, when they had killer ants and things like that. And this is The Blob, draining the swamp of the permanent bureaucracy. Now, I have a nasty feeling that if you wanted to drain a swamp, Natural England would tell you that you weren't allowed to without a license. But we're not going to ask for a license from Natural England to drain this particular swamp. We're going to do it for ourselves. But let me say one thing to start with that I think is in the utmost importance. And that is, of course, to quote from Julius Caesar, or at least the play about Julius Caesar. I'm being relatively modern today, as I'm sure you realize, only going back to the mid-50s BC. The fault, dear Brutus, lies not in our stars, but in ourselves. It's no good saying that there are people that are against us and it's all impossible. We need to say there are people against us and therefore we will charge. We will put our heads down and charge and push through what we believe in, because if you have in a democracy a majority behind you, that is what you can do. You do not need to accept the status quo. You do not need to be bullied into going along with what the blob wants. You have to realize what power there is at your disposal to make what you want to happen, happen. And this is fundamental, because we have seen, not just with Sir Keir Starmer, but with some Conservative Prime Ministers too, this complaint that they pull the levers and they're not connected. I've been to old redundant railway stations, and they're rather marvelous. They have those beautiful old signal boxes. And literally, the levers get pulled and they're connected to nothing. They are there, they are decorative, they remind you of a past glory, they make you think of Thomas the Tank Engine or whatever it is you happen to like, but they do nothing. And that has been a complaint of Sir Keir Starmer, of Boris Johnson, of others, about why the state is not working. But all the systems are there within our Constitution to make it work if we want to. It is not the fault of the permanent bureaucracy. It is the fault of the laws, and the laws are the fault of the politicians. And we should not shy away from the blame and blame bogeymen. We should blame ourselves for what we decided to do. And you've got to go back, not particularly far, not back to the 1st century BC, but just to 1972. Because the European Communities Act 1972 was the largest export of power from British politicians abroad. And once that was done, decision-making in this country went from politicians to officials. Not just in Brussels, but in the United Kingdom as well. It was deliberately intended to, and it was a fake, it was a phony, it was a cheat. Because British politicians would stand up in the House of Commons and they would say, I'm opposing that, I think it's dreadful that we shouldn't have biscuits that are high in fat or ones that taste nice. You know, we can only have ones made of sawdust according to EU regulations. It's absolutely scandalous. And then they'd go off to the European councils and they would abstain. They liked abdicating power. I had a conversation when I was leader of the House with a fellow minister. We were talking about bringing power back from a particular large, inefficient, expensive quango to the minister. And he said, oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because then I'll get blamed when it goes wrong. And if I were in the category of people who hits their head against a brick wall in desperation, that is what I would have done, because what is the point of being in politics if you don't want to make the choices? So let me tell you how we make the choices. One other quotation. Now, some of you will know the great Bill Cash, Sir William Cash, who has been one of the most assiduous campaigners for conservatism in my lifetime. And he has taught me so much, but he takes the trouble to read legal judgments and then pass on the important bits to people like me, who haven't read them and probably wouldn't understand them if I did, not being a lawyer. But he found this key part of the Rwandan judgment from Lord Reed. And it's an easy paragraph to remember because it's paragraph 144, a number we all know because it's the last number when you're learning your times tables, and therefore with 144 there is always a good deal of relief, isn't there? You've finally got through, you've done it. And with 6 children, I've done the times tables an awful lot in recent years. So we get to a gross, 144, and what does it say? It's really important. It says, in any event, the principle of legality does not permit a court to disregard an unambiguous expression of parliamentary intention. It is so important because that paragraph of that judgment is the beating heart of our Constitution and has been for hundreds of years. If you want to start Parliament at 1265, do. You can argue for a slightly earlier date. But that the King in Parliament is the highest constitutional authority, the High Court of Parliament makes our laws, is how you drain this swamp. Because it is still clear that a law passed by Parliament overrides everything. There is no law that can overtake it. There is no international law that is superior to it. In this land, it is the law. And that is how you drain the swamp, because the swamp came from the law. It came from the European Communities Act, into which you then you connected, you plugged in the bureaucracies and the quangos. Why? Because they were plugged into European law rather than to British law. So it made sense to have Natural England and its predecessor quangos running according to a non-ministerial set of guidelines, because they weren't answerable to ministers whilst we were in the EU. They were answerable to a higher authority. That higher authority has gone. It's been removed. And we face this challenge now. It's really interesting. Is there anybody here who thinks that dreadful man who was sentenced to 22 years in prison, served 14, is now out on the streets, should not be deported to Pakistan? Anybody in the room? Is there a single hand that will go up? And I'm not an auctioneer, you're not bidding, but not one. Everybody wants this man removed, including the socialist government. They have not a chance of removing him. He won't go. How can I say that? Well, they're going to pass a law that will say he should go. But they won't be able to implement the law because the law will be subject to the Human Rights Act. And his human rights will mean that we are not allowed to deport him. It's going to be as simple as that. But there is a way to do it, and that is to repeal the Human Rights Act, to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights, and to resile from the Refugee Convention. These are all within our control, and then you get back to decisions being made by ministers who are subject to that greatest human right, which is the ballot box. If they don't govern properly, we can vote them out. I happen to know this quite well because a couple of years ago I was voted out by the good people of North East Somerset because they thought that people like me hadn't governed properly. It's a wonderful purgative for our system to make sure that we are governed properly. But we need to allow people to govern. So step one in purging the swamp is to remember the power that Parliament has and to use it by repealing the Human Rights Act. But that's only number one on my list. Number two on my list is the Climate Change Act. The Climate Change Act is stopping us. One person agrees with me. That's very nice. Thank you, sir. A few more. He was paying closer attention to what I was saying, so he gets gold star. Anyway, the Climate Change Act is a disaster. In 2000, the UK had 90% of the GDP per capita of the United States. And we had energy prices, electricity prices that were the same. We now have electricity prices that are 4 times as high and GDP per capita that is 60% of the United States. We're poorer than Mississippi. We must repeal the Climate Change Act because it stops ministers doing sensible things. It's one of those instructive laws that overrides other laws, and it is a menace to how we are governed and is making, as I normally say, cold and poor, but at this time of year it's hot and poor because we're not allowed air conditioning to meet our targets. I'm trying to provide a bit more hot air to warm things up a bit, but nonetheless, it is a disastrous act that is trying to achieve something that is pointless because we're making no difference to the climate. If we all stopped breathing, the climate would go on climating away without our additional little bit of carbon dioxide. We've then got to get rid of the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, which gives civil servants power over ministers, which means that ministers cannot govern in the way that they would like to. It's amazing. New Labour was very clever. What was pretty much the first thing Tony Blair did? An ordering council to allow Alistair Campbell and Jonathan Powell to give instructions to civil servants. What was the last thing they did, pretty much? The Constitutional Reform and Governance Act that made this very thing illegal, by statute rather than by prerogative power. A quite remarkable closing down of ministerial ability to get things done and to use their own political advisors. So Cragg must go. So must the act that introduced a Supreme Court. This country does not have a separation of powers. That is an American political concept, not a British one. We have the king in Parliament, and what do you have in Parliament, or did you have until 2007? You had the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. We had a single unitary system for a single unitary country. America has a different system for a federal country. Both work for their own type of nation. Theirs does not work for us. So put the Supreme Court back into Parliament. Then it is at least linked to the political nation, independent in judgment, but not independent from the political system. And whilst we're busy getting rid of a few acts, let's get rid of the Equality Act, because and you realize we've appointed some lady to appoint the judges who thinks that merit isn't the only reason for appointing judges. Heaven help us what our judges will be like. They'll be even worse than the wonderful and wise people we have now. There'll be a gradual downgrading of our judiciary by this ridiculous appointment made by, of course, the great David Lammy, one of the most sensitive and considerate politicians of our time, whose words are always weighed with the greatest care and deliberation. But we need to get rid of the Equality Act because there is one equality we should have in our law, and that is that we are all equal under the law. So let me go back to where I began, with the title, Draining the Swamp of the Permanent Bureaucracy. We have the legislative means to do this. We need to have the will and the plan. The blob will squeak and squeal as blobs squeak and squeal. I don't quite know what blobs do when pressurized, but think of it being squeezed like a balloon and it'll pop out in other directions. But legislatively, we can push it through, and we must. We need a majority in Parliament to do it. We need to push it through the House of Lords, but we need a fundamental reassertion of our ancient Constitution, which has provided freedom and liberty and prosperity for over 1,000 years. The creation of England is 1,100 years next year, because of a constitution that has evolved over that period. Draining the swamp, getting rid of the bureaucracy, taking back democratic control is the right thing to do. The best form of government is one of the people, by the people, and for the people. We know how to do it. But the fault lies with us, not in our stars. Never forget that. It is we who have to change it. It is our efforts that will make it happen. It is down to Conservatives. Let us not hide behind bogeymen. Get on with the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has first-hand experience of fighting the lefty blob at the heart of government. A former Home Secretary, scourge of the tofu-eating wokerati, and Reform UK spokesperson for education, skills, and equalities, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Right Honourable Suella Braverman, MP.
Good afternoon, CPAC GB. Very exciting. What a historic occasion. Are there any Guardian reading, tofu eating, wokerati in the room? Let's just get it over and done with now. I heard some noise over there. You're looking like the naughty ones, the naughty corner over there. Wasn't it lovely to hear Jacob? So Jacob was exactly. Can't applaud him enough. Dear friend of mine. And we worked together in government for many years trying to fight the lefty blob. I just wish he would see the light and understand that the Conservative Party, I'm afraid, is dead. And the only way to stop Labour, to bring an end to socialism, will be to vote Reform at the next general election. To everyone on the right, no one else can do it. So, Jacob, if you're listening, I've given you the warning. Anyway, it is an honor to be with you at this first CPAC event in the United Kingdom. Thank you and congratulations to Liz Truss and her fantastic team for convening and for making this important, vital conference possible. It is absolutely essential that thinkers, experts, leaders of the right come together and work together, because we need to be loud, we need to be brave, we need to be smart to win, because millions of people out there in the United Kingdom are depending on us. They are crying out for the right to keep fighting and for us to win, and this is where it starts. So thank you, Liz, and to the team at CPAC. Now, I want to talk to you this afternoon about a crisis of a generation, a crisis that neither Conservative or Labour governments have bothered to do anything about. Yet it's a crisis that affects millions of innocent, millions of young, millions of those even not yet born. It's a crisis of the forgotten, the overlooked, and the inconvenient, frankly. It's a crisis that doesn't tick the fashionable boxes that preoccupy the liberal elites. I want to talk to you about our white working class children, and in particular, our boys. Boys and girls whose grandparents and great-grandparents mined our coal, built our ships, ran our factories, and fought our wars. Because the brutal truth is that we are failing them, not by accident, but through neglect. We are failing them through the deliberate choices of a political and educational establishment that has decided that some children's disadvantage matters more than others. And that's a hard thing to say. I'll be called divisive by people who have never set foot in Rochdale or Jaywick or the estates of Newcastle and Doncaster. But I did not enter public life to say comforting things. I entered it to say true things. And this is a truth that we have avoided for far too long. There are 1.2 million white British children from disadvantaged backgrounds in our schools today. And they are, on every measure, the worst performing group in the English educational system. Only 36% of white British pupils on free school meals achieve a grade 4 or above in English or maths GCSE, against 72% of their better-off classmates or Black and Asian kids. Barely 1 in 7 reaches a good grade 5. Only half of these children reach a good level of development by the end of reception. Even before they've had a fair chance to begin, they're behind. And the gap does not close as they grow older. It widens. It widens at primary school. It widens again at secondary school. By the time they sit their GCSEs, only half as many white working class children achieve that crucial grade 4 as their better off peers. Young, white British male pupils on free school meals are the least likely to go to university. They're more likely to be a NEET, not in education, employment, or training. We've got 1 million of those now, in between 18 to 24 years old. They're more likely to end up in prison or have a mental health problem. And suicide is the biggest killer of men under 50. Now, these children are also absent from school nearly twice as much as the national average, and are 2.5 times more likely to be severely absent. Only 50% of them believe that they're likely to go to university, against 80% of children from other classes and other ethnicities. They've looked at the system and concluded, rightly, that it wasn't built with them in mind. And they're right. An independent inquiry into white working class children found that our education system is simply not set up to serve the needs of white working class children or families. And we're not underserving them by oversight or accident. We're just not serving them at all. Why has this happened? Well, the story of these children cannot be divorced from the story of the places that they come from. The coal fields, the mill towns, the coastal resorts that once thrived but now stand empty. In 1970, manufacturing, construction, and agriculture were nearly half of our national output. Today, they're a fraction of that. Those jobs gave dignity, purpose, wages to a generation of working men, and then they simply vanished. And nothing of equal worth was built in their place. Their parents, many of them who had bad experience of school themselves, failed to trust the education, and so didn't encourage learning at home. But not because they didn't care, but because the system never gave them a reason to believe that it cared for them. Only 48% of white working class parents say they communicate regularly with their children's schools, compared with 60% of white middle class parents and 68% of non-white working class parents. So even there, in the most basic relationship between home and school, this community is falling through the gap. This is not a story of low aspiration. This is not a story of laziness, as some would believe. This is not a story that some might sneer at from their North London chambers. It is a story of geography, of economic abandonment, and of institutions that have quietly stopped believing that these children are worth the effort. Now, upstream of this crisis lies the political culture and the laws that were supposed to instill equality, but instead have engendered division, unfairness, and exclusion. The Equality Act was passed with good intentions in 2010, in the dying days of the last Labour administration. Its aim was to end discrimination and to open doors that had for far too long been shut to minority groups and women. But intentions are not outcomes. And across our public institutions, the duties imposed by this legislation led to the establishment of the diversity, equality, and inclusion industry. The Act introduced the concept of protected characteristics, where you're defined more by the color of your skin, your gender, or your age, rather than the content of your character. It introduced duties, legally binding duties of positive action, and the public sector equality duty, enshrined in law, in black and white. And over the last 20 years, these duties have time and time again tipped over into plain discrimination, legitimizing anti-white racism and anti-male sexism, eroding the concept of meritocracy, equality before the law, or personal responsibility. And these perverse outcomes, many of you will know of them. There's too many to list, but here are just a few. An employment tribunal found that Thames Valley Police had unlawfully discriminated against white officers after a non-white colleague was promoted without competition because of their ethnicity. Cheshire Police was found to have directly discriminated against a white heterosexual man. RAF, the Royal Air Force, recruitment targets aiming at 40% female, 20% ethnic minority by 2030 were found to unlawfully discriminate against men. We've seen internships at the Bar Council, the Intelligence Service, and the NHS, sometimes funded by the taxpayer, all of them open only to ethnic minority candidates. As Home Secretary, I was horrified when chief constables, the main culprits of two-tier policing, issued mea culpas of being institutionally racist, unjustifiably maligning thousands of decent men and women who are brave and put their lives on the line day in, day out to keep everyone safe. Police chiefs also asked me to fund and support their now notorious Race Action Plan back in 2022. I read it. It was a document riddled with appeasement, anti-white prejudice, and which made a mockery of the doctrine of policing without fear or favor. It urged, in explicit terms, not even subtly, explicitly, it urged the police to treat black suspects more leniently than white suspects. Give some people the benefit of doubt, but not everyone. In terms, it stated not to treat everybody the same way. You can imagine my response. I blocked it. I said to the police chiefs, come back to me with a knife crime action plan. Come back to me with a shoplifting action plan. Then you'll get my support. I never heard from them again. And it is a source of deep regret that after I left office, that invidious race action plan was adopted by my successors and rolled out throughout the country. And it was in Hampshire Police Force in Southampton that this policy contained in the race action plan led to the indefensible response from the police to the murder of Henry Novak. They should be ashamed of themselves. Because the fear of being called racist has become overpowering and paralyzing, whether it's reducing the use of stop and search. That change was introduced by Tory Home Secretary Theresa May. Or those police officers doubting Henry Novak. This has distorted much of the public sector. And it's the same with our other great scandal, the grooming gang scandal. White, working-class girls, many of them in care, many of them vulnerable, targeted, abused, some girls as young as 10, gang raped by groups of largely Pakistani Muslim men in places like Rochdale or Rotherham, when ignored for years, because the victims were the wrong kind of victims. And police officers, social workers, and teachers refused, they didn't just fail, they refused to take action out of their fear of being called racist. And consider this two-tier Britain grew up under 14 years of the Conservative government. Not an accident. Because it's the last Conservative government that embraced the mantra of multiculturalism and political correctness as part of its #BeNice politics. Never forget that it was Conservative MPs who confessed as a badge of honor, a badge of moral virtue, that they were beneficiaries of white privilege. They were Tory MPs who took the knee after George Floyd. There were Tory ministers in government who declared that trans women are women. Even as Home Secretary, when I dared to tackle grooming gangs, to state the problem and take action, it was my own Conservative MP colleagues who accused me of Islamophobia, not just the left. Now, I don't say this to stoke grievance. I say it because inequality has been embedded in our society precisely because of attempts to create equality. Attempts to be anti-racist have institutionalized anti-white racism. A whole swathe of the population is now excluded from opportunities by those preaching inclusion. A working-class boy from Sunderland, whose family have never owned a house, whose father may never have worked, is disadvantaged, full stop. And any policy, however well meant, that fails to see him because it's only looking at the color of his skin is not equality. It's a new unfairness dressed up in the language of the old one. And that is precisely why Reform UK is the only party that has been frank, even if it's incurred backlash, frank about the inequality pervading our society, and promised to scrap the Equality Act. We're not just going to tinker or tweak or change around the edges. We're going to get rid of that pernicious piece of legislation. Now, of course, people must still enjoy workplace protections. I don't want anyone to be discriminated against or treated unfairly in the workplace, whether they're a pregnant woman or someone from an ethnic minority or an older person or a disabled person. We're not advocating that. Of course we're not. But let's build a country where no one is discriminated against because of the color of their skin, even white men. Now, the same unfairness that we've seen at the high level has crept into how we teach in our classrooms. And for a generation now, a certain fashionable orthodoxy, let's call it a dogma, has held that Britain's story is chiefly one of oppression, that our institutions are systems of evil, and that the answer to inequality is to instill guilt in our children and grievance in others. Now, I'm not against teaching our children the fullness of our history, the difficult chapters as well as the proud ones. A confident country can look honestly at its past, but there is a world of difference between honest history and a decolonized curriculum that tells a white working-class child whose family has never had a spare room, let alone an empire's fortune, that he carries some inherited privilege that he can see no evidence of in his life. That is not education. That is alienation, and in many cases, it's indoctrination. And it teaches exactly the wrong lesson to exactly the wrong child at exactly the moment he most needs someone and something to believe in. So instead of teaching our children about how evil the British Empire was, or how racist the St. George's flag is, or how Easter should be cancelled for not being inclusive enough, that actually happened in a school in Hampshire. They cancelled their Easter parade because it wasn't inclusive enough. Or how a child can't wear a Union Jack dress to celebrate their culture. That also actually happened in a school in Warwickshire. A Reform UK government will roll out a patriotic and balanced curriculum in all of our schools. Instead of Refugee Week and schools flying the LGBTQ+ flag or the Palestinian flag, under a Reform government, every school will be obliged to fly the Union Jack. It's proved to be quite controversial. It's shocked me. The Conservative Party doesn't agree with it. You go to other countries, go to America. Everywhere there's a flag. They're so proud of their national flag. It's everywhere, and they fly it with pride, from the schools to the churches to the houses. It's everywhere, and yet we've got local councils in the United Kingdom pulling down the St. George's flag because it's intimidating. We've got it wrong in this country, and we need to turn it around. So let's get back to teaching traditional hymns. Let's get back to teaching our great authors and thinkers. Let's get back to teaching of largely a Christian character, which is actually a requirement in the law. Let's show our children what patriotism looks like, what it looks like to be proud of their country and their culture. Let's teach the greats of our history without apology. And how do we actually lift these children out of the poverty trap? Well, we have to tackle head-on the contempt that's embedded in our society for anything other than the academic path. For every 3 young people who go to university, only 1 receives a proper vocational education. In Germany, the ratio is 1-to-1. In the Netherlands, it's 2-to-1. Because since Blair, we've spent 30 years telling every child that the road to dignity runs through the lecture hall and the mortarboard, and precious little effort telling them that it runs just as throughly through an apprenticeship, a workshop, or a trade. And it's simply not true that the academic road pays best or is the right one for everyone. A young person who completes a good level 4 apprenticeship is, 5 years later, on the data, earning some £12,500 more than a graduate of a low-value university course, £5,000 more than the average graduate, and without a penny of student debt. We've built a system and a snobbery to go with it that treats technical trainees as second-class citizens, and the graduate, whatever he studied, wherever he studied it, as a first-class citizen. That is wrong. And to young, aspirational, bright, hardworking people that I meet out there, and if you're listening today, I say beware. Beware of the great university con. Avoid at all costs those worthless degrees at mediocre universities, which will saddle you with £50,000 worth of debt. And today, with 700,000 graduates who are unemployed, provides little guarantee of a good job afterwards. Because this is not merely an economic failure, it is a moral one. When a working class boy cannot see a credible route from school into a skilled trade, a secure job, a wage that he can build a life on, he rightly asks, what is the point of it all? Dozens of teachers have told me this, that there are boys who are not lacking in ambition. What they lack, in their words, is a pathway between the classroom and adulthood. We took away the shipyards, we took away the pits, we took away the factories and the apprenticeships that once came with them, and we replaced that ladder with nothing but the promise of a degree that many of these children, quite reasonably, do not want and cannot afford. So we need to rebuild that ladder, rung by rung. Real technical education, properly funded and properly respected. GCSE retake systems that do not condemn a boy to repeated demoralizing failure. Remember, 200,000 of our young people will fail English and Maths GCSE every year. But instead, we need to build recognized transferable skills. A genuine right to sport and enrichment at every school, of the kind private schools have, always taken for granted, and state schools have too often gone without. And we also need to stop demonizing men, masculinity, and boys. Even before the wrong-headed adolescence drama on our TV screens, too many schools have been focused on telling boys how toxic they are, how inherently toxic they are, and how the patriarchy needs to be defeated. You know, misogyny is unacceptable, but so is misandry. And so we need good men, more good men in our classrooms, on the sports pitches, in the workshops, and in our families. Because a boy who never sees a man value hard work will rarely value it in himself. Parity of esteem, parity of funding between the academic and the technical path, real apprenticeships, real technical colleges, and an end to the polite fiction that university is the only road to success. Now, none of this is a counsel of despair. Across the country, I've seen schools and colleges and communities turning the tide, teachers building cultures of high expectations and belonging, young people motivated and thriving in education. When children are recognized and supported and believed in, they thrive. That much we know to be certain. But it won't happen by accident, and there is so much more that needs to be done. And it won't happen while our politics remains too frightened to name the problem for what it is. This is not about resentment. It's not about turning one community against another's. It is about the oldest and simplest principles of British fairness, that a child should be judged, supported, and given opportunity according to his need and his character, not isolated, favored, or overlooked according to the color of his skin. The boy from a pit village and the girl from a coastal estate are not privileged, and they're one of the most disadvantaged in our country. And it's time that our politics, our schools, and our laws treated them that way. We owe them more than pity. We owe them more opportunity. We owe them honesty. And above all, we owe them a country in which anyone can succeed, regardless of where you come from, regardless of what your parents did, regardless of how big your house was or what school you went to, regardless of the color of your skin. That is the Britain that I believe in, and that is the dream that we can all make possible. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker rose from obscurity to be elected to the European Parliament. He founded what quickly became his country's second largest political party and overcame lawfare by bureaucrats to run for president. From the rolling hills of Moldavia, please join me in welcoming to the stage Romanian opposition leader and vice president of the European Conservatives and Reformists group, George Simeon.
That's quite a crowd for the first time of CPAC here in London and everywhere across Europe. Let's have a round of applause for Matt Schlapp, Liz Truss, and everybody who pulled it off. Jessica. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from across Europe and the free world, it is an honor to stand before you today, not as a politician who came to promise, but as a fighter who came to warn and to fight. First, allow me a moment of respect. This past week, we lost a great warrior for freedom of speech, Anne Widdecombe. A woman of courage, principle, and unapologetical truth. She was murdered in her own home. Yeah, this is possible. Apparently in a targeted attack, according to the police. We also remember Charlie Kirk, assassinated last year for speaking truth to power. And we remember Henry Novak and so many others, unfortunately. This is no random crime. This is a political violence against the conservative movement, against those who dare to defend borders, identity, family, and nation. The two-tier justice system we see here in Britain, in France, in Germany, where native citizens are treated as second class, while radicals are protected, and this phenomenon is spreading poison across the West. I couldn't have imagined it is possible in an European country that politicians and activists would be barred from entering to participate in a legal event simply because their political views differ from those of the Prime Minister, and it happened here this year in Great Britain. And our message is that Keir Starmer is a disgrace. Also, I couldn't have imagined that in a European country, an entire election could be annulled on the basis of so-called foreign interference. I am from Romania, like you heard, and after 1 year and a half, us Romanians, we are still blocked. No proof of the so-called interference was given. The only reason they annulled the elections was because they lost them fair and square, and they don't have any longer the support of the Romanian people. And let me say it clearly, they are losing big time, not only in Romania, they are losing here in Great Britain, they are losing across Europe, across South America, they are losing in America, and across the free world. And we are more and more stronger, more united, and more determined than ever. Every attack makes us resolved, more resolved. Every smear makes us louder. Every assassination attempt on our ideas only proves we are right. How they call it? Far right. Extremely right. The rebirth of Europe is not coming, my dear friends, from Brussels. It is coming from the streets, from the houses, from the people, from nations that refuse to die. And us in Romania, we know this struggle very well, and this is why, despite all the criticism of the leftists, the Romanian diaspora here in the United Kingdom and myself participated in the Raise the Flags events organized here in London with huge attendances. And this is why we are here to support your movement. I almost didn't make it. My plane had a delay. It's our common battle. For years, we were told that sovereignty is old-fashioned. We were told that borders are racist, that replacing our own people with mass migration is called progress. We were told that cheap foreign labor would make us rich while our children were leaving the country. So we are saying no. We are saying that Romania belongs to Romanians, that Europe belongs to Europeans. This is why my party exists, and this is why our movement here exists. This is why we are in CPAC. This is why we fight every day against the globalist machine that wants to turn our countries into hotels without owners. National sovereignty, my friends, is not a slogan. It is the foundation of democracy. Without it, there is no democracy, only administration by foreign interests and local collaborators. Look at what they have done to Europe, to Paris, to Berlin, cities that no longer feel European. Look what London or Birmingham have become. Schools with children are taught, where children are taught to be ashamed of their own history. Economies where native workers are pushed aside. Justice systems that protect the invader and punish the defender. This is not diversity. This is replacement. And the answer is not more compromises. The answer is re-migration. Legal, orderly, but firm. Illegal migrants must return to their countries. Foreign criminals must be deported. Asylum abuse must end. And this is not hatred, because they are calling it hatred. This is actually self-defense. Self-defense. In Romania and in Eastern Europe, we still have time, but the window of opportunity is closing also for us. We import workers while millions of Romanians work abroad, also here in Great Britain. We have cheap labor policies while our cities and villages are empty. We see the same pattern that destroyed the cities and the villages in France, in Great Britain, in Germany, and we see them across the streets of Bucharest. And I'm telling you that we will not repeat your mistakes. We will bring Romanians home. We will protect Romanian workers. We will defend our borders, and we will put Romania first. But we cannot do it without you, Englishmen, without you, Europeans, without you, Westerners, without you who lived through this hell. This is why we are here, and we have many Romanians here in the audience that I would like to thank. Mulțumesc, fraților și surorilor. You know, the same people who canceled our elections in Romania are the ones who are pushing in the European Union the Migration Pact, are the ones who want to punish Hungary and Italy for defending their borders. These are the enemies of national sovereignty. The rebirth of Europe will not come from Brussels. It will come from Rome, it will come from Budapest, it will come from Warsaw, it will come from Bucharest, and maybe still it will come from London. We are here. We are here in London because London Bridge is falling down. And it's not the actual bridge. I had to commute from Gatwick Express. I took the train, then the tube, I exited the metro station. A reporter from Politico, I don't know if he's here, waited me at the tube station and took an interview while I was running towards you to have this speech. And the reporter asked me, but aren't you anti-European? Aren't you anti-NATO? No. We are a generation that always hoped to be together with Great Britain, together with the free world, together with America, together with the European Union, but not with this European Union. Hope the reporter will write good things, not fake news, like they always do. But I am here because if you lose this battle, and if you do not wake up, we, Romanians, Bulgarians, Polish, are next. It will come a time, and this is my message to Politico and to everybody in the European Union, it will come a time when sovereign nations will stand together, but not as subjects of a super state and not as victims of a colony, but as free partners and free nations. A Europe of nations, not a Europe against nations. We all in this room have sacrificed much. Some of us have been smeared, investigated, threatened, but as you can see, we are still standing. We do not bow to anyone except God, and we will keep standing until power is returned to the citizens. Because Europe and the free world does not belong to the Davos crowd. Europe belongs to the citizens, to the nations, to the Europeans. And we, as patriots of Europe, we will never surrender. National sovereignty, national rebirth, victory is coming. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as freedom lovers across the West fear persecution by financial institutions, our next panel addresses digital tyranny, central bank digital currencies, ID, and the surveillance state. Please welcome on stage our chair, Paolo Emilio Zanini, together with Freddie New of B. Hoddle plc and Steve Baker of the Austrian School and of Fighting for a Free Future. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, CPAC. How we doing? Woo! Hopefully everybody's had some lovely food and some nice drinks. Yeah? So we're here to talk about digital tyranny. And I'm joined by Freddie New and Steve Baker. I think perhaps I'd like to kick off, a lot of people are actually wondering what is actually going on here. There's a lot of conversations around limitations of freedom with regards to digital ID, central banking currencies, but I think the vast majority of people hear these terms, they're not too sure. So perhaps, Freddie, let's start off with you. Give us maybe a little bit of background in terms of, what do you do, and then maybe just help us understand.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me on stage. Great pleasure to be here. I wear two hats. A few years ago, I co-founded Bitcoin Policy UK. The thinking there was to give as much good, reasonable, sensible legal information to the FCA, to Parliament, to HMRC, and so on, around the nature of Bitcoin and how the system functions and how we could embrace that as a country. My commercial hat, I'm the CEO of B. Hoddle. We are a company that holds Bitcoin in our treasury, and then we use that in the payment infrastructure that the Bitcoin system uses. So essentially, we're a tech company that focuses on payments, specifically using the Bitcoin system. And as part of certainly the first of those two roles, we spent a lot of time pushing back against the Bank of England's and the Treasury's plans for the CBDC, the central bank digital currency. Maybe worth a second on exactly what
please. I think most people would love to know a little bit more about that.
Sure. So taking a bit of a step back, most of us are familiar with central bank money in the form of banknotes. Banknotes are a liability of the central bank in much the same way that a deposit in your bank account with Barclays, HSBC, or whichever bank you happen to bank with, is a liability of that commercial bank to you. And so most of the money that most of us are familiar with functions in the form of that liability. The scary thing about a CBDC or a central bank digital currency is that essentially it creates a direct link between you, the consumer, the spender, the citizen, and the central bank. And on top of that, not only does that link exist, but that money has the possibility of being programmable. By that I mean that the bank or the payment interface providers who, I suppose, integrate that money between your wallet and wherever you want to spend it, will be able to set certain conditions for payment and certain conditions for things like expiry, certain conditions like interest rates, be those positive or negative interest rates.
So a great limitation of people's freedom, really.
Completely right, yes.
That's really not good. And Steve, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, it'd be great to hear from you and maybe a little bit of background. We were obviously having a great chat behind the stage, but yeah.
Sure thing, Phil. Thank you. So I'm best known probably for Brexit, but I was a member of Parliament for 14 years. Before that, a software engineer and an aerospace engineer before that. So I've always cared very much about civil liberties and technology. And I want to say that this central bank digital currency proposal, which looks like it's coming, is just one component of a really worrying picture. And I want to try and stay moderate and mainstream about it, because I want to be in the business of winning arguments. I don't want to be frightening off the moderate mainstream who maybe don't listen too carefully. But I have to tell you, the question now is not whether ubiquitous surveillance and AI will be rolled out. We are now in the midst of a mass rollout of ubiquitous surveillance in combination with AI. I want to illustrate what that means, and I want to always try and see the other guy's point of view. So today on my Substack, which is fightingforafreefuture.com, I've published a fictional, from open sources, memo from the chief of MI6 to the Prime Minister that might be sent when Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister. What it elaborates is something which CIA sources have told us, that the two pillars of espionage have been smashed by Russian and Chinese total surveillance in combination with AI. That's what CIA sources have told us. That is because it's no longer possible now to hide, because with cameras, with facial recognition, with recognition of the shape of your body, the way that you walk, it is possible to identify people with high levels of accuracy everywhere they go. The AI will combine that with metadata from your phone. That's which websites have you visited, where is your mobile phone. If you combine all of that with tax information, with financial transaction information from your central bank digital currency, it becomes possible to have a total view of every person and the life that they're living. And that's okay until it's not. But the point I'm making is this: if the CIA can't hide its intelligence officers under such a system, you certainly won't either. And of course, safety is something of great concern to the state, and very professional people who mean well are defending us against real present threats. Yeah. But all of us should be asking questions about how.
And I think that's exactly the point. I mean, let's be honest, this isn't probably the sexiest topic today, right? And that's fair. But I think what we need to do as aware citizens is we need to understand that there are movements, there are pieces of the puzzle that are being moved around that are going to have real life implications on all of our freedoms.
Absolutely. Yeah? So right now, the vans for live facial recognition are being purchased and rolled out, and a police AI centre is receiving funding and expanding. I was reading the Investigatory Powers Commissioner's report before this morning, and that talks about the relevance of AI. And all of our information is being gathered and pumped into AI to see who looks like they might commit a crime. And it means that all of us, all the time, are part of an involuntary police lineup. And is that how we want to live?
Great. And Freddie, just a quick question on that. I think everybody here in the room has probably obviously heard about digital currencies, Bitcoin being obviously the biggest one. Why isn't that good enough? Why do we need central digital currencies?
Well, you're probably asking the wrong person because I'm going to give a very biased answer.
Yeah.
I work in a Bitcoin company. Bitcoin absolutely is good enough, both as a payment system and as a store of value. It's still, in my mind, still monetizing over time. And I'm probably not going to live long enough to see its full actualization. But I think you raise an interesting point. If you look back at the history of central bank digital currencies, until I suppose the 2017 ICO boom, ICO initial coin offering, until that happened, and the company now known as Meta, formerly Facebook, had this idea for creating its own digital currency, most central banks were quite opposed to the idea. One of my favorite people to quote on this is a guy called Augustin Carstens. He is one of the board of the Bank of International Settlements. If you look back at his statements in 2019 or so, he was pretty anti-central bank digital currency.
Most governments used to ridicule the idea. It was, oh, this is only for criminals and so on, so yeah.
And then you scroll forward to, I think, 2021, and Carstens gave, to my mind, one of the most chilling interviews ever about central bank digital currencies. This is a direct quote. He said, with a CBDC, we will have absolute control over the use of that expression of central bank liability. And to me, this goes back to something that we mentioned backstage. The freedom to transact, the freedom to spend your money where you choose, on what you choose, and how you choose, is, for me, absolutely fundamental to all of your other freedoms. You can't travel to go to a political protest if you can't buy a train ticket because the government has decided to turn off your money.
Absolutely. And Steve, do you think that that's kind of the plan? I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier, and you said that actually, once you're on the inside, their intentions are perhaps not as nefarious. What is their real motivation? Why all of this is happening?
Well, that's such a great question. Now, of course, I've had the privilege of being Minister of State for Northern Ireland, so I had some national security duties, and I've also been on the Treasury Select Committee, so I went to see Bank of England officials often, including to discuss CBDCs. And I'm afraid I think there's an element of groupthink that the world makes this possible now, so we'd better look at it. The only really good reason I ever heard for CBDCs was that the state's involvement in the issuance of money at all is diminishing. In other words, most of the money that we use is now issued by banks when they make loans. People don't know that, but that's where it comes from. We're using banknotes to a diminishing extent. So in a sense, their best excuse, or best reason, is to say they want the state to continue issuing money. Well, okay, but why do you need to do it like this? And everything Freddie says, I agree with as a risk. The Bank of England on its website is being really clear that central bank digital currencies issued by them will not be used to track all of our transactions. Something we should discuss is, do we or don't we believe that? Because right now...
Well, they aren't right now.
Yeah.
But once they have the mechanism.
But the thing is, right now, HMRC, if they want to know what your transaction record has been, in the first place, they should try and get it from you, but they can issue a notice to the bank and get your transactions. They can issue an accelerated payment notice. They can engage in direct recovery of debts and just take the money from your account. Now, there are all kinds of safeguards and controls and all the rest of it, but there's also massive administrative discretion. And administrative discretion is a problem. Can I just read you a little list of problems that have come up? I mean, today, MI5, I'm afraid, are in the news because they lied to some courts. Hillsborough's been in the news, the Horizon post office scandal, the inflected blood scandal, Grenfell, the scandal of the nuclear test veterans, Windrush, COVID. Again and again, there is a pattern with the state, because of the incentives which good people face, a pattern of denial and delay and defensiveness. No one should believe that the state goes without error, and that's the real danger of all this stuff. Mistakes will be made, people will suffer.
I think ultimately we have to understand that there is no such thing as the state. It's a collection of humans, it's a collection of people. And we can all make mistakes. People panic. There's a situation. I mean, look at what happened with COVID. All sorts of restrictions were imposed. Look at what happened with the protests for the truckers in Canada. All sorts of restrictions were imposed. If you give a central government authority, they will abuse it. It's as simple as that.
Well, so this is a really frightening point, which people might not like to hear. But in my direct experience of working with officials at all levels of seniority, They're really good professional people who go to work every day trying to do an amazing job to serve the public. They're really great people. And yet somehow this list of scandals that I've just mentioned happens, and somehow the state becomes defensive and delays and denies, and real people suffer, and then they get ignored. We, all of us as conservatives, and in my case libertarians, should be asking, what do we really want the state to do? And why is it that when the state sets up these programs and institutions, why is it that good people end up producing such terrible outcomes and then denying it? And we need to change the structure of incentives, we need to make the state smaller, and we need to introduce some humility about what all these technologies are used for.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Freddie, just on that, I mean, we were talking about this as well before. One of the main concerns I have is that the vast majority of people have no idea what's going on. They just don't know. Well, what's your assessment on that? Well, you obviously speak to different people regarding this topic. What's your read on the situation? Is the general public aware of what's actually happening behind the scenes in terms of the legislation that's being put through and the different measures that are being implemented?
I'd say probably no, and I very much agree with what Steve just said. I genuinely think that most people go into these kind of roles with good intentions. It's a very common idea. You go all the way back to Socratic dialogues and to Plato. Everyone thinks that they're the hero in their own story. No one sets out to be evil or to do bad things. And again, tracking back to one of my previous comments around when central banks got interested in this kind of thing, they genuinely, and I think Steve made a good point there about the seigniorage, the ability of states and central banks to issue money, that was perceived as a real risk. The reason that that risk was highlighted by what Facebook at the time were doing was that Facebook would have instantly onboarded 2 billion people to a non-state issued digital money, which people would have been able to use on the Facebook or Meta platform. And that really panicked, I think, a lot of central bankers and a lot of people who genuinely believe that it's one of the jobs of the state to issue money. Now, we are now entering a world where states are no longer the only money issuers. For a long time, as Steve correctly said, most money in circulation has been created by commercial banks that make loans. That creates a whole host of other problems.
The first bank was Italian.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, thank you for that as well.
You're welcome.
As well as for everything else. But Bitcoin is an algorithmically issued money that isn't controlled by any state or central bank. But again, a lot of people don't understand how it works, and to this day, a lot of people in government, although less so in the United States, I think that it's an amusing technological irrelevance.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any country that you think is actually doing this right? Are there any examples around the world that have digital ID, central banking currency that is doing it right? Does anybody do it right?
Depends what you say by doing it right. If you're in the PRC and you're a member of the party, and
according to them, they're doing it very.
They're doing
right.
it very right.
Yeah.
If you want to, one of the key problems.
Obviously, what I mean by that is what's being shown to most of us is this is useful, right? So a centralized digital ID is going to make your life so much easier. Everything is aggregated, but it's easy, right? And then, of course, the other thing with digital currency, it's safe, this, then the other. So those are the Trojan horses that are being used, right? So that's what we're looking to achieve. The problem is the flip side of that. What are we sacrificing in order to achieve those things?
Absolutely.
So,
you know, during that England match, and alas that we lost, but nobody was blaming Tuchel in the 81st minute for his defensive strategy, right? It is when everything goes wrong that the blame starts. One of the things I think we really have to accept here is that the people rolling out what is, I believe, the apparatus of potentially absolute tyranny, with total surveillance of all our lives, exposing us to minute control of our everyday lives. That's what's possible with the technologies which are mooted and being rolled out. But they're doing it because they want to keep us safe. And I would just ask everybody to cast their minds back 5 years, because officials then locked us.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, officials locked us down at home. You know, sons couldn't hug their mother at their father's funeral. Yeah. I mean, it should be heartbreaking to us. And this is what we have to remember. People mean to keep us safe. But there was Nowak, stabbed, bleeding to death, in handcuffs, because he was accused of racism. good people who are trying to serve us and keep us safe make mistakes. And my plea to officials would be, please look at the record of the state. I know you trust yourself. I know you're working hard. I know you're doing well. I know you mean well. But we all have to now ask ourselves, why do things keep going wrong? And what will happen if you institute these systems and things continue to go wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. And on that point, I know obviously, like you said, you might have an invested interest because you work in Bitcoin. But just shifting gears for a second, do you think it's a good idea for people to diversify and perhaps get involved in digital currencies?
That's a really interesting point. So I know we've been relatively negative so far on the pound, but one of the things we wanted to try and do was to tell people what they could do to push back. Absolutely. I think we'll talk about some of the political solutions and maybe some forms of activism that you can do. But I think you raise a really important issue. We need to prepare for a world where these things have been created and there is the degree of surveillance that Steve so beautifully articulated there. One of the underappreciated aspects of the Bitcoin system is that it enables uncensorable payments to be made. So in other words, you will be able to continue making payments in that currency even if a government that does not approve of your political views wants to stop you from making those payments. So as a toolkit in your privacy arsenal, it's quite an important piece. Steve's already mentioned, I think alluding to on-device scanning, which we know the government's currently thinking about. For anyone not familiar with it, the idea there is that your messages and your pictures would be scanned on your device, on your phone, before they are then sent in an encrypted form over WhatsApp or Signal. Now, you can take relatively simple steps, and I suspect anyone in this room would be able to do these. You can install privacy-hardened operating systems on your phone to avoid that kind of mistake happening. But again, I think it's a similar point to the one you made a few minutes ago. Not many people are yet aware that that opportunity exists, that you can defend yourself against an overly intrusive state by using the very same technology that they will be using to monitor you.
And on that point, Steve, obviously there's quite a big conversation around now banning VPNs. For anyone who's not perhaps familiar with this, would you mind just taking a moment just to explain VPNs, how it works, and what they're proposing to do?
So what a virtual private network does is it allows your phone or your computer to connect securely to a server and then routes all of your traffic through that server. So I use Proton VPN. I usually browse from the UK, so you can appear to be...
Who unfortunately is not a sponsor today.
Pardon?
Who unfortunately is not a sponsor today.
No, alas, they're not, no, but I do use them. But you can route, for example, via Switzerland, which has very, very tight privacy laws. So my traffic, by default, I route through Switzerland and back to the UK, so that all anyone can see if they look at my traffic at my internet service provider is that I've connected to a VPN server and the volume of traffic that's gone through. If you don't use a VPN, the ISP, and then by extension the state, can do bulk collection of data, can see every server you've connected to, every service you've used. They can't go down to the detail of the URL if it's on a HTTPS connection, you've seen that. But they can see every server you've connected to, every service you've used. And that means a minute picture of who you are and what you're doing can be built up. And I just don't wish to submit to that level of surveillance. It's not right. And of course, it's not only our own state which is seeking to put us under surveillance. So a VPN offers you a way to opt out of states engaging in bulk collection of your communications data, because all they can see is that you connected to a VPN. And if you don't do it, you're basically volunteering to be a part of a system which mass collects your surveillance data. And that's why they want to ban them, because it allows us, and I'm afraid it also, of course, allows criminals to opt out of a very useful surveillance mechanism.
Yeah, and please.
No, off to you.
No, so what are the implications of that? Why do you think they're trying to ban it? And perhaps, Freddie, you can offer some perspective on that.
I've written quite extensively on this, and not entirely politely either. I think one of the issues is that a lot of the people who are talking about banning these things don't fundamentally understand the architecture of the internet. And I freely admit I'm a geek, I work in technology. Not many people find it as exciting as I do. But when I first saw the news that this was mooted, Liz Kendall, I think, was mentioning it in an interview. I was in the gym at the time. I use an OpenClaw AI agent for a number of different things with our work, including provisioning it to do payment runs for us. While I was in the gym between sets, I gave my OpenClaw agent a prompt to create me a VPN with 6 different exit nodes in jurisdictions like Switzerland that Steve was describing. And while I was resting between sets of shoulders, it had written all of the code for me. and created a VPN that I could turn into a program that I could run on my Android phone. And I published the results of this purely as an example to show Liz Kendall the utter futility of trying to ban something like this.
I think that you offer a perfect segue here, which is the fact that whether we like it or not, and we have people from all sorts of age groups in the room, but the reality is technology and the innovations within technology are happening whether we like it or not. And whether we are technologically literate, let's say, or not, those changes are going to happen. And perhaps, what are some of the very useful tips that you would give as we wrap up this wonderful panel to the audience with regards to someone perhaps who doesn't know the first thing about AI, who doesn't know the first thing about Claude or ChatGPT or any one of these? What would you advise them, especially with regards to their sovereignty, their own liberty?
Well, I would definitely advise you to get on the internet, and even if you just start on Wikipedia, start learning what AI can actually do. I would say get a free service, any of them. ChatGPT is the most famous. I use Perplexity. But just try asking it questions and seeing what it can do. As I say, today I've released a memo to the Prime Minister purporting to come from the Chief of MI6 using only open sources. Please have a look at it, because it looks a really persuasive memo setting out the challenges the service faces in all these regards. The point is, if you know how to ask a question of the AI, it has effectively made knowledge free. All the knowledge free to you. And you really should have a fiddle with it. If you're still in work, your work is going to change because of AI. If you're retired, you're going to be wondering what everybody's talking about. And I recommend people pay for an AI as well, because when you pay for it, you get something better. AI is extremely good at looking for patterns. That's why when it's in combination with total surveillance, it raises such profound implications for who we are, how we live, and human dignity. Because if you're trying to hide, it will spot that you're trying to hide. If you leave your phone at home and go for a walk, it might flag to the authorities that you're behaving strangely and might be about to commit a crime. And all you've done is go for a peaceful walk.
Absolutely, absolutely. And on that note, Freddie, perhaps, what are some tips that you would give to the audience with regards to digital currencies? What's an easy way to get started? How can they navigate this new world?
So again, I'd start with doing some reading. Go on Wikipedia, read about Bitcoin. There are other alternative digital currencies as well. Obviously, though, I'm prejudiced against them for reasons I articulated earlier. I would also add, get a VPN. Our company policy is use them at all times, for example, in locations like this where there may be a public Wi-Fi service that you connect to, that should always be connected to via a VPN. It's our company policy to do that, to protect our own company data. You should treat your own personal data as coyly as we treat our company data. So I'd suggest that strongly. Have a Google and see which kind of Bitcoin wallet you might like to explore. Look at companies like Bitrefill, which enable you to pay online easily and simply with Bitcoin. So what you're doing there is you're essentially creating an alternative for yourself that enables you to continue transacting as you would like.
Absolutely. And Freddie, just to finish on that, I think that the problem that we all have is not so much what are things like today. No one has a problem with data being collected as things currently stand, but you never know. You never know, and that's the problem. If you give people control, you never know. And the moment you give them control, they never give it back. So everybody, we just have to be a bit more careful with regards to digital ID, digital currencies, and giving over this control. Steve, I know you wanted to
Just one
add something.
thing, please write to your MP a nice, polite email, something moderate and sensible that they really have to respond to. Because if you make this an issue for your representatives, they will respond to it.
Wonderful. And with that, Steve, Freddie, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, after years of decline in Christian values, our next panels seek to save the West from a secular future. Please welcome to the stage our chair, Becky Walsh, together with Judd Saul of Equipping the Persecuted, Seth Gruber of White Rose Resistance, and Andrew Rosendale MP from Reform UK.
Hello. The panel title for this is The Future of Christianity in the World. And for this, we have 20 minutes, so I'll have to talk faster than I normally do. But welcoming to the panel 3 inspirational men. I have Judd Saul, who was a documentary maker turned missionary. And then we have Seth Gruber, who runs his own show, his media show, Seth Gruber Show, and also is the CEO of the founder of the White Rose Resistance, which is one of the fastest growing pro-life movements in all of America. And Andrew Rosendale, MP for in Essex, and from Romford in Essex. And yes, we're very much looking forward to talking to you all. What I think is obvious from this morning's session so far is the secular world that we live in has not worked for us. And certainly, most clearly in my mind, as evidence of this, is the lockdowns, where we were given the science, the experts, but in fact, we got terrible mental health problems, children locked up in their houses, schools closed. And I think what we saw very clearly was that the search for God, the search for Christianity, is needed now more than ever. And on that note, I thought, I watched your amazing film, Seth, yesterday, The Last Stand, and I thought perhaps you would tell us a little about why you made the film and what you're finding with your mission to explain your pro-life movement to the world.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're facing a lot of weird evils, and I think a lot of people in the West are like, wow, this is unprecedented. I've never seen this before. Drag queen story hour in the public square? The reality is, like, none of these things are new. They were doing drag queen story hour performances in the Palais Royal with a guy named Maximilien Robespierre in the Marquis de Sade. In the final gasp of the Roman Empire, they stopped making gladiatorial statues, and they started making statues of androgynously dressed little boys. And drag left the theater stage and set itself up in the public square. Like, I could go on and on and on, like baby killing, sexualizing kids, transing them, a pronoun patty cake, the state thinking they're a better parent to your kids than you, the natural parents are. None of those things are new. They're all super ancient. They're super kooky and weird, and they always resurface whenever Christians don't have enough testicular fortitude to speak the truth in the face of evil and to stand up for children in the next generation. And so I made a film called The Last Stand. It's also a book, The Last Stand, Christ or Chaos, The War for the West. And The Last Stand film, we filmed in Rome, Paris, and London, so we finished here. And it's just about the glorious heritage and history of Christian resistance against all the same evils that we're facing today. For nearly 2,000 years of Christendom, Christians were the front line of defense, defending babies in the womb, infants outside the womb, children, women, marriage, the social fabric. Christians were the first ones to ban sexual exploitation and then infanticide and then abortion in the patristic era of the early church. This is really our heritage and our legacy, and we've completely forgotten who we are. Psalm 88:12 says, righteousness cannot be done in a land of forgetfulness. And we live in a land of forgetfulness. You could say remembrance and forgetfulness are the measuring rods of faithfulness throughout the Bible, and reveal that there's only 2 kinds of people in this world, effectual doers and forgetful hearers. And so Hilaire Belloc, one of your greatest exports, Chesterton's best friend, he said, men speak today as though Europe could continue indefinitely without belief, as though laws, customs, and liberties could be maintained without a common view of man's origin and destiny. He said, this is an illusion, because you can cut the flower from its soil, and it will remain fresh for a time, but it is already dying. And thus, Belloc gave us the first analogy of Western civilization to a cut flower. Tom Holland, you guys like Tom Holland? Yeah. He's this agnostic Brit who basically wrote a 900-page book to say, you idiots, meaning us Westerners, you dum-dums so high on your own intellectual flatulence you think you're flying. Everything you take for granted in terms of freedoms, the sanctity of life, the rule of law, that doesn't go back to the Greek and Roman philosophers. It goes back to the New Testament. It goes back to Christianity. And that's why Chesterton said, in freeing ourselves from Christianity, we actually only succeeded in freeing ourselves from freedom. But why do all of these things matter? Because when a nation murders its own children, celebrates sexual chaos and debauchery, it's already committing civilizational suicide, and the strong gods will come back in and take its place. And you're experiencing that right now. It's called Islamification.
And Judd, what's your experience been? You've spent a lot of time in Nigeria. You're helping so many of these persecuted Christians.
my warning to everybody here is England is about 30, 40 years behind Nigeria. And why do I say that? Is because what I experience on the ground in Nigeria, for those of you that don't know, 90% of all Christian persecution deaths worldwide are occurring in Nigeria in the last 5 years.
Right.
And what has happened? How did this happen? Well, it happened because Islam came in from the north. And slowly, over a long period of time, they've taken over state after state, implementing Sharia law right along with Nigerian law. And in the states that have implemented Sharia law, it now trumps Nigerian law. That's what really rules the land. And currently, what we're facing right now, what you're seeing in the middle belt of Nigeria, is a real-life jihad taking place. It's happening right before our eyes. And what's happening is they're attacking, I call it death by 1,000 attacks. It's not one fell swoop. It's move in, get the population. Once the population comes in, then they take political control. Now they have political cover and law to justify the persecution and killing of Christians. And I say the West, England, France, is on its path because they have let radical Islam come in, and they're doing the same thing they did in Nigeria. And when I'm talking about persecution, I'm not talking about name-calling. I'm talking about slaughter and murder of the innocent. And just like you have in the UK here, sadly, in America, we enjoy a thing called the Second Amendment. The same thing in Nigeria, they adopted England's gun laws. Citizens are not allowed to protect themselves. Yet radical Islamists are running unimpeded throughout Nigeria with AK-47s killing Christians under the government turning a blind eye to it.
So what are you doing to try and help?
As an organization, so I'm president of Equipping the Persecuted, and we are on the ground responding to these attacks within 24 hours with food aid and medicine. But what separates us from other organizations is we're not afraid to work with village security teams and try to do everything we can to mitigate attacks, stop attacks, and save as many lives as possible. But the West has turned a blind eye to what's going on in Nigeria, but they're also turning a blind eye to what's happening in your own backyard.
It's absolutely fascinating to see that a continent where actually Christianity is growing, and it's one of the optimistic centers of the growth of the church, is suffering so badly, and is clearly a very great sign to us in Europe. If it can happen there where the church is strong, what will happen to us here?
If Christians don't wake up, and you don't rise up and start speaking out, so speaking truth to power, and speaking real truth from the Bible, and standing up for yourselves, you are setting yourselves up for failure, and you are failing your children and grandchildren by not speaking out.
Andrew, I mean, famously, we don't do God here, Alistair Campbell told us in 2003, and certainly, 20 years ago or so ago, I started not wearing my cross because I thought I didn't want to offend anybody. I wouldn't want to show an obvious sign of my Christianity. And I've come back to realizing that was a very foolish position, but you, I'm sure, agree with me that it's not, the difference between America and the UK is quite profound in terms of our ability to speak out about our Christian faith. And I don't know whether you agree that it's so important for us to return to the sense of our laws being made from Christian faith. We are based in our religion, whether we like it or we don't. This country is founded on Christian values.
So thank you very much for inviting me on the panel. The fact is, the British people approach this in a very different way, I think, to what happens in the United States. And we have to account for that in how we organize our own fight back to restore the Christian foundations of this country. We can't just adopt the American approach here in the United Kingdom. But what we can do is remind people of why Britain is the nation it is today. What has made Britain what I've always believed to be a great nation, a nation founded on Christian values, Christian principles, our customs, our heritage, our traditions and our laws. They are based on those Christian teachings. And I've watched in my time as a member of parliament and throughout my life how those ideals have been watered down and diminished by government at every level, in institutions of the state, in schools and educational establishments, losing that heritage. So young people grow up not to understand who they are, what is the foundation of the society they're living in, and almost in some institutions becoming disdainful and disrespectful of that Christian heritage, which I believe is so important to the development of this country over many centuries, but also to our future. If we lose that, we are going to be diminished, and I'll tell you why. When the king has his coronation, as we saw 3 years ago, a crown is placed upon his head. The symbol of the crown is crucial. It demonstrates the king's sovereignty on behalf of the people in defending our laws and our country. But at the top of the crown, at the very top, is a cross. He is the head of the church, and it is his job to defend the Christian faith of this country. The crown with the cross on the top should say to every British citizen, that symbol should say to everyone, even those who are not Christian, that we are very fortunate to be in a country which is founded on those beliefs and traditions. If we allow that to be cut away, watered down, diminished, or removed, what future are we handing over to the next generation? By taking away that Christian foundation, we are opening up sectarianism. Yeah. We're opening up an opportunity for other religions and other cults to come in and try to take control and have domination. Yeah. Whilst we have those Christian foundations in all of our walks of life, in our institutions, then the basis of our society is strong. Once that's removed, we undermine the very foundations of the nation itself.
Absolutely.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Because that's so beautiful. And I want to extrapolate on that, because thank you, that's so true. Cardinal Henry Edward Manning told a young Hilaire Belloc at the turn of the century, he told him all human conflict is ultimately theological. This panel is called The Future of the Christian World. Yeah. All human conflict is ultimately theological. I'm here as an American millennial, by the way, we're not all gay, to simply ask you the question, when you've looked at the West and your country in the last, let's say, 10 years, am I the only one who's thought, like, this doesn't make any sense anymore unless I have a biblical worldview and spiritual lenses? Like, some of this stuff seems so dark and twisted and depraved that I don't have categories for it except theological categories. Am I the only one? Am I speaking too much like an American? That's how I feel when I look at what's happening across the West right now. And you know, a great example of this is the weird relationship between the sexual liberationists and the Islamist jihadists. It's the funniest thing ever. But it also shows you how spiritual the culture war that we're dealing with is. So in New York City, we elected an Islam jihadist, okay? Literally, okay? And it's like, but wait, New York City is the gayest city in America. It's the most rainbow cult, homosexual haven in my entire country. They elected a man who follows a faith who believes the best way to treat homosexuals is to kick them off of skyscrapers. That's funny. You can laugh, Brits. That's like, wait, you guys are like accusing Christians of being like the real threat and we hate homosexuals. You just elected an Islam jihadist as the mayor of New York City whose faith teaches kick homos off of buildings. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. It does if you have spiritual lenses. This is the ancient principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. What's the one thing that unites feminist sexual liberationists, weirdos, and Islamists who are not down with the gay stuff? Oh, and by the way, they don't abort their babies either. And they openly brag about this. The Muslim Brotherhood theorists brag about how we're going to take over the West by the wombs of our women. We're going to outbreed you. Just so you understand that, they openly brag about that. So they're not slaying their children and they're not down with the gay stuff. What unites them? They're all Christophobes. They're all Christophobes. The one thing that unites them is the hatred of the faith that built the West. Otherwise, they have nothing in common. Should that not awaken us and give us spiritual eyes to see, holy moly, the culture war is just a proxy war for a far deeper spiritual war. Secularism is a gay, weak, small g God that cannot anchor a society or man's identity. It's a placeholder for something far darker coming down the pike.
So, although Christianity is still the largest religion in the world, it is, of course, the trajectory is going down. And what's so interesting is, one worries about invading forces or all sorts of things that could happen. But actually, one of the main things that's interesting is the fact that you pass your faith on by having children. You pass your faith on just very naturally. You don't need to have a fight about it. It just becomes a natural thing. And that is an interesting problem that we have, that many people are not having children now. They don't want to have children. And perhaps that's something, what do you discover in Nigeria about that? Is there evidence that there's still huge numbers of people having lots of children, or is it also being affected there?
Africans don't believe in aborting their children. You see an explosion in Christianity happening in Africa. Because where's Christianity exploding most? It's exploding in Africa.
Right.
Why? Partially, they don't believe in aborting their children. And we're seeing a growth in Christianity for that exact reason. But I also want to point out one fact that needs to be brought up, and I want people to understand this. I want you to think about this. Name me one country in the world that has ever been de-Islamized without conflict. There's not one. There's not one Islamic country that has taken over Christian nations that has been de-Islamized through conversion. It's only through conflict that a country is de-Islamized, once it takes root. I want people to really understand that, because that's what you're going to be dealing with soon.
So how do we revive and restore Christianity? We've had panels earlier today talking about the importance of media and having Christian media, the importance of having children, having more children, enjoying creating families. Right. But what else can we do to...
Yeah, we have to repent, actually, which is something that evangelifish Christians in my home country of America and across the West are very bad at. We are not very good at humbling ourselves and repenting for our national sins of baby killing in the womb and of destroying children's rights to a mother and a father. We actually have to start with the humility to realize that this happened on our watch. Hilaire Belloc said, "It is not the barbarian at the city gates that worries me, it is the traitors within." Those who scoff at their history, who mock their faith, and who welcome the enemies of Christ with open arms. These will be the ones who bring down Christendom brick by brick. So we have enough Christianity with beautiful Bible studies and curriculum and Christian talk radio. What has that done to preserve Western civilization as we know it and its strongest values of protecting the family and children and marriage? Hasn't done much. I'm sorry, I came here from America to tell you, you guys suffer from niceness a lot more than Christians in America do. We all need to get over trying to be nice and trying to go out of our way to not offend people. 250,000 little British white girls have been trafficked, raped, and abused. And the clear takeaway from that report is I didn't want to be accused of Islamophobia or xenophobia or racism. If we're willing to sacrifice the next generation on the altar of our comfort to not offend those in power or not offend a foreign people group who don't even share your heritage or your land, then we deserve everything coming down the pike, not just for England, but for Western civilization as we know it. We have to learn how to fight again, and we have to learn to care more about putting a smile on the face of King Jesus than appealing the spirit of the age.
Amen.
Oh, and then get married and reproduce like papists. And outbreed the left because the Islamists are doing that. So if you don't do that, we're all screwed. So yeah.
On a positive note, we have got a great revival. The young are going to church more in this country, I'm sure in America too. And I think actually they're often choosing the most traditional forms of Christianity. They're going back to history, they're going back to the old rite, to Latin masses and so on. And I think beauty is something we have to keep remembering. In the Christian faith it's churches, it's history. In all the cities you talked about, Seth, in London, we have to keep going, living our faith and going to churches,
Right.
realizing that the culture that we have is there because we use these places of worship.
Yeah, why do you have such beautiful churches here, right? It must be the disciples of Voltaire and Rousseau. That's probably why people fly across the world to visit the beautiful buildings here, right? It's probably the disciples of de Sade and Margaret Sanger. No. You see, modern man is in a terrible predicament. We are helplessly enamored with the beauty of what the old world built, while despising the beliefs that inspired them to build it. We are sawing off the branch that we're standing on. We stand on the shoulders of giants and we think that we're flying. Churchill said, study history, study history, study history. All the secrets of statecraft are hidden in history. Aristotle said statecraft is soulcraft. So you guys, we all in the West, we have to learn how to fight politically and not just wait for the culture to change, but use statecraft to enforce righteousness for the sake of those who have not yet been born.
Andrew, Jacob Rees-Mogg just said in the last couple of speeches ago, we will charge at the blob. It's the only way. You have to be very forceful. What is your view on that?
So, this is a British audience.
Yeah.
And I want to talk to a British audience about how we get this right in Britain. For too long, I've watched politicians, state-funded institutions, educational establishments gradually diminish all of this and rip it away. And no one has objected. No one had stood up to it. We've allowed this to happen gradually and quietly, but we will, ladies and gentlemen, pay a very heavy price. The next generation will pay a very heavy price if Britain, the United Kingdom, the British Isles lose our identity, and that is founded in those Christian values and those Christian traditions and heritage that I spoke about earlier. So as a politician, as someone here who isn't representing a religious organization, from a constituency, actually not too far from here, which has at least 30 to 40 different churches of all denominations, I am proactive in promoting the Christian heritage in my constituency. I have had every year a Christian service at Christmas at my headquarters in my constituency where Salvation Army Band have come to play, and I've invited all the local organizations to take part in the carols around the Christmas tree. I go to the churches regularly. I go to the schools. I talk about the Christian heritage. I mention about the crown, as I said earlier, the cross on the crown. And people don't realize that. They don't, if you talk about the ultimate power in this country, which is the king, the sovereign is his majesty, he wears the crown, that sort of puts it all together. It explains that everything we've got in this country is interlinked, from the Christian faith to the monarchy, through Parliament, our laws, our traditions and customs, and these go back hundreds and hundreds of years. And new countries like the United States, which is only 250 years old, they inherited all of that from these islands. So we gave them that heritage as well. Our problem is that too many people in this country have forgotten that, or they've been taught to dislike it or to despise it. We have to fight back, but we mustn't do purely on religious grounds. This is a cultural thing. This is about cultural Christianity. Even people who have no faith or other faiths, they should respect the cultural Christian heritage of these islands. If we lose that battle, we lose our country.
Thank you so much. I'm going to have to wrap up now, but just to say, please watch Seth's film, The Last Stand. Go to the store, Equipping the Persecuted, which is next door, and
you can go to the last.
I think this topic needs a whole conference of its own, so I hope that we'll create that by next year.
Any church can host a screening at the laststand.film if you'd like to host a screening at your church.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as women across the West face misogyny imported from abroad and gender-critical ideology at home, our next panel are fighting back. Please welcome to the stage our chair, Alex Phillips, joined by Maeve Halligan, President of the Cambridge University Society of Women. Please give them a warm welcome.
Well, hello, you sensible, wise patriots who have come for the very inaugural CPAC Great Britain. What a fantastic event. I've been so impressed by what I've seen so far. And what an important event. It is staggering, isn't it, how much we need to talk about. How many things in society just feel irreparably broken. Now, when I was born, 1983, we had probably one of our greatest prime ministers in Great Britain, in number 10 Downing Street, Mrs. Thatcher. And we had one of our greatest monarchs on the throne, Queen Elizabeth II. Two incredible female role models that showed girls like me growing up that we could do anything, but also showed us a sense of discipline and decorum. I would never have imagined when I entered my 40s that the United Kingdom would probably be one of the worst places for a woman to live in recent history. And why has that happened? Well, it's happened for a number of reasons. It's happened through hypersexualization, the rapid growth of pornography. It's happened through radical far-left policies that wants to erase concepts such as biological sex. It's happened because politically, the things that are now vogue for young women to vote for actively work against them and endanger them. And I wonder how it can be that 44% of 18 to 25-year-old women in this country, 44% would vote for the Green Party, a party that advocates open borders to men from medieval, misogynistic Middle Eastern countries that believe that women are walking sexual objects that are free to be raped or stoned to death. A party that would decriminalize all drugs, including date rape drugs. A party that would legalize prostitution. A party that wants to see men with extreme fetishes and perversions being able to put on a dress and go into girls' toilets and satisfy their autogynephilic urges. How on earth have girls been so brainwashed to actually now advocate for their own demise and for the lack of safety? Maeve went viral back in May for a barnstorming speech at the Cambridge Union. She was a Cambridge student. She's now graduated. Congratulations to Maeve.
Thank you.
And when she set up the Society of Women, little do I think did she expect for that to become a battleground for aforementioned men who might like playing cosplay to demand access to the rights for which she and her colleagues were fighting. Maeve, tell us about your experiences, first of all, at university, setting up the Society of Women and the sort of demands that started to be made.
Thank you very much for having me, and it's really nice to be here. The Cambridge University Society of Women was co-founded by myself and two of my friends back at the start of this academic year, so in October. And it's pretty simple. It does what it says on the tin. It's a women-only group. And unfortunately, that made a lot of people uncomfortable, maybe threatened, because we were openly and proudly associating as women on the basis of our biological sex. So we were acknowledging the fact that to be a woman is a status in its own right. It is one of the two sex categories. And we would come together to have, discussions. We hosted a wonderful array of guest speakers, and we spoke about a lot of the issues that you just raised, partly because I don't think that young women talk about these things among themselves enough. And it's very important that we have those conversations, and it's important that we have them sometimes, not always, but sometimes in an environment that is free of men, partly because young women especially self-censor hugely in the presence of men. That's not necessarily men's fault, but it is something that happens. So I was interested to see what happens when we come together and shut out the outside world for a while and discuss the issues that are affecting us on a day-to-day basis. So we had discussions about prostitution, we had one about porn culture, as I would call it, and the threat that it poses to women and girls. We had discussions about FGM and how you can't write that off as cultural. It is, in fact, a horrendous and abusive practice that we should be able to condemn and hopefully one day eradicate. All of these things and more were talked about at the Society of Women. Meanwhile, the university, not just the student body, but also the students' union, various academics, members of the university as a whole, were trying to shut it down, were trying to get me removed from the university, all because we made sure that the one criteria for membership of the society, the one criterion, is being female. Not cisgendered. I wasn't interested in using words like trans woman, it's a total misnomer. We didn't accept men. I don't care how they identify. And that made a lot of people so angry that they sought to crush what it was that we were doing. They sought to crush single-sex association by young women in their own right. We funded ourselves. We were very lucky to receive a lot of donations. At one point, I knew that we had to raise this money because I thought we might need to have heavy security at some of our events. I was receiving horrendous abuse online. As I say, they tried to get me sent down from the university. This is the reality of what happens when young women come together. Young women in a room talking now poses a threat, and that shows just how fragile this ideology, and the radical left generally, that's how fragile it is, a room of women talking, and they're running scared.
Now, we have so many topics to cover in this domain. We've only got 10 minutes, so I don't know how far we'll get. But when you look at all of the sort of various heads of the monster, essentially, that women face today, which ones are the most alarming to you? Is it the hypersexualization? Is it the mass immigration from countries that are so culturally different to us that completely devalue women? Is it the identity crisis? Is it this idea, actually, that increasingly women are being told, you don't have to try and be a thing, just go onto a surgeon's table and be turned into something that's valuable for the male gaze, like the Kardashians. They don't sing, they don't act. What are they famous for? Where do you think the main pinch point is for young women today?
No, you're exactly right. All of these issues kind of converge, and it's become this, as you say, this many-headed beast that massively threatens women generally, but young women especially, because as you mentioned earlier, yeah, they're cheerleading their own demise because they're so keen to show that they are, as they would put it, kind or virtuous. And so for a lot of young women, that 44%, but it's true for others as well, they have so tightly wedded their emotions to their political views, and they believe that their political views speak to their moral worth. So if you sell them an idea as the kind one, they'll swallow it. So this kind of sense of needing to be a political activist, a social justice warrior, as many young women I know, I wouldn't call them necessarily friends, but many young women I know, they will label themselves that way. They believe that what they're doing is good and is kind. And that's partly why it's so important, again, that young women come together to discuss this stuff, to debate this stuff, and to disagree with one another. This question of political identity and needing to reaffirm their own kind of moral worth to themselves all the time is definitely, that's at the root of why a lot of these women will espouse these views and support them. But to slightly, change tack as well, the hypersexualization, of society as a whole is something that women have always been at the sharp end of. And now, that this kind of current iteration that we're in is definitely the worst historically, partly because of how... Hello.
How's everyone doing?
All I can say is British infrastructure in the heat. Thank you for being able to join us.
Sorry, I got caught on a train, the Channel from Paris. God only knows I don't understand French, so it was a bit of a disaster coming over here. And there was just a little bit of traffic. So I'm honored to be here because I've been so excited to meet you, Maeve.
It's nice to meet you.
Yes. And Alex, thank you for jumping in too.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you'd come via dinghy, you'd have got your hotel for free.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
They probably didn't tell you that.
But I don't want to interrupt, although I totally interrupted, but that's what I do, being, an American, and I'm sorry about the this football game yesterday. The girls, my daughters were really depressed about it. Was it a hard one?
Don't bring it up.
Don't bring it up? Okay, we won't talk about it.
It's too raw, still. Not yet. So we're talking about hypersexualization, essentially, pornography, and how this is having such a negative impact on young women, but society as a whole.
So, just to pick up sort of where I left off, it was basically, I'm making the case that hypersexualization is happening in society more generally, and women are at the sharp end, as they always have been. But the fact that now online access to very, very violent pornography in a lot of cases, it's you know, this is something that people are literally carrying around in their pockets. And crucially, boys are now exposed to porn at the average age of 9. So this stuff is happening so early when your brain is still nowhere near being fully developed. So the first interaction that boys are having with, you know, with sex generally, but with women as well online, you know, that they're being exposed to extremely violent content, often with underage girls. And the problem with porn is that it's extremely addictive, and the way that it, well, there are many problems, but that's just one. And the way in which you enter into this awful feedback loop in your mind is that, you know, people who consume porn routinely, they have to start seeking out more and more extreme content. Now, the real world impact of that is that, you know, these same people, usually men who are consuming porn because they consume it at a far higher rate than women, the way in which they see the women around them is totally skewed. And it means that, you know, we've seen a huge rise in violence against women and girls, especially sexual violence, and just the day-to-day treatment of women. And also, crucially, this feels slightly less dark, but it actually is one of the worst consequences. It leads to the breakdown of relationships between the sexes. And obviously that has huge implications for stuff like birth rate, but also, you know, for a happy society, the sexes are sort of warring against one another. And then somewhere in between, you've got young women who are trying to placate the needs of some of the most fetishistic and dangerous men in our society. So there are many, many things that are all at the root of the situation that we're seeing now, but hypersexualization is definitely up there.
Yeah, I mean, Mercedes, what is your take on the status of women in America right now in 2026? Because I started this by saying, little did I think when I hit my 40s, that the UK would be far less safe, far less fair for women than it was when I was a child.
Yeah. Well, you know, first of all, I want to just piggyback a little bit on what you were mentioning, maybe about just pornography first, because obviously that is, talk about America being the largest consumer of pornography and the largest consumer of human trafficking. And the thing is that they look at content, for example, that of girls being raped, young girls as young as 11 years old, being raped in a place like the Philippines, and then from there, that content makes it into the United States. And so it's been such a horrific issue that we've seen in terms of impacting, you were mentioned, Maeve, relationships, but also just the sexualization of these young children. And that, of course, with the United States and what we saw with the border crisis, with so many of these human traffickers coming in, these drug cartels coming in, they would rape these girls in many cases, send them to these sex trafficking rings under the last administration, under Joe Biden. And now under President Trump, they've worked so hard to save many of these children, but then in essence, these young girls, they can't even heal because there's not enough places for them to heal. And so when we talk about women, I think in the most part, and I'm the mother of 5 girls, we literally have a wedding in one month, and reading about Maeve's story, and you're such an inspiration for young women. And I would love to adopt you as being the 6th Schlapp child. But I think like what we need with the women is the fact that you worry about these girls being pulled into this radicalization of the left. We're seeing this rise of democratic socialism in America that I cannot believe now looking at this, that this is happening in America, where you have the far left completely being loud and vocal, and these young women just attracting like flies to this movement. But then you also see many young women on the conservative side rising up and choosing God and choosing family and choosing country. And so, you know, we have our version of Maeve's in the United States, like Isabel Brown and several others who are saying, wait a second, I'm not gonna listen to these women that say, I have to believe in all these radical ideology. I can stand up for family, I can stand up for marriage, I can stand up for a strong Christian nation. And I think that that's what we're seeing in America. So I do think that there's this tension happening between the more radicalized left women of saying, I don't even want to have kids, I don't want to deal with that, you know, and then the other women saying, wait a second, I want to embrace what is right and good of our country, like, and then loving America, not hating for what we stand for.
The thing that I would say, I mean, it's such a great point, and I often look across the pond, if you like, and I'm really inspired as well by a lot of the work that's being done by young women, but women of all generations there. And, you know, this is what's important. Women inspire one another, and I think what I'm just pleased about is the stuff that I've been doing here in the UK. I get so much contact from young women, or sometimes girls as well, saying that the fact that they've seen me say it gives them a kind of permission to do the same thing. It's a lot easier to feel like you can follow and join rather than have to start something totally new. I mean, I had so many inspirations and so much support from some amazing women in America and in the UK and elsewhere, and organizations and similar. When you're exactly right, I think that a pushback is really starting to happen, and there's such strength behind it. And I'm really keen to challenge the monopoly that the radical left think that they have on righteousness. I'm so frustrated by the fact that they've decided that they are the only people who are kind and good, and if you push against it, you're somehow evil. Because young women are sensitive to that. Because we are, women generally, but we're emotional people, we're empaths. We obviously, move and live in sort of groups. Our friendships are extremely important. So social ostracization and being pushed out of your kind of, female circles is an incredibly scary prospect for a lot of young women, and they're cashing in on that. They're exploiting that.
Yeah. Now, ladies, I'm mindful we've only got a couple of minutes, so I just want to finish by asking you both. We are here to discuss how we change things. Today is the first day of a CPAC Great Britain, the inaugural session, and we've got to see results. So I just want to ask you, I'm going to start with you, Mercedes, what main things does the West need to do right now to protect its women and girls?
Stop radical Islam. Stop radical Islam. That is critical. Stand up for Western civilization. Stand up for your sovereign nation. Realize that your morals, that your values, that it matters. And we don't want to lose sight of that. In America, we believe that we have to, that it's part, my parents, they came from Cuba. They fled communism. And when they came to America, they assimilated to the American values and culture, that of standing up for freedom. So while I say stop radical Muslims, I also say stop the communist, stop the socialist. They will come in and dictate and tell you how you should think, how you should vote, how you should pray, how you should raise your children. The government has to stay out of our business. We know what works and we know what doesn't work. Socialism and communism, they've been failed experiments time and time again. We know that we want individuals to prosper. We know that we need the family to be the foundation of our societies in Western civilization. And we need to stand up for our Judeo-Christian values. And yes, we want to ensure that we bring people in, but at the same time, if they're coming to our countries, assimilate and work with our culture and with our values. That's what makes our countries great and special and blessed by God.
Well said. And Maeve, quickly, what are your most pressing concerns? Where should our priorities land?
I would agree with everything that was just said. I guess what I would add is that I've seen this trend time and time again in a lot of young women who have been radicalized leftwards, which, by the way, is often ignored because we're all too busy being concerned that apparently all of the young men are being radicalized to the right. It's simply not true. It's the proportions, it's different. It's young women, seriously, are under such ideological capture right now. It has to be rectified. The thing that I've seen in a lot of them is that they're miserable. Yes. They are not happy. Their political beliefs make them feel upset and that, alone, disenfranchised, aimless. And the whole time they're having to parrot this thing that they're so empowered. It's simply not true. So I think the important thing for young women to do especially is to encourage one another to seek joy and seek the kind of feeling of justified righteousness that you feel when you believe in a cause and you have a strong sense of right and wrong and you pursue it and come together to do that. I feel worried that so many of these young women have removed themselves from general society because they think that everything is so broken and it is such a big problem. They're uniting around common hatred and common fears, whereas I believe, and the young women that I work with, that I'm proud to call my close friends, we unite over common goals, and we're seeking to be inspired and inspire others. And coming together, that's when women do our best work. So I'm excited for young women. I don't think we're some kind of lost cause, and I believe that we can absolutely win.
Ladies, thank you ever so much. I love ending on a positive note. The fight back begins now. Thank you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever wondered how the interchangeable activists of the Omnicause pay their bills at the end of the month? Our next panel will lift the lid on who's really funding the left. Joining Alex Phillips as our chair, please welcome Charlotte Gill, investigative journalist, Joseph Robertson of Touchpoint Strategy, and William Jasper of The New American.
I'm still here, it turns out. So we established, didn't we, at the end of that last panel, that we have a problem in the West. We spent, in the West, 5 decades and trillions of dollars fighting communism at home and around the world. And certainly in Britain, well, it now sits in number 10 Downing Street. But not only that, the insidious, toxic, carcinogenic metastasization of radical Marxism has taken place in all of our public-facing institutions, in our civil service, in our judiciary, in our police force, across academia, even increasingly in the private sector. And we are seeing the results on a daily basis. Whether it's mental health destroying ideas of self-flagellation, the ideas of decolonization, self-hatred as a race and a civilization, or whether it's inverting truth, switching the moral compass, which leads to the endangerment of a huge subset of society, the censorship, the demonization of anybody who stands up to it. And it is poignant to me that this CPAC is taking place in the wake of the death of my good friend and former colleague Anne Widdecombe, who we know died for standing up against this stuff, for speaking truth to power. We live in a very dangerous and dark time. What I want to know is, where did this all begin? How is it funded and spread? And what the hell are we going to do about it? So, Joseph, I want to start with you because we have had long conversations between us about a very well-known organization in the United Kingdom. People say that George Orwell's novel 1983 was based upon the foundation of the Fabian Society. Joseph, explain what it is, explain what it does, explain what has taken place over the last century.
Well, yeah, thank you, Alex. And you're right, we've talked about this at length. I think the conversation is starting to seep into the broader public now. We've seen a lot of that, particularly over the last couple of years. This mention of the Fabian Society. Before 1984, there was 1884. And that's an important date to remember. In 1884, a group of left-wing intellectuals, which went on to include Sidney Webb and George Bernard Shaw and other well-known intellectuals, playwrights, and other figures of the time who were broadly on the left, they banded to form something which ostensibly was a think tank, the Fabian Society, and their original logo, as many people are now beginning to realize, was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And if that's not a giveaway, I don't know what is. Over the next 140 years, their project, their mission, their self-stated mission was something called gradualism. They realized that in Britain, a communist revolution would never work because we're far too sensible. We weren't going to take to the streets and overthrow all of our institutions and hierarchies on a whim. And they realized that what they actually needed to do was take over the institutions, the political class, to fight back against what we'd now call traditional conservatism in a way that was both subversive but also long-term and therefore almost unrecognizable. And they created two key things which you probably all have heard of. One is the Labour Party, and the other is the London School of Economics. They were the founder of those establishments, and what they did during this time period is also to look at what was going on in the continent. And indeed, George Bernard Shaw was famous for saying that Mussolini was the right kind of tyrant. He went to meet with Stalin and said that he had seen all the horrors and he delighted in them. That was his comment on the communist regime. And there was one notable difference about this movement, which was the idea of British exceptionalism. They believed that despite retaining all these communist tendencies, they could also imprint nationalism on that project. And fast forward to today, we don't need to mention all that happened during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, but what we do need to mention is that from Tony Blair onwards, pretty much every senior member of the Labour Party has been a Fabian, including Sadiq Khan, Lord Hermer, Keir Starmer, governors of the Bank of England, various people who have risen to very, very high positions in society. The judge in the Epping Bell migrant hotel case, it was found out was a Fabian.
Andy Burnham.
Andy Burnham, of course, who's contributed pretty much nothing, well, intellectually anyway, to the Fabian Society, but he still has the badge. I would say that, you know, the archetype of this is probably someone like Tony Blair, who appears with a charming expression that everybody can get behind, but ultimately has a far deeper agenda to what's going on. So in a nutshell, that's the Fabian Society. We could talk about this a lot, as Alex and I have done, but I think it gives you a good idea of what we're up against and how those funding systems, those institutions have developed over the space of 140 years.
So we have an idea now of politically this long, slow march towards where we are today, 100 years of a growing communism, a growing extreme socialism in this country. But Charlotte, your research into woke waste has drawn out some utterly breathtaking, heart-stopping discoveries of whose money's being spent where and how on, frankly, astonishing and disturbing projects. Tell us more.
Very true, Alex. It's unfortunate to say that all of us are being charged for absolutely terrible things, from university studies to charities. So at the moment, a study is taking place called the Europe That Gay Porn Built, 1945 to 2000, and it's costing the taxpayer over £840,000. We're also being charged around 1.5 million to decolonize folk music, in a study that will take a look at the unflinching white centricity of folk music. We are also funding another 1.5 million study into LGBTQIA plus BCDEFG asylum policies, and some of this will result in theatre performances and documentaries. And also, to make things worse, the money is being given to a Spanish sociologist. So, you know, you're always told, oh, we want to bring brilliant doctors to the UK, you know, someone's going to save you in the NHS. No, we are funding doctors investigating the gender identity of asylum seekers. And it just goes from there. The left really have a double whammy edge, because it's not just the Fabian deep state stuff and all their tangled webs of funding, but then they've got the double whammy on top of controlling. They literally do control all our institutions. They are the default, getting all our taxpayer money that will all make everyone in this room need a stiff drink afterwards. And yeah, it's just not right.
What is the nexus of this stuff? Is this sort of disseminating out of the civil service, out of our quangos, out of our institutions, and then being sort of wasted by being thrown around on various academic institutions? Or are there foreign influences, perhaps, who want to fund this stuff to further divide our society?
There are absolutely foreign influences, not that they ever get looked at when it's going into left-wing funding. So one is called Pierre Omidyar, and he is one funder. He runs something called Luminates. He's a French-born Iranian-American. businessman, and he's funding, along with others such as Unbound Philanthropy, also US, he's funding this thing called Climate Spring, which is trying to create TV shows and is working with Shakespeare's Globe on embedding climate messaging onto ITV and the BBC. So foreign funding is influencing what you watch. And then George Soros, yeah, he's just, I mean, there are a lot of foreign funders about actually, but Soros, you know, one of the many ways that he gets involved in our democracy is we have something called all-party parliamentary groups, basically like special interest groups, and often they provide a secretariat, and that just basically means someone can go and take notes, but it's often being funded by things like Soros, and he would do it through his Open Society foundations, which then fund something called the Athena Foundation, and that then funds multiple APPGs in Parliament. So he's got the direct ear of the government. Also, a lot of things to do with EU activism link back to Soros. Best for Britain received around 4 million from George Soros. European movement, which is symbiotic with Best for Britain, around 400,000. And they also have access to Parliament through the APPG for Europe, which makes it sound really neutral. Oh, we're going to sit down and discuss, you know, Europe. No, it's an activist group, and it leads directly back to Soros. And I'm afraid there's just plenty more where this came from.
It is astonishing to me, both the reach and the complexity, the sophistication now of the cobweb, the insidious cobweb of socialism and Marxism that blights British society. But Bill, you've really dug into this stuff, haven't you, when it comes to what is happening in America and across the wider West?
Yes, so I am a senior editor for the New American Magazine and president of the John Birch Society. And for 60 years plus, we've been trying to alert the people of the United States and the world to the fact that the socialist communist movement that we see infiltrating all of our society from top to bottom is really a combination of globalists, many of whom are considered the top capitalists. So we have the big foundations, and it's not only George Soros, Rockefeller Foundation, Ford Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, all of these big American foundations, the Weiss Foundation from Switzerland, all of these big capitalists who are usually associated with the World Economic Forum, they are funding and promoting all of this Marxist-Leninism. And when the Fabian socialists talk about socialism, democratic socialism, they are really wolves in sheep's clothing, as Joseph said. In fact, when I got here last night, I was going to go down the road to the London School of Economics, which is, I just saw the recent poll, that's your premier university here in Great Britain. London School of Economics is the leading institution of subversion, not only in your country, but around the world. It was launched by the Fabian socialists, and down there, I'm going to go down tomorrow, hopefully, and get a photo of the Fabian Socialist web window, Beatrice and Sidney Webb, commissioned by George Bernard Shaw. And that's the one that shows very openly what they are planning. They are hammering the world and smashing it to bits, remolding it nearer to their heart's desire. That's what they have on there. And they show their emblem, the wolf in sheep's clothing. They're telling us we have to camouflage our Marxism-Leninism, so they constantly emphasize this. Oh no, we're not revolutionary socialists, we're evolutionary. We're going to do it with the people's consent, and we're going to educate people to accept this. Well, they've been doing that for over a century now. In 1984, it was a century already. So, you know, we're up on a century and a half now. And they've permeated, this is their term, permeation and penetration of all society. They've done that from finance to economics to all of the education establishment. And they are doing it with your money, my money, all the taxpayers' money directly but a large amount of it is coming from these tax-exempt foundations. They have planned their new world order, which is going to completely eradicate Christianity and all of the benefits that we have had in our free societies. So it was not surprising that all of the Fabians who played such an important role in all this were atheists, and even those that were involved in churches, they were involved in churches so that they could subvert them and create and convince Christians that socialism is a Christian ideal. So I have been, in my early days, in the 1970s and early 80s, I went undercover in the Communist Party USA, the Socialist Workers' Party, various Trotskyite communist workers, communist parties, and the PLO and other Middle Eastern terrorist groups. I can tell you, this goes back a long way, this infiltration and permeation of our societies by the Marxist-Leninists, by the Islamists, and by the globalists. And we have to be willing to call them out. And many people are afraid to do that, because when you do that, you're called a conspiracy theorist, or you're called a racist, a homophobe, a misogynist. So remember the Hans Christian Andersen story we all learned as children about the emperor's new clothes. And everyone was afraid to tell the emperor that he was naked. One little boy did it, and that broke the spell, and everyone was ready to recognize that and call it out. That's what we have to do. You have to be willing to seek the truth, speak the truth, and take a stand. And that's what each of us are called to do.
One thing that has struck me during the course of this conversation is quite what we're up against. 100 years worth of spread, of contamination, of rot, some of the most powerful big business people on earth. We've got all the way to the tops of heads of government, a load of our institutions. We can't just talk about this. We need to act upon this. And unfortunately, it's not really in our instinct as right-wingers to want to censor, to want to ban, to want to cancel. Joseph, politically, I feel like we've reached the 11th hour, that we have to do something now. And yet my big concern is they have got so deep into the system that they're even going to try and do everything they can to stop us having any sort of democratic outcome. What can we do?
Well, I think this conference is all about doing and not just thinking. That's one of the main calling points to what we've built here with CPAC and what we're going to continue to build over the years to come. But I think there are other things that we can do. One is to focus on the way currency works and to understand that to create alternative systems, you actually need to understand economic models and how to build prosperous links. I think that's what the center-right and the conservative movement globally has often failed to do, which is beginning to change. If you look at projects, particularly in South America, where there's been center-right governments now for a few years, in parts of Eastern Europe, where they're beginning to adopt things that naturally speak more to a conservative viewpoint, like, for instance, Bitcoin, new ways of transferring peer-to-peer electronic cash, other simple things like education, founding new institutions, where you can train the diplomats of the future, where you can train the civil servants of the future, creating entire parallel systems to what the left has built, and stopping this pretense, really, of trying to counter what they've done from within. Because what you find, and this is not a criticism that's party political in particular, but it's something that needs to be said, which is, since the Conservatives got back into power around sort of 2010 to 12 in this country specifically, what they inherited was an absolute new Labour mess. And the way they tried to counter it is to use the same tools that have been left for them in the toolbox and try to unpick all of that mess, and it didn't work. And the reason for that is because what Fabians and more broadly perhaps people who adhere to the Frankfurt School globally or other communist forms of non-revolutionary thought, what they do very well is to come in and change central systems, whether that is a Supreme Court, a central bank, whether that is the way an entire civil service works or an entire diplomatic corps, and they leave it so heavily legislated, regulated, and filled up with junk that is very difficult to do anything in that system. And the only way to undo that is to create an entirely new one. And that's exactly what happened, particularly in Argentina. Probably not the best days to talk about Argentina because we just lost to them in the football. But they are doing some very good things under Milei. And one of those was to come in and, of course, afuera, cut.
The infamous chainsaw.
The infamous chainsaw, to cut all the civil service departments that simply didn't need to be there. And lo and behold, the emperor had no clothes, and the economy recovered with less bureaucrats. Who can believe that? But this is something that we can take and replicate globally. And one of the things we're looking at the Center for Economic and Social Reform, which is another thing that I'm involved in, is looking at best-in-class commercial solutions that can be applied to government. That's something maybe you want to come in there, Alex.
Charlotte, when it comes to the public sector, you've been so astonishingly brilliant, tenacious at following the money, but is cauterizing those funding channels going to be enough? Or do we have to get real if we ended up, thankfully for the right-wing government of the future, let's see, I don't trust them to not mess with the plebiscite before the next election, but if we were to end up with a right-wing government, do we need to be looking at actually doing what isn't instinctive to us, but banning things, potentially banning critical race theory?
I think mostly, I mean, the way that woke really exists, because people have spent a lot of time fighting woke, but it's kept in existence by money. So you do need to defund it. And I think basically what the government is going to need is a big set of lawyers, because actually cutting off charity funding and things like that is a complete nightmare. I believe Kemi Badenoch was sued by Kneecap, you know, the awful band, when she came for their taxpayer funding. So you're going to need that. Ultimately, it might take things as well like cleaning up the register of interest. It's really difficult actually to define when things start to be interference. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd say, let's get rid of MPs having shares, you know, but how many people are going to stand if you cut their shares? But what if you put up the pay, things like that? But it's opening us up to a lot of interference. But I think ultimately to say something positive about it, or the amount of citizen journalism I've seen at the moment, people trying to expose all these funding streams going on at the moment, is just, it's never been as good. You know, I'm messaged so often by people really having a go, but we need to get these people into government rather than sort of union experienced idiots.
Good word. I mean, Bill, this is the thing. We've been discussing, haven't we, how convoluted, how complex, how established this is. And it's going to take a whole new generation of politicians, of leaders. It's going to take flooding the zone with radical policy, but also going to take things like a huge repeal act to flush out many of these institutions, many of the things in our statutes books that, quite frankly, are dangerous and toxic. It's not going to be done in a generation, is it?
It's going to, well, as Joseph referred to Milei, it can happen much more quickly than people expect. But we have to recognize this is a very heavy load that we have to move, because we have allowed this to accumulate over a century. And they have placed their people in so many positions of power. So in the 1950s, 1953, the United States House of Representatives held hearings called the Reece Committee hearings on the tax-exempt foundations, because this is going clear back, 75 years ago. It was apparent at that time that the Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie, and a number of others were funding subversive, communist, socialist organizations that were undermining our country and our national security. Those hearings got torpedoed by the mainstream media, which was all controlled, and by the politicians who were sold politicians. And what we didn't have then and what we have now is an alternative media, and we have the history and we have the receipts. And I'm very encouraged by what I see here at CPAC Great Britain, because frankly, a lot of Americans over the last 50 years, as I've been reporting on this, a lot of Americans said, oh, Europe's gone, England's gone, we just have to go it alone. And I and a number of others said, no, it's not over till it's over. There are people there that will wake up. There are people there who are trying. And that's what we have to do. We have to, I don't know here in England what would be the exact way forward, but right now in Congress, Senator Grassley and a number of members of the House are getting hearings again going to this time expose, to get the public support behind legislation and prosecutions of those who are traitors. Literally, we have, you asked about foreign funding. We have the Chinese Communist Party funding organizations in the United States that are Marxist-Leninists. They may be eco-Leninists or homo-Leninists or ethno-Leninists, but they are not just fuzzy-haired, fuzzy-headed socialists. They're Marxist-Leninists. They want to destroy our countries. They hate the West, and so many of them are involved in absolute criminal activity and treason. And we have to have the willpower, the spine, to call it what it is and to treat it as what it is. So it first begins with exposure, letting the public know what is really happening, who is calling the tune, who is paying the piper, and then we go after them. There are legal ways of doing that, and both prosecutorial and legal, fining them, taking away their tax-exempt foundations. All of these foundations that have been engaged in this for a century, they should lose completely their tax-exempt status. When they get tax-exempt status, that means you and I have to pay more taxes.
Well, can I just say, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic panel. It's been a privilege to host people who are spending and dedicating their lives fighting this rot on a daily basis. So a big round of applause, and thank you to Bill, to Joseph, and to Charlotte.
Can I do some shameless? New American Magazine. We have copies out here, and you're welcome to copies of this. And this is a book I mentioned, Fabian Freeway. This came out in 1966, and it's just been reprinted, and you can pick up your copy in there. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. Do make sure to go and get it. I hear especially the book is fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for something to do this evening, then look no further. At 5:30 in the main auditorium, there will be a special screening of Tim Ballard's new documentary, Hidden War. Following on from the success of the biopic thriller Sound of Freedom, Ballard now takes us behind the scenes on his global mission to combat child trafficking. In the meantime, we hear from a man who has been flying the Union flag from County Antrim for the best part of 20 years. Please join me in welcoming to the stage former MP and Assembly member Ian Paisley Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, why have I brought a golf club on stage? I hope that you've been in the room next door and you've visited all the wonderful exhibitors who, of course, make a conference like this possible. Go in there afterwards and support them and have a go on the golf simulator, because there's a huge prize. You get to visit Northern Ireland and you get to play some of the best golf clubs and stay in one of the best hotels in the world there. And there also is a wonderful cash prize. So make sure you get in there. Liz is already on the leaderboard. Matt Schlapp, I need to get him in there to have a go. Jacob Rees-Mogg is going to put on his +4s to come out and have a go. So we really are looking forward to that. My friends, there comes a moment, there comes a generation, and there comes a nation when we must look into the mirror and ask ourselves a fundamental question. Who are we? not what the newspapers say we are, not who the experts in the think tanks and the focus groups tell us we ought to become, not who the bureaucrats and the elites in distant offices imagine us to be, but who we truly are. Because a people who forget themselves become strangers in their own land. And a nation that forgets its story will soon lose out on its future and be without roots and without heritage. Britain does not merely need another election. Britain does not merely need another budget. Britain does not need another slogan. Britain needs a reset. Not a reset of our history, but a reset of our confidence, a reset of our courage, and a reset in belief in ourselves. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, I visited an old harbour in a place called Ballintoy, right up in the top right-hand corner of County Antrim in Northern Ireland. An elderly fisherman showed me around his fishing vessel, which was resting in dry dock. And he said to me something that I have never forgotten. He said this: "Ian, people think boats sink because of storms. No. Boats sink because people stop repairing the small cracks while they are still in harbour." Think about that. The storm wasn't the enemy. Indeed, the boat was built for the storm. Neglect was. Decay was. Complacency was. And that, my friends, struck me of what has happened to Britain today. Britain is not defeated. Britain is not destroyed. But Britain has been neglected, and our British identity has been neglected. Cracks have been left unattended, and now the water is coming in. Look around. A nation that once built the greatest navy in the world can't raise a navy, but now struggles to even build railways. A nation that invented the Industrial Revolution now struggles to approve planning applications. A nation that once led the free world too often wants us to apologize for its very existence. What happened? Did Britain lose its intelligence? No. Did Britain suddenly lose its talent? No. Did Britain suddenly lose its people? No. Britain lost something far more precious than that. Confidence. Confidence to govern. Confidence to produce. Confidence to defend. Confidence to lead. Confidence to say, this is our country. These are our values. This is our future. Every civilization is built on certain foundations: faith, reason, family, freedom. Remove them and the building shakes. Remove two of them, the building cracks. Remove all of those foundations and the building falls. And for too long, we have allowed those foundations to be chipped away. As we've heard today, it's not in one great dramatic moment, but brick by brick, year by year, excuse after excuse, because today we are told that faith, reason, family, freedom are not what's important. We are told that feelings are what matters. Now, a very, very long time ago in Sunday school, I learned a song which went like this: "Will your anchor hold in the storms of life?" Well, let me tell you, emotions and feelings never hold through storms. They change. Nice feelings don't bind families together. Feelings never replace logic or reasoning. And feelings displace freedom. We have been told that national pride is actually embarrassing. We have been told that borders no longer really matter. And we've been told that industry belongs somewhere else. We've been told that history should be apologized for rather than embraced and celebrated. And we were told that common sense has become controversial. Well, look where these and those feelings have taken us. Slower growth, higher taxes, broken trust, weaker communities, more loneliness, more division, less hope. But hear me tonight, conference. Britain is not finished. Britain is not broken and is not beyond repair. Britain is not destined to be eternally in decline. The story of Britain, of these islands and this island's people of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, has never been one of surrender. It has always been a story of renewal. When Europe trembled under tyranny, Britain stood. When freedom was threatened, Britain stood. When democracy needed defenders, it was Britain that stood. And if previous generations could rebuild after world wars, surely, people, this generation, you and I, can rebuild after political failure. The reset that I'm talking about begins with truth. Truth about our economy. You cannot borrow forever hundreds of millions of pounds to pay the interest from the previous last debt that you brought from the bank. That leads to bankruptcy. We need truth about energy. You can't save this planet by stopping production in the West in the hope that the East will follow and do likewise. You cannot power a modern nation on wishful thinking. We need truth about security. A country that cannot control its borders cannot fully control its destiny. And we need truth about culture. You cannot preserve liberty if you no longer know what is worth preserving. Now, some will call these ideas old-fashioned, quaint. They'll even say some of those things are dangerous. Well, if loving your country is quaint and old-fashioned and dangerous, I'm going to be wonderfully dangerous and old-fashioned with you tonight. If believing in family is old-fashioned, let me tell you, I'm going to be proudly old-fashioned. If believing in freedom is old-fashioned, then history stands accused, because these ideas are not relics. These are the reasons why free nations exist. Our opponents always promise a transformation via a progressive agenda. Yet everything they touch becomes larger government, smaller ambition, greater dependency and welfare. They say government knows best. We say the British people know best. They trust bureaucracy. We trust enterprise. They trust regulation. We trust innovation. They trust central planning. We trust free citizens. That is the difference. And let us never understand or never underestimate the ordinary people of this country. Britain has never been carried by elites. It was carried by shopkeepers, by miners, by farmers, by engineers, by teachers, by soldiers, by nurses, by doctors, by entrepreneurs, by mothers and fathers who worked hard, pay their taxes, obey the law, and simply want their children to have a better future. Those people, you and me, built this country. Those people deserve a government worthy of them. The reset we seek, ladies and gentlemen, is not revenge. It is a restoration of responsibility, of opportunity, of law and order, of aspiration, of Britain and its real Christian values. Not because Britain is perfect, no nation ever is, but because Britain remains one of history's greatest experiments in ordered liberty. A nation where freedom and responsibility has walked hand in hand for a generation, where enterprise and compassion strengthened one another, where Isambard Kingdom Brunel could coexist with Dr. Bernardo, where patriotism never meant hatred of others. It meant love your own. It meant all equal under the law, all equally subject to the law. My friends, history will not remember those who have managed decline. History remembers those who change direction. Churchill changed direction, that's why he's remembered. Thatcher changed direction, that's why she's remembered. The great reformers of Knox in Scotland, of Latimer and Ridley in England, of every age and every generation, those people who changed direction, they are remembered because they refused to accept that decline was inevitable, and neither should we. So tonight, be remembered. Tonight, let's not have this remembered as just another political gathering, another conference, but as a moment people stop whispering about what they believe. Instead of the slouch in our posture, our shoulders, let's bring them back. Our chests puffed out and our chins raised high. Because we believe that we can start believing in Britain again. Believing Britain can grow again. Believing Britain can lead again. Believing Britain can inspire people again. Believing Britain can become once more a beacon of liberty and freedom around the world. For our children deserve more than managed decline. They deserve a nation that dreams again. They deserve streets that are safe, schools that teach, borders that function, communities that endure, a government that trusts its own people. So I leave you with this. Every generation receives two gifts, a heritage and a choice. The heritage is given. The choice, ladies and gentlemen, is ours. Will we leave Britain weaker or stronger, smaller or greater, fearful or confident, divided or united? That decision belongs not to history, it belongs to us. So let us stand, let us serve, let us build and let us believe, and let us begin the great British reset. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to close the first day of CPAC Great Britain, please welcome back to the stage former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Liz Truss.
Well, haven't we had a fantastic first day ever of CPAC GB? And this is going to be the start of many such days. We've heard about the blob. We've heard about the problems of mass migration. We've heard about the free speech crisis that we're experiencing here in Britain. We've heard about the difficulties that people have living their lives now in the West, and the lack of confidence that has been shown by the progressive left in our civilization. Day 2 is going to be just as exciting as day 1. We start at 8:45. We're going to be talking about Bitcoin. We're going to be talking about AI. We're going to be talking how to unleash Britain's energy, drill, baby, drill, and mine, baby, mine. And then we'll be hearing about the free press. We've got an exciting announcement about the right to compute, about sovereignty. And we will end the day with a speech from the leader of the Reform Party, Nigel Farage. So make sure you're back bright and early tomorrow morning, because we are not going to win the battle against the blob without a movement. And that's all what CPAC GB is about. Thank you so much for your support today, and I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you.